Hello. And welcome. Hello and welcome. It is time for Final Fantasy XIV. It's got Sukuro in it, wow. There was a Nintendo Direct today. I didn't record a reaction to it, but I did make an incomprehensible noise and clap a lot, at least once. But anyway. Oh. That's not Final Fantasy XIV, that's a block of gray. There we go. Hello and welcome. Also, I've noticed that when I have my desk fan on to like a medium speed, which I just switched it to, it does appear to be picked up by my microphone and nobody ever told me about it. High speed naturally would be even more picked up on the microphone. I guess I will just be on fire then. Anyway. Yeah, I figured that like a lot of people probably just didn't hear it. However, my ears are very sensitive to my microphone sound bad. And anything that's not perfect is bad. In my audio specifically. For me. This is not my judgment of anyone else. It only applies to me, and it's not fair to myself. But anyway. How many times have I said but anyway already? Like 7? So. Our usual starting point of donation. I can now donate 25,000. And the rate is 200%. Meaning... there. Ta-da! On behalf of the Shazenkai, Sukuro, I thank you for your support. Nod. I am pleased to inform you that we've made great strides in our efforts to rebuild the Enclave. Hopefully the audio and everything is fine and everything is working. It should be, because this is the game that I have experience with streaming by this point. We've installed stumps. Stumps for games and relaxation. Owing to your many contributions, Risai Juku has seen further development. They made like a really nice yard for the kids to have recess in, or whatever. As you continue to contribute to the Shazenkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change? I feel like I haven't gotten this far in the reconstruction before, because I don't remember that specific thing. It's on the map now. Did I ever go to the one garden? Surely I did. Your contributions have, as always, had a profound effect on the Enclave. Wave. Or greeting, I guess? Minazuki informs me that Risai Juku now has everything it needs. All of the necessary books and writing materials have been procured, and the school itself is the perfect environment for learning. Shall we go to see it for ourselves? While it was not my intention to eavesdrop, I could not help overhearing that you might be visiting the school. I did have a message for you, but it seems it no longer needs to be delivered. Oh my, your clothes. Come now, what is so strange about seeing a Doman man dressed in the traditional manner? Truth be told, most of us former refugees were glad for the chance to put on something more comfortable. All except the children, that is. They've grown so accustomed to their Eorzean clothing that they're reluctant to wear anything else. Far be it from me to deny them when they are so adamant. Oh yes, that reminds me. The little ones wanted me to bring you to the school. Apparently they have something to show you. I wonder what it could be. Thank you for letting us know, Hosen. Well then, Tsukro, shall we adjourn? Nod. Okay. I wanted to see what the one garden is, because, like, I didn't think about this point on the map before. Oh, I also think I fixed, at least somewhat, the controller issues I was having with this game. I recalibrated the controller again, and I think that just made it work better. Have I just never gone over here? I guess they never, like, direct you to go over here. But it's a nice little place. I wonder if this wasn't here? It has to have been here in some capacity. Neat. Hello and welcome. We have just donated our weekly budget to the Shazenkai and have been told to go to the school because something is there that we are to be shown. Those children certainly keep me on my toes. Not that they mean to cause mischief, but they are so adventurous that I cannot help but worry. The school seems to have been fully rebuilt. There's like a yard over here. A playground of sorts. Okay, maybe the controller issues aren't completely fine, but it's whatever. There's like a little lake and a bridge and a well. So that you can know that it's time to do some damage. Some benches and some shade. Many stumps and pinwheels and a little whatever you call this. I did it. I'm gonna try something real quick. Let's calibrate this again. I don't think that'll change anything, but it's worth doing. The children cannot spend all of their time studying. It is good for them to get outside and stretch their legs, especially after sitting still for such a long time. Remember to take breaks. Ah, they've added a bird as well. And minigames. Where should I go on my first adventure? Maybe I can go to see Mr. Boulder. I want to help Yozen and Koharu when they get in trouble. If I read lots of books, I can give them good advice. I can't wait to be a grown-up and go wherever I like. Then I'll travel all around the world. The Enclave would be a great place to play hide-and-seek, don't you think? We should play after school. There are many books. And scrolls, perhaps. And stones. And a microscope. This is the science geology table. The Eorzean diet largely consists of popotos rather than rice. I don't know if that's necessarily true. Even more mini-games, and a chocobo plushie. And a globe. A star globe, by the looks of things. And more scroll. And more book. And a map of Eorzea. And the world in general. I forgot for a moment that the name of the world is not Eorzea, even though I just saw the dialogue referring to Eorzea as a different place. Oh, I suppose that's true. I was just thinking of like wheat and bread and whatnot as an equivalent to rice rather than potatoes. Or popotos. Anyway. That's probably a more modern comparison, I suppose. Hosen mentioned that the students have something they would like us to see. May I ask what it is? Perhaps I should let the children explain. Look, up on the wall! What, the map? I mean, it's a cool map. I don't think that's what you mean. Oh, it is what you mean. Miss, I guess this name has been voiced as Flamine, so I guess that's how I should say it. Miss Flamine gave it to us when we left Revenant's Toll. It's so we don't forget Eorzea and all the adventures we had there. Okay, grain is pretty important historically, and potatoes are relatively recent. Interesting. Well, I mean, nothing says that the history of this world has to be that equivalent to the history of our own with regards to staple crops and whatnot. And so we don't forget Eorzea and all the adventures we had there. We asked some of the grown-ups to frame it and hang it on the wall. You like it too, don't you, miss? Yes, anything that tells us about the world beyond our borders is welcome here. And it brings me great relief to know that there are those in Eorzea who would go out of their way to aid Domans like us. But surely such a large and meticulously crafted map is worth a substantial amount of gil. There must be some way we can repay your friend. Well, she said she didn't need it anymore. We still thanked her, though. Have you never seen a map like this before, miss? Lots of people have them in Revenant's Toll. Big ones, small ones, all sorts. I must admit, this is the first time I've seen one of this sort. Until recently, we had few chances to lay our eyes on anything Eorzean. We can show you all kinds of treasures. There's one for making small things look bigger and another for reading the stars. And I've got a chocobo, well, a stuffed toy anyway. They're big birds you can ride like horses. Hey miss, do you see the big desert on the map? That's where Ul'dah is, and Revenant's Toll is next to it. Maybe one day we could travel to lots of new places like Sucro. We can explore the lands under those white clouds. Maybe in one future part of this video game we might know what's under those clouds. Maybe. It sounds like I could stand to learn a few things from you, my dears. You and the other former refugees have much and more to share with the rest of Doma. Perhaps we should compile your experiences in a tome. Minazuki was not exaggerating when she told me how well the children had taken to the new Risai Juku. It is another sign that life is returning to the way it was prior to the occupation. Even with the Empire driven from this land, we must remain vigilant to problems within and without our borders. Which reminds me, the Shazenkai has received another proposal. A number of Domans, who were once conscripted into the Garlean forces, have banded together to patrol the Enclave, to keep the area free from trouble. They wish to establish their own barracks by the Kiankan. My comrades and I agree that this is indeed a worthwhile endeavor, and shall be channeling funds toward its development. Please come to the Shazenkai if you would like to know more. Yeah, I don't think I ever completed the school in the Enclave on my other character. So this is new for me, I believe. Risai Juku is now complete, and Kozakura has already begun preparations for the Enclave barracks. Kozakura. I accidentally rolled the R there. Sometimes you accidentally roll an R, just like you mash roll in Dark Souls. That's exactly how it works, in fact. Rrr. Rolling R's is too fun, is also a thing. At least for me. It was part of some voice acting that I have done previously. For a character. Maybe. Biodoma 3, by the way. On behalf of the Shazenkai, Sucro, I thank you for your support. Nod. The basic foundations for the barracks are already in place, and construction is progressing well. The day it is completed cannot come soon enough. Mauto is in charge. He's most likely standing outside trying to look stern. Would you be so good as to see if he needs any assistance? You got it.
I'm going to do my best to roll my R's, everyone. I'm going to do it. Counting down, 3, 2, 1, R.
Well done, Callie. Callie, you're broken a little bit. It's time for behind the scenes action. No redeems will work in this zone. Let's see if I remember how to solve this issue here. Okay, so the images for Callie talking and not talking are moving in two separate ways. Normally they should be lined up, but they've arbitrarily desynced for no reason. So I think I did that in one try, more or less.
It's time to talk.
Much closer, at least. Hooray. Sometimes that takes a lot of... That caught me off guard. Sometimes it takes a lot of, Sometimes it takes a lot of tries to make two moving GIFs line up reasonably. It's sort of like trying to capture a GIF that loops perfectly. Somebody has purchased a capybara. Except I seem to have a weird ability to accidentally capture GIFs perfectly more often.
What's a pirate's favorite letter?
C. Because that's what they sail on, right? I mean, obviously. Oh yes, good point. Thank you. Also, hello and welcome. Would somebody open the door, please? I could swear I heard a voice. Construction at the barracks is going smoothly. Greetings, you are Sukro, correct? Kozakura has told me all about you. The two of us are childhood friends, and she keeps me informed on the activities of the Shazenkai. I am Mauto, head of the Enclave Guard. As you can see, we are in the midst of constructing our new base of operations. It will be used primarily as a place to train when we are not on duty. I'm glad that they included a Lupin in this whole Enclave storyline. Our patrols help to ensure that no roaming beasts make their way inside. We also inspect various areas of the Enclave, identifying places where accidents might occur. Although, with all the building work, practically everywhere contains a hazard of some sort. Mauto, can we have a word? Very well, provided you keep it brief. We were wondering, when are we supposed to change shifts? I thought I made this clear, every half a bell. Ah, in that case we have some apologizing to do. Is there any sort of timekeeping mechanism in the Enclave? Perhaps I should revise the schedule. How do you measure half a bell anyway? Until recently, Hakuro and his troops patrolled the Enclave. Now they've been asked to forego that in order to deal with more urgent concerns. After all, their role is to protect the whole of Doma, not just the Enclave. As such, we citizens must find a means to protect ourselves. That is our reason for forming the Enclave Guard. Most of our members were forced to serve the Empire during the occupation, so they were glad to finally have the opportunity to do something for Doma's sake. Being conscripted soldiers, they were given some degree of training. They would have been used as little more than cannon fodder in the event of actual combat, though, but at least they were worthy of being chosen. Questioning head tilt? You see, I am not the biggest of Lupin, and I've always suffered from a weakness in the legs. Normally, being small and light makes one nimble, but not in my case. It did mean, however, that I was spared from conscription. Not that being left behind was much easier. Most of my friends were taken away, while I was powerless to help them. Part of me was glad that I could stay here, which made me realize that deep down I was not but a coward. Oh no. One thing I gained, perhaps the only thing, was an unrivaled knowledge of the nooks and crannies of the Enclave. All that scurrying around trying to avoid the Garleans meant I knew all of the best hiding places. With the Imperials gone, I started showing these spots to the Doman soldiers on patrol, and before long they'd put me in charge of the Enclave Guard. We're only a group of volunteers, but it is a great honor. Now that I'm finally able to make myself useful, I want to do everything in my power to repay the trust they have shown me, and your donations will not go to waste, I promise. Construction of the Enclave Barracks is underway as a dedicated collective of citizens patrols the streets. As you continue to contribute to the Shazenkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change? Seems like a lot of effort for a bunch of volunteer guards, but we have our orders. I hear squats cure baldness. If not, I could always buy a wig, said that guy. By the way, for the record, with the controller issues that I've been having a little bit, it doesn't seem to be happening for any other game, just this one. So I don't know what the deal is exactly. Okay, that's all for this week for the Shazenkai, for the Doman Enclave. I would like to go to Sucro's apartment for one moment. In order to demonstrate why okay, this map is considerably smaller and is only depicting Eorzea. Okay, so the map in there was actually, like, really cool, and not just kind of cool. Fair enough. But this book, though, they don't have any books approaching this much book. This unnecessarily large book. Well, maybe it's necessary for one reason or another. Oh, there's a big map you can get? I don't know where I would put it. Yeah, okay, maybe it is necessary. For one, the larger text makes it easier to see for those who have difficulty with seeing and, like, reading text easily. But also, it probably contains a lot of magic power, and having more surface area makes sense for that. You bought that from your apartment lobby? Huh. Well, housing. Indoor furnishings. No, that's not it. Preview, indoor furnishings. Can I still... Yes, I can still do this, even though I have maximum furniture. By the way, cool bookshelf map. There's a map table. There's a star map. There's an Eorzean map. Oh, there it is. Well, no, this is different. This is a map of the Enclave and just the Enclave. Oh, interesting. Heidelin as we know her. It does seem to be the case. There is no room in here for anything of this nature. Okay. Yeah, that is basic. That is the map. It's not the same size as the one in the school. But it is the map. I could put it up there. Here is the map. Where do you wish to go? A map of Hydaelyn is drawn by a Baldessian cartographer. The unknown regions are obscured by billowing clouds. Neat. I didn't know that was a furniture item. Yeah. You know, I've never tried to check the map inside of an apartment before. I don't think. This is kind of funny. Welcome to the square. It's kind of a rectangle, but we're going to call it the square because we can call a square a circle, so there are no rules anymore. Hey. Hey, at least there's some birds in the mysterious clouds. The Garlean Empire. I presume some of this is going to get uncovered as I continue in the game, maybe? Or maybe they've already uncovered all the stuff that's in, like, Endwalker, because, like, Radzet Han is this right here, I think. And then, well, that's authored in Hingashi. Just some floating islands up here, I guess. I don't think that's Az's Law, so that's something else. There's Garlemald. There's old Charlotte. Okay, yeah, all the stuff that's in the actual game is already uncovered because this is old Charlayan. I didn't notice this down here. Neat. What is this? Something C, probably. Or, oh, Siren Song C. That's a dungeon. I can't really tell what that says. And over here, there's some words. In the Glass Ocean. I am okay at reading Eorzean font, or Final Fantasy XIV font, I guess. Anyway. It's time to resume the actual story that we're... Well, the actual main story. Well, the main story. There's nothing that's not actual about the Doman Enclave. It's real. It's there. It's time to head to the Ocular. Our quest, return to Yulmore. I'm sure that everything will be fine. Spoilers. It won't be fine. Okay, the chat cover is up. I saw someone emote and briefly, like, panicked for, like, 0.25 seconds or so. I do have business with the Crystal Exarch according to the quest indicator. Oh yeah, I didn't say what happened last time. Last time we went back to Amarang and defeated the Light Warden there, and, Reen is here now. She is no longer Minfilia.
May I assume you've had your fill of rest?
Also, they just let Emmett Sulk be here, and he made a face that I can't really identify. It's probably a face of, heh, everything is going according to plan, or something like that. I've rested enough, I suppose.
That is well. Now that we are all present, let us speak of our plan.
Oh, another thing that happened last time is that glass started breaking. And that was scary. Like, Sucro there's too much light. We are holding too much light ether from the Light Wardens. And something is making glass shattering sounds and making Sucro have a lot of pain, and it's not good. That's fair.
Thus far, we have vanquished 4 Light Wardens, restoring night to much of Norvrant. Only one remains, that of Kholusia. And with Reen to guide us, I am certain we will find it.
It's interesting to me that I forgot that that her name was pronounced Reen and not Ryan. But I'm going to do my best to remember now. Nod.
We're so close now. If we can just take care of this one last warden, we'll rob the Sin Eaters of their final foothold and drive them out of Norvrant once and for all. It will be a new beginning for the First. A chance for the people to rebuild their world.
In short, a prize worth fighting for.
And in thus delivering the First from destruction, so too shall we unsow the seeds of the 8th Umbral Calamity.
Fuck you, unsows your seeds. Of the 8th Umbral Calamity. Says Urianger to Emmet Selk.
Do you hear? Your dreamed of rejoining is in jeopardy. Are you sure you're not tempted to intervene?
And then after Urianger says that, Y'shtola turns to Emmet Selk and says, "Are you sure you don't want to 1v1 me? I'll kick your ass."
You labor under the misapprehension that vanquishing the Sin Eaters is tantamount to saving the world. It is not. In truth, you only delay the inevitable, lengthening your fleeting lives by the smallest of margins.
Well, to you, anything appears to be the smallest of margins, Mr. Immortal Face. So, you know. Rip to you, but I'm different indeed. That's basically what Emmet Selk's entire attitude is.
Close as we've become.
Actually.
Foolish and misguided though you are not without charm.
Emmet Selk is always saying rip to you, but I'm different.
Each and every one of you is possessed of a noble heart. When the weak
Or that.
want for succor, you do not hesitate to provide it.
If you had to 1v1 Y'shtola, seeing as that she is a well, not a conjurer, a thaumaturge slash black mage, she does have a lot of cast times, so depending on whether or not Y'shtola is the sort of black mage who refuses to move out of her ley lines, she might be not too difficult to defeat in some way. Especially if you could see AoE markers for where she's firing spells. Until she decides to do a cutscene limit break and just kill you or whatever. She could probably do that. She probably can just do a Xenos action if she wants to. I don't know what level triple cast is at, so who can say?
Alas, your nobility is short-sighted. You think only of the problem in front of your nose.
Yeah, that'd probably happen.
A limitation of your ephemeral existence.
Our lives may seem short and insignificant to the likes of you, but one does not need to be an eternal being to achieve lasting change.
If I may stop you there, I do not claim that we Ascians are special. That is another misconception. In the beginning, everyone lived nigh for eternity. Such was the natural order of things. But like so much else, this was taken from you.
That's interesting information, I suppose.
You won't object if I borrow your plaything?
What does that mean? Also, Emmett Selk displaying actual emotion now. Occasionally. Oh, that. You won't object if I borrow your PowerPoint presentation machine. I don't know why I insist.
In the distant past, when the world was one and whole, a great calamity threatened all life.
Yeah, the projector. I don't know why I insist on calling everything like this a PowerPoint presentation, even though this is relatively, most likely, considerably more advanced than a PowerPoint presentation. I think it's because there were things that were very similar to like slideshows, and it's also just really funny to imagine characters just giving a PowerPoint presentation to anyone. And yeah, PowerPoint does have some power. I think the aux cord is usually for music, but anyway.
It began without warning. The very laws of the star were warped and broken, and chaos swiftly spread throughout the land.
I wonder why this happened, if there was a
Faced
reason.
with annihilation, we sought to imbue the star with its own will. Thus was Zodiac born, and by his power was order restored.
You know, if we don't already find out why that happened in Endwalker or something, that feels like a far future eventual goal. Or adversary, but it might be an Endwalker. I have no idea. Don't tell me.
Ere long, however, thankless fools began to fear that Zodiac's might was too great, and so they conjured another to keep him in check. Your own dear Hydaelyn.
This is also a nice recap from Emmett Selk about stuff that we learned.
And the two beings waged war until, with a single devastating blow, Hydaelyn unmade Zodiac, scattering his being across space and time. So you told us in the Katana Ravel.
Stola has no patience for this presentation.
Yes, yes. And there began our woes, with Hydaelyn's blow and all that it wrought. As a counterbalance to Zodiac, Hydaelyn was created with the power to enervate her foe. This singular ability strikes not at such banal things as flesh, but everything that defines the target, diluting its existence. For example, were she to strike you, two individuals, identical in appearance yet reduced in all respects. Strength, intelligence, the soul itself, all is halved. Do you see? This self-same fate befell not only Zodiac, but the very star. Only 3 were fortunate enough to escape the Sundering, me being one of them.
That does sound difficult. You would have to make some very small houses. And yeah, the light as like a power of stillness seems to be something that we're learning about in Shadowbringers.
When I beheld the shattered remnants of our home, I knew deepest despair. The inhabitants of these 14 fragments were feeble, frail and foolish, oblivious to their imperfection, ignorant of their past. Malformed creatures thrashing blindly about. Pitiful. Disturbing. Depressing.
For some reason, I felt compelled to pause there and count the number of reflections, even though he said in the same text box the number. Just to, like, double check, I guess.
So, we took it upon ourselves to rejoin the worlds. But in our eagerness and, I confess, our ignorance, we erred and made a useless void of the 13th. It was only afterwards that we discovered a connection twixt source and shard. A flow of energy that maintains elemental balance. And thus did we arrive at our time-honored modus operandi.
If there was a 15th one, that would be kind of funny. And there's got to be some way they could...
From a purely Asian standpoint, it could be said that what you seek to do is only logical.
There's got to be some way they can, like, get around missing one of the shards. Or that. They might be willing to, like, hey, 13 out of 14 ain't bad. They might be willing to say that. They might have plans to make up for the void.
Immeasurable destruction wrought with each rejoining. You have murdered millions, and this we cannot condone.
By your fragmented existence, you continue to give rise to tragedies far crueler than any calamity. But yes, moral relativism and all that. Case in point. I do not consider you to be truly alive, ergo, I will not be guilty of murder if I kill you.
Here's this line. This line is in this game. This line is known. I think this is a relatively well-known line of Emet-Selch, maybe? Yeah. And he delivers it so casually and quickly with no, like, weight to the words.
Oh, don't look at me like that. You for whom I have only the highest expectations.
Which in its own way adds weight to those words, doesn't it?
A vaunted hero of the Source, 7 times rejoined.
What do you mean 714 isn't half? That is half. Are you saying Emet-Selch doesn't know what math is? I think it's fair to not forgive Emet-Selch. I don't think he should be forgiven.
Long have I awaited one who might brave a path of lesser tragedy. A resilient soul able to endure the necessary pain. I dare to hope that my wait is over. So, finish your task and slay the Light Warden. Make proof of your usefulness, and then we may speak again.
Do you think if more of the worlds had been rejoined that you would be better at math?
Forgive me, my lord, but this could not wait.
Or do you think that's unrelated? I joke, of course.
Speak freely, Captain.
Math is difficult.
Our informant in Kholusia sends word of unusual activity in Yulmore. It appears their forces are entrenching themselves at key points throughout the city, making ready for an attack by all indications.
That makes sense to me if all of the Light Wardens are gone except the one in Kholusia. It makes sense that Yulmore would go into defense mode.
An intriguing use of resources. I rather doubt Lord Vorthry is concerned for the safety of his citizens.
Yeah, he's probably concerned for the safety of himself.
You think he's harboring the Light Warden inside the city walls? Even if he does have some means of controlling the Sin Eaters, wouldn't that be a little risky?
Hey, you know what else controls other Sin Eaters? Light Wardens. Just saying.
Risky or not, if there is even a chance the Warden is hiding there, we will need to act fast. The longer we wait, the better prepared the Yulmorans will be.
Agreed. See to your preparations then and make for kholusia. God's willing, this hunt will be the last. Let us see it through to the end.
This has reminded me that I recently watched someone speedrunning Final Fantasy VI.
Right. There we may assess the situation in Yulmore and decide how best to proceed.
And a speedrun of Final Fantasy VI that uses glitches is really funny once it gets to the World of Ruin. To summarize it quickly, you break reality by going through a door and traveling in time, causing door slamming sounds to repeatedly happen as you wander about the world of balance that you're not supposed to be in. Eventually, you talk to Sabin, and he's like, I'm gonna hold up this burning house while you save the people inside. Or the person inside? Or whatever. And then that timer starts. And then you leave, and you go to Kefka's tower, and you glitch around to quickly complete Kefka's tower. And then the householding timer runs out in the middle of the pre-fight cutscene for Kefka. And so when the fight starts, it's just Sabin against Kefka, and then the fight immediately ends, and you win the game. And this has been framed as Sabin drops the house on Kefka, killing him instantly. And for some reason, this reminded me of that, probably because I learned about this like yesterday. It's really good. And the reason that this happens is apparently the Kefka fight is coded so that if the fight ends in any way other than a non-standard, or in any way other than a standard, like, game over, it counts as a victory. So yeah, that's not even going into the sketch glitch, which I don't know enough about to explain other than it can destroy the cartridge. Be very careful when you paint. I'm telling this to Alphino, actually. Alphino, be very careful when you paint. Historically speaking, painting in Final Fantasy and sketching has been dangerous to the fabric of reality on occasion. Imagine, yet don't try to make art that exists as what, I don't know exactly how that works. Confuse Cyan by polymorphing and killing him, and then he starts counterattacking every attack in the battle, including his own counters. Oh yeah. I think I remember hearing about that one. Imagine if they added a Pictomancer class, and then they made Alphino that, and then it had references to the sketch glitch in the class moveset somehow. They would never do this. Anyway. They would never do the intentional glitch references in the moveset part. They would maybe reference it somewhere. Paint things that don't have a visible form. I misread that. By the way, speaking of things that Square Enix does, did you all see the Nintendo Direct today? They're remaking Super Mario RPG. I basically lost my mind when that happened. Did you know that I like Super Mario RPG? Points directly at Sucro's name. I think it might be clear. I made a note of the sound that I made.
A map is as precise as the moms walked in her making, yet I fear these feet have but far too few between them. May she serve faithfully any who would employ her for good, and shun all who would fill her borders with blood. 12. See the steps taken by those who heed her humble guidance. ensure her legacy endures.
That's a really cool little speech to have on that map. I took a note somewhere. So instead of recording my reactions to the direct or making 1,000 tweets about it, I just took notes and then posted the notes. And my notes for Mario RPG are just smashing the keyboard and then saying that, and then describing the noise that I made, which I will attempt to reproduce. It was something like, and then a lot of rapid clapping because I'm ridiculous. Did you know that I like Super Mario RPG? I made that noise before they even revealed the part where it was a remake. Just seeing the intro to Super Mario RPG regular was enough. And yeah, there's also a new Dragon Quest Monsters, which is also really cool. In conclusion, put Culex in Final Fantasy XIV, please. Anyway. We've not spoken for a while, have we? Not since the aftermath of the Eater's attack. Oh, right. Wait, there's one other thing. I also had to make an illustration before the stream. The stream was a little late because I had to draw myself pogging to adequately explain my reaction to Super Mario RPG Remake with the original composer returning and everything. So, also as soon as I drew the eyes and the nose and the mouth, I just started laughing while drawing this picture. Anyway. We've not spoken for a while, have we? Not since the aftermath of the Eater's attack. Rest assured I am fully recovered, and will do my utmost to support you and your fellow warriors of darkness. I haven't made that pog an emote, but it is square dimensions, so I could actually just do that. If I wanted to, by the way. I don't have enough emote slots. It would be very helpful if you're not already following or subscribed, if you would all consider doing so, because then I could have more ridiculous emotes. Like the 3D triangle one, or whatever. That's the best I have to offer as an incentive for doing that. Rest assured I am fully recovered and will do my utmost to support you and your fellow warriors of darkness. Oh, you're in on that now. I forgot that Lena knew that at this point. Hey, Immaculate, I heard you hate banter. Yes, did my lesson provoke thought, giving rise to further questions? 3 of you escaped the sundering, but what of those who didn't? Why, their very beings were divided into 14, of course. Yet by our power, we unsundered Asians may rise up one of their fragments to their original office. You know, that's also true. She did walk into the meeting. But I suppose this in itself bears explaining. So, the names by which you know us are not, in fact, our names. Be it Elidibus or Lahabrea or Igayorm, all are titles of office. And when an office is vacated, it may be filled by another. Key Asian lore information just in this optional conversation. Fascinating. Though this point may be reiterated at some later point, I am unsure. Over the eons, I have overseen several changings of the guard among our sundered brethren. And in such instances, the vacant title ordinarily goes to another fragment of the selfsame soul. While it is by no means impossible to raise up wholly unrelated individuals, 'tis we whose fervent entreaties brought forth Lord Zodiark, whose souls he claimed in the beginning, who make the truest servants. So if we were to defeat all the Asians of the Source, or what is your true name then? I don't feel like Immaculate would willingly volunteer this information. But if we were to defeat all of the Asians, then none would remain to raise up new Asians, and our kind would eventually fade from existence. You would like that, wouldn't you? Well, feel free to dream. 'Tis no crime to do so. Well, what if I choose the other? What if I ask about your true name? There may come a day when I reveal my true name to you, but this is not it. Of course, you may well die none the wiser, but life is full of such disappointments. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Your condition is unchanged? Good. If you can but hold out until the end of the coming battle, I am confident that we will find a remedy for your affliction. Exarch, my affliction is like... There is way too much light ether and I am shattering like glass. I don't know if you can just find a remedy for that. I think there might be... I think that might be difficult to find a remedy for, truthfully. Yeah, he did. It was in a little optional side conversation. He explained that the Ascian names that we know are actually their titles of office. I'm not sure if that point gets mentioned again later, but it's fascinating that it's just in that side conversation you can skip. It's very cool. This aura, what could it be? I think I actually forgot that detail. Ah, geez. Good thing Mordsuk gets shipments of everything somehow. Reen seems to be detecting something. There you are, Sucro. The others have gone ahead to reconnoiter Gate Town. We are to follow shortly. It has been a while, has it not, since the two of us infiltrated Yulmore? Since we faced Lord Vothri, and I felt such fury as I've never felt before. His actions are unconscionable, of course, and any abhorrence I felt for him entirely justified. Yet mingled with my rage there was something else. At first I was unsure what it was, but in the course of our struggles I found the answer. In Vothri's self-righteousness, in his absolute belief that he and he alone is the cure to the world's ills, I saw a reflection of myself, and it brought the memories of all my past follies flooding back. Oof. He is the vainglorious, ignorant fool I once was, and having shared in his affliction, I feel duty-bound to open his eyes to the truth. Whether he will accept it with the good grace I did is another question. Smile. What is it, Reen? Do you sense the Light Warden? I'm not sure. The aura is different. Perhaps if we were a little closer. Nod. 'Tis time we were on our way in any case. Let us join our comrades in Gate Town. Sucro, as a precaution, may I ask that you go first to ensure that the path is clear? The closer we are to Yulmore, the more I worry that Reen may be recognized. If you see any prying eyes along the way, pray encourage their owners to look elsewhere. It's fine. Her hair and her eyes are different, and depending on the specific video game that we're in, sometimes that's enough to make someone completely unrecognizable to the average random character person. Also, I could give her those disguise glasses that I have, that I used for Heavensward. That would help. Probably. Nod. Sucro does not know that she is in a video game. That was not canonical Sucro dialogue. As I am now, I don't think people will recognize me as the Oracle, but Thancred did always warn against taking unnecessary risks. Okay, Reen is actually saying the same thing. Okay. Maybe people won't recognize her hair and eyes. Go on, Sucro, we will follow anon. Given how well known the Oracle is for specifically the hair and eyes, though, I guess that makes perfect sense. Like, what we've heard about the Oracle is that there's always someone born with, like, golden hair and bright blue eyes or whatever. And her eyes are blue, but they're not the same kind of blue anymore. They're not completely blue. They're like more average eyes, I would say. And that's true. People might not have seen Reen that often because she was probably locked up most of the time. So only like Ranjit and like probably Vothri, I guess, and anyone else closely involved with like taking care of her. Okay, actually, this isn't nearly as silly as I thought. Reen is pretty much unrecognizable to most. Maybe the outfit too? Maybe the outfit is associated with the Oracle in some way, actually. I'm not sure. Before we go to Yulmore, I will be right back. Don't forget to take breaks. Set that Wii remote down on that table and open the window. Hello, I am here. Once again. I'm realizing there's some Sucro-related art that I did that I don't think I showed on the stream at any point. So here's a funny little Sucro. Hello, Sucro. You're on the screen 4 times right now. 5 times, even. And then there's also this sprite edit that I did. Super Sucro cart. I think they should put Sucro in Mario Kart. I don't know why they would. Also, I guess I would maybe... that would maybe be stealing my character? Question mark? I'm not sure. Someone is here with a merry band of followers. A duck, a fairy, and a chocobo. Anyway. It is time to go to Yulmore. Yulmore is entering a defensive mode in preparation for us attacking them. Which is what we're doing, I guess. That's true. Catgirl isn't a copyrighted concept, and I can file off the serial numbers. But here's the dilemma. If you make if I make a version of Sucro that is not associated with Final Fantasy XIV, is her name Crow? Is her name Sue? And then her last name is Crow? Which of those 2 options? It's something I can never decide. Delirious Youth. Voth, You hail the civilian, but he does not respond and continues his incoherent rambling. I'm sure that's... normal? By the way, it might be a little bit difficult to tell on the UI, but you might notice that I'm very close to level 90. That's just something I forgot to mention. It seems like things in Yulmore aren't good. Surprising nobody. Yulmore has never been good. Well, I mean, maybe really a really long time ago was a little, it was kind of okay. The Yulmore we know was never good. Lord Vothri. Lord Vothri, we hear, we obey, ah! I don't know why I started reading that in like a really completely incorrect tone. Oh, well. So, one of them just died. Okay, they both died, or like disappeared at least. I thought like one of them just got completely vaporized and the other one was merely wounded. Yeah, that's one way to phrase it. An accurate way to phrase it. Maybe underselling it a little bit. I've apparently chosen to walk, rather than ride my motorcycle. Euphoric Youth. Long live Lord Vothri! Long live Lord Vothri! Long live, live. I didn't speak to the first person. You might also notice that there's an entire, more than half of kholusia that we've never looked at. That might be relevant at some point. That's probably meaningful. What's up, fearful man? What's happening? What's wrong with everyone? This music doesn't mean good things either. Our mission hath begun on a strange note. Ah, good of you to join us. I was debating whether to warn you, but it's too late now. I take it you noticed the people behaving strangely along the path. It's more of the same here. Oh, is that a trend? Oh yeah, that's true. We did do the second half of Amarang. Not yesterday, but a week ago. Yesterday in the sense that it was the previous stream. But wow, time is fake, huh? It does make grinding fates difficult. That's true. Yesterday for Sucro. Fair enough. I take it you notice the people behaving strangely along the path? It's more of the same here. Ashtola and Alize are investigating as we speak. Let's wait and see what they have to say. A feast of lies. Hooray? Well, this music never means anything good either. All of the music that doesn't mean anything good is happening.
Strange. Passing strange. By their behavior, we may safely assume that they are under Vorthri's mind control. Yet the extent of the effect seemeth to vary dramatically between subjects. It is far too pronounced to be attributed simply to the vagaries of innate magical resistance.
Curiouser and curiouser. We met with no trouble en route. My thanks for securing the way.
Nod.
But given the state of the townsfolk, I see we were never in any danger of being recognized.
Yeah, that is kind of funny, maybe. 4-3's mind control. It just exists. We do know about it.
What can you tell us from here?
I sense a powerful eater in the uppermost reaches of the city. But there's something different about it. Its light is impure.
What does that mean?
We need to get closer.
Oh, so that one's Alphino. Well, unless you're triplets.
Kaishir, what are you doing here?
While I was scouting the area, I noticed a suspicious figure skulking about. So I accosted him, only to have him call me Alphino. I thought it best to bring him along.
You see, that informant who's been feeding secrets to the Crystarium, it's me. See, after you saved my life in Yulmore, I thought about going somewhere far away, but I couldn't just leave. Not without paying you back.
Heck yeah, Kaishir.
So I decided to stay here, keep an eye on things. And whenever I spotted something strange, I shared it with your friends.
It's just a running joke that people keep mixing them up.
That took no small amount of courage. Well done.
I assume you saw what happened here.
Nod.
Right, so an airship flew in a bit ago, and not long after, Vorthri starts ranting and raving. You could hear him from all the way out here. Geezer was doing his nut, shouting and screaming
Can't say
like
that,
someone nicked his
Kaishir.
pie.
You can't say that. You can't say Geezer was doing his nut. You can't say that. That's illegal. You can't. Don't... you can't surprise me by saying that either. He would scream if someone stole his pie, though. I'm pretty sure that's just Vothri behavior.
'Tis like the airship bore the soldiers sent to thwart our efforts in Armorang.
So eventually the yelling dies down, and then this hot, sticky wind comes blowing through. Now that's when everyone went funny. No, everyone but me. Well, me and a couple of newcomers, though even they started mumbling about Vorthri after a while. Not as bad as the rest, mind you.
Newcomers.
There's something I need Reen to see. This was among the townfolk's food stores.
Remember meal?
Oh, that's just meal. Yulmore doles the stuff out.
No, it couldn't be. I know what it is.
Did you think meal wasn't anything?
It's Sin Eater. Meal is made out of Sin Eater.
Yup, it's... Yup. And people become Sin Eaters, so this is a Soylent Green situation. Yulmore might be kind of fucked up. Just saying. I don't know why I did the muffle for that. The muffling of my voice. Yulmore's kind of fucked up, basically. Yeah. Like, severely fucked up, in fact. Everyone is extremely surprised by this, understandably so.
So it is.
I'm guessing Y'shtola probably is capable of seeing the ether of this food. Okay, food in like the largest air quotes available. Y'shtola is probably capable of seeing the ether in the meal, I should say.
In limited quantities, it may have little effect on an average individual. Yet if one were to consume it regularly, over a period of several years, I suspect it would do far, far more than merely nourish the body.
Yeah, I agree. I will always agree with the statement, we need more Mikote ear motion. Regardless of anything else surrounding, well, okay, almost anything else surrounding the statement. It's important. There's a little bit more ear motion in male Mikote, at least for the player characters, I think. Maybe that'll be part of the graphical
That
update.
Vorthri wieldeth power over Sin Eaters is known. Could it be that those who partake of their flesh do thereby render themselves susceptible to his influence? It would serve to explain why the town's newer arrivals succumbed less quickly than those raised on a diet of meal.
He's been rounding up Sin Eaters and feeding them to people. Altering them mouthful by mouthful, all to stop them answering back.
Yes, it seems to be the case.
There are desperate souls out there killing themselves to escape turning. This is unforgivable. An atrocity.
Arguably more than one atrocity. Not even
These
really
Sin Eaters.
arguable.
What if they are not simply rounded up?
Oh yeah, remember how we heard about Ascension also?
Do you remember what we were told when first we came to the city?
It gets more fucked up, is the thing.
Many enter, but none leave.
Yeah, understandable reaction, Sucro.
Let us put an end to it. To this paradise built upon the bones of the poor.
Yep. Writers, subtext, cowards, etc. That, I guess so.
Vorthri's deeds are beyond justification. Beyond forgiveness. Evil.
Agreed, Alphino.
It's highly probable that the Light Warden is waiting for us somewhere in there, and I'm all for going after it. But our enemies know our faces. They know that we are coming, and they will not let us through without a fight. Like it or not, the time for stealth is past. Now, my friend, if you would be so good as to lead the charge.
That's what I do. I am the tank. You're also a tank, Thancred, but, still. Sucro has technically been a tank for... Okay, no, Thancred has been on the source for like 5 years, or on the first for like 5 years or whatever. I was going to say Sucro has technically been a tank for longer than Thancred has, but that's only true if you measure it in a certain way. My heart is gripped by an unshakable sense of foreboding. Let us proceed with all care. We are like to encounter Ranjit again. One can only hope he's still licking his wounds. Yet even without him, Yulmore is an eminently defensible city, as you doubtless gleaned during your visit. When last I set foot inside its walls, I almost mistook it for dear old Limsa, but it is full of unpleasant surprises, all of which is a long way of saying, be on your guard. The uppermost level of the city houses Valthry's chambers. He must keep the warden close. That Valthry should so brazenly exert his influence over the people bespeaks his desperation. He will not go quietly. Hello, we just learned that Mayol is made out of sin eaters, and sin eaters are made out of the poor. I mean, we knew that people became sin eaters, but we just put all of that information together after learning that Mayol is people, and, or learning that Mayol is sin eater. And now we know that Yulmore is, like, at least 500 times as fucked up as we initially thought, which was still, we initially thought it was pretty fucked up. I'm fine, Sucro, shaking with fury, but fine, let's go. Mayol is Sin Eater? Wicked white, we all scoffed the stuff without a second thought. I never got as near as much as the others, but, the bitter greens and bony fish I got by on don't seem so bad no more. I relate to that statement of being fine but just wanting to fucking murder someone. Specifically Valthry. What's happening? Okay, you're saying the same thing. Anyway, we've been instructed to lead the charge. When we step through the gates, we shall not find the place of hedonistic pleasure we remember, but a battlefield. If you are prepared for this, then let us sally forth. I mean, I have played Shadowbringers before, so I knew this the whole time, but still, I'm having that same reaction of time for murder.
I can feel it. A dark presence in my domain!
But Valthry, I have so much light aspected ether! Come on!
Ah! It's them! The villains who would sow chaos in my perfect paradise! Keep them away from me! I command you! Keep them away!
Yeah.
Long live Lord Valthry.
He would use his own people as shields.
Well, yeah.
This area is older than Gate Town. There are bound to be far more civilians under Valthry's control. But they do not act of their own free will, and we must not harm them.
As if we ever would.
It's fine, we just have to tell the dungeon master that we're doing non-lethal damage and nothing bad will happen.
Press on with Alphano. We'll hold off the civilians and join you as soon as we can.
It's fine, it's non-lethal damage, Soul Eater. Like I just said. Also, I feel like a similar but different concern is the fact that I'm playing as a paladin for this entire expansion. A very light aspected class with do no more than is necessary to subdue the civilians. A very light aspected class with moves with names like Royal Authority and Requiescat and Holy Spirit Atonement, Confiteor, Circle of Scorn. All names that sound somewhat Sin Eater-like. We're wasting time. Fine, we hold them here while the others press on. All right. Have care, you two, the rest of you with me.
May the 12 guide you.
Classic video game moment of their minds are not their own, remember? Avoid harming them whenever possible. Classic video game moment of the entire party presses forward, and slowly over time, some of them gradually stay behind to hold off the arriving forces so that you may continue until it is no one left but you. This happens like multiple times in this game alone. Granted, this game has a lot of game in it.
I fear.
There's no end to them. Hurry-Angé, would you care to make a stand? Gladly. Sucro, pray press on with the others while when the opportunity doth arise. The way is clear. Come on, you two. Confound it, more of them, and we were almost through. It's fine, don't worry. It's fine, I have clemency. I can heal myself. Right, my turn to make a heroic stand. As soon as there's a lull, push on. Besides, we were only doing like single enemy groups. Now, Sucro, into the tower. Just you take care, Alize. The jesters from before.
Clown.
It's them. It's Clown. Apologies, friends, but you've reached a dead end, and on this sorry track, there's no turning back. We've got a good life here, see, and we're not about to lose it, but fair is fair, we'll give you a good death. If you would fight us of your own volition, then we will not hold back.
Clown. 2 clown detected.
True. This one's a real side splitter. But at least you'll die laughing.
Break your funny bone.
Look. If you are a clown and one of your battle taunts is "I'll break your funny bone" in a voice that is supposed to be menacing, it is not menacing anymore.
You think this is funny?
No. I understand your theme, but no. Nothing about Yulmore is funny. Alphino's apparently poor healing skills are all the more reason to add Pictomancer and have him switch classes another time immediately. Ow, that hurts. Let us climb to the canopy. From there we will take the crown lift. Alphino, heal thyself, at least. Fine, I'll heal you.
Clown.
Hey. Oh, there we go. Actually, no, this isn't working. Weird. Okay. Sorry, Alphino, the gunshot sound wasn't working. I was distracted. Oh. Still more soldiers. Leave them to me and press on. You know, they could be. I'm not entirely sure that everything needs to be a reflection of something else or someone else. They could be completely unrelated. But I guess they are like the only red and blue duo of enemies that we know. Anyway, Ranjit is here and already transformed.
You will find my master in his chamber.
Thanks for the directions. Okay, bye. It is funny to think about. They were split into 14 different parts. Their poor sense of humor went to the first. So, Ranjit did not die when Thancred won that fight, as we know. And we did say
but
maybe he should
you
have.
Kill me this day, and you will not.
But on the other hand, I guess we get to kill Ranjit, and that's something? He had this scythe before. It's fine. When he uses his Legend of Dragoon transformation, he gets the scythe. Oh yeah, he's just harvesting grain, it's fine. Why do you go so far? Or you're one of his puppets too? Oh really? Cool. You are one of his puppets as well.
You may think me under his spell, but I uphold Lord Vorthry's ideals of my own volition.
You don't have to be under a spell to be his puppet. Yeah, he could probably summon 4 gods or whatever.
Man is an inherently flawed creature. In his vain pursuit of righteousness, he but sows the seeds of future conflict. Thus, have I chosen to place my hopes upon he who has transcended men, upon he who is unbound by the vagaries of conscience.
Sounds like a shit decision, idiot.
But enough talk. I am a soldier, and you are my enemy. Come, let us settle this once and for all.
I don't think Sucro is the sort of person who would say sounds like a shit decision, idiot, but it would be funny if she did. Alright, you. Ever since I submitted to my master's authority, I've been naught but a weapon. Sounds bad, in my opinion. Do you consider this good? Unceremonious beheading. Cartoon cycle. Thankful for that magic rotation portion of the paladin moveset, allowing me to do well at range in a way that happens to be well timed. I exist only to destroy, and destroy you I will. Right, this part. To be fair, all tanks have a ranged option to some degree, which is also useful here. Oh shit. Arm's length doesn't work for that. That's very rude. I don't know where I was supposed to go for that. However, you can use Clemency after Requiescat, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, Paladin, one of Paladin's unique traits is having the best ranged options of a tank presently. Which is cool. It's a cool little unique part of the class. It is time we settled this villain. Oops, wrong button. But that's fine. If you would pass me, you must endure all that I've learned on the battlefield, for I am a weapon forged in the fires of war. Okay, you're invincible now, I guess. Oh, I'm supposed to kill these. I didn't notice that they were targetable. Oops. You're also supposed to kill him at this point. Presumably. Goring Blade! Ah, there you are, my precious girls. So he lost family. Are you alright, Sucro? Goring Blade is a really cool, like, finisher move, if it is the last hit. I've seen people say that Goring Blade's animation is a little underwhelming for what it does now, but I think it works sometimes. That's maybe also possible. Are you alright, Sucro? Nod. The citizens appear to have calmed down for the moment. I can only assume Vothri is otherwise engaged. Let's get to the upper level while we can. Nod. I guess otherwise engaged is a way to, describe what's happening. Which is bad.
Lord Vothri! Your reign of tyranny is at an end!
Destroyed would have been the wrong emotional tone for sure. Yeah, that's... Remember the giant lion and also the Sin Eaters that looked like humanoid ladies? They seem to also be missing.
For too long you have preyed upon the desperation of the poor. Now you will answer for the suffering you have caused. And if you harbor even a shred of remorse, I beseech you to use your powers to redress the balance. For the future of all in Norvrant.
Speaking of the wrong emotional tone. Except this doesn't quite work right for some reason. So, you know, just imagine the gunshots. Here, hold on. Bang. Bang. Gunshot. Blam. Kapow. Okay, there we go. If it was just this plate of spaghetti, that would be very funny.
No, it can't be. This is wrong. It's wrong. The Warden, it's not just a Sin Eater. It's a man.
So hey, remember how I kept pointing out how Vothri has control of Sin Eaters? Yeah, it's Meal. Also, he can do this.
Remorse? For the future of all? What nonsense is this?
He can turn his head 360 degrees.
There is no justice but mine. No future but mine.
Yeah.
No will but mine.
Understandable to scream, I think.
It is preordained. I was born to deliver this wretched world. Me? Unseated? No, 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 no. It's impossible. Inconceivable. Absurd. I am a great and wise king.
Right.
Greatest and wisest.
No smiles for
reign
this.
From on high.
No smiles for Yulmore.
I will not be brought low by maggots like you! Ah! Oh, yes, of course. I can begin again. Rebuild my paradise. Once I finish my dinner.
He's just gonna eat the fork too.
Oh God, no. Stop him! Thancred, stop him!
By the way... So... Yeah... That other face that was on him was not just decoration either. Yeah, I did see that second face earlier. So, yeah.
Where did he go?
The reason Vothri has control over Sin Eaters is because he is the Light Warden. That might make it even more fucked up that he's eating all that meal, because... I don't know. It's super fucked up is the thing. It's difficult to get more fucked up than the most fucked up you can already be. What are we all looking at? Oh.
What in the heavens?
That in the heavens, Alphino.
Did Vothri do that?
Maybe. How will we get up there? I mean, obviously we have to go up there. Yeah?
That is Mount Gulg, the highest peak in Kholusia. It lies on the other side of a sheer cliff, and much as I wish it were otherwise, it is beyond our reach for now.
It's an even more high cliff now, or like the highest. It's cheating to be the highest peak when it's floating in the air and none of the other ones are. Hello and welcome. You may have missed a bunch of fucked up, disturbing revelations in the story if you just arrived. In short, the mail that the people in Yulmore have been eating is made out of Sin Eaters, which are in turn made out of people. The people who, quote, never leave Yulmore are turned into Sin Eaters and then mail, is the implication. Vothri is not just a guy, but is the Light Warden, so he is also a Sin Eater. We just saw him eating a whole bunch of mail and a fork, and then transforming, screaming really loudly, leaving and raising this mountain into the air. And the scream was like a monstrous shriek that stunned everyone. Also, he made the entire citizenry mind-controlled into trying to stop us from getting to him. Also, his head rotated 360 degrees. He did a weird speech. He had wings. The face that was like on his outfit lit up because it was actually part of him the whole time. It's difficult to summarize, but also, this specific text box here of "It is beyond our reach for now" reminded me of what I think is a very funny text box in Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 2. "Let me be frank, I have concluded that at present it is impossible for us to attack the moon." Thank you, Alfred. But that's also true for us, I suppose. The moon's later. But still.
But even if it weren't, there are people here who need our help.
That's true. We do need to help people.
Oh, Alphino.
Please. Even if it's only to tend to their wounds.
Well, of course. We can't do anything else right now. That seems like a thumbnail. I'll help too. You don't need my permission or be quick about it. I'll help too. I mean, of course I'll help. Of course, Alphino.
Thank you.
I don't know if it will work, but if Vorthri's hold over the people is rooted in light, I might be able to reverse its effects.
Yeah.
Will you let me try?
Absolutely, Reen.
Of course. We'd be grateful for any help you can provide.
Alize's got Vercure and Verraise. At least, at this point she should. We have reached the point in the level curve where Red Mage has their Resurrects.
Well then, if it's decided, let's all get to work.
Thancred's got Aurora. Thancred can help heal too. J'shtola might still know some of her conjury, though they took out cross-class skills, so maybe not. Urianger is an astrologian. Group nod. The only person who actually doesn't have any sort of class ability to heal others, like normally based on what their class is based on, would be Reen, but she has a special oracle of light powers that are different. Ah, yes. If you missed a few streams, the deal with Reen, formerly known as Minfilia, she's awakened her true powers and decided to continue living as her own person. And so the old Minfilia is completely gone. Like the Minfilia from Realm Reborn is now completely gone, and Reen is her new name. Thancred suggested the name and she liked it, so she decided to use it. I guess the Blackest Night is a Dark Knight option that can target others in some way. Hey! We have different music in Yulmore. Yulmore has been like liberated, question mark? Oh, we still can't use the Aetheryte though. RIP. Anyway. So Yulmore is was the Shadowbringers post-game hub city. And now you know how that's possible. Because Vothri goes away. Good news, Sucro. It would seem that Reen is indeed able to reverse the effects of Vothri's influence. Even as we speak, she tends to the afflicted in turn. The problem being there's no end to them. Yeah. Yeah, Yulmore is a city of hedonism, so I guess it makes sense for there to be roses everywhere, maybe. Because roses are like fancy, rich flower? I don't know. Yeah, we have to hack the Aetheryte, exactly. We're trying to provide what relief we can to those who are waiting, and would appreciate your help if you're willing. You can now attune with the Aetheryte in Yulmore. Okay, Thancred actually stole the password from Ranjit. It's fine. Swordfish. I did it. So here's some dream powder. We're administering it to the enthralled to keep them calm until they can receive proper attention. I would appreciate it if you could assist with this task. Urianger and Thancred trying to crack a password is funnier than Thancred having stolen it, I think. Now, those affected are scattered all over the city. I suggest starting your search of the derelicts and working your way up. When you are done, be sure to let Reen know. Okay, we missed one of the other Aetheryte that we're allowed to attune to. I'm probably gonna have to go that way anyway, so... Oh, wait a second. Okay, that's dialogue from when we were first here. Which is a little out of place now that we know what Mael's deal is. So that's weird, I guess. Enthralled citizenry, somewhere. I think I don't want to think about it, truthfully. Still having controller issues. I would say it's probably like neither of those things, because I don't want to think about either of those things being anywhere close to Sin Eater, which is people. Oh, Lord Vothra, you are my daily meal. No, you will... Developed at the crystalline mean, this alchemical powder swiftly induces slumber. Oh yeah, we used this earlier. Okay, maybe I won't be going over here for this quest, so I'll go attune to this. Yeah, it's neat that Dream Powder shows up again. My thanks again, Sucro. We will seek out the wounded and render what aid we can. To clarify something about the controller issues that I mentioned. It doesn't seem to be affecting any other game except for this one, which is weird. We're free, sure, but where do we go from here? Where is there to go? That's a good question. What's the matter with everyone? I feel like I've missed something. Calmet, have you just been reading this whole time? Sucro could probably relate to that a little bit. I know you. Oh yeah, this person. Speaking of recurring things. This person wants Lord Vothry to take away the pain. You're the kind soul who saved me from falling to my death. My mistress, she's been injured. Please help her. What is this? She's sleeping. A medicine to help her rest while she awaits treatment, you say? Oh, thank you so much. When she began acting strangely, I didn't know what to do. Speaking of recurring characters and elements, we specifically talked to that person before. When we were first here. Dang it. Controller, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why is this dead zone so broken for this game only? What's happening? I think I did that correctly. Am I gonna have to buy a new controller just because Final Fantasy XIV's being weird? Okay, good. Focus target still works. I have focus target on as like a macro on L3. I had to check it still worked because I think I accidentally moved the control stick a lot when pressing in that button and thought maybe it thought pressing left was actually L3 or something. Must stop trespassers sullying our paradise. Nope, you gotta take a nap. Where did you fly to, my sweet canary? Oh, it's you. And said canary has probably been turned into a sin eater and then male. There might be something causing lag and making the controller's pull rate uneven. Well, this up here says sending 0, sending 18, receiving 319. I don't know what these numbers mean that well, but I think there is still like lag issues from AT&T nonsense in this game to some degree. Something else causing the computer to lag locally. Some folk managed to escape the mind control, but were caught in the chaos. We'll make sure they receive treatment as well. Something... I don't know if the computer's doing anything weird locally. It doesn't look that unusual. What's running is Final Fantasy XIV, all the various streaming software, and like voice stuff and whatnot. The VTuber thing, BikuBot. But then there's also, like, apparently there's some sort of anti-malware thing happening. Steam, which isn't necessary for this. I do have a browser open because that's how the captions function. And it is a browser that does love to take up a lot of memory, I suppose. Why is Microsoft Edge open 5 times? What do you mean? No, it shouldn't be. I've never used that in my life. I doubt that's it, because that wasn't taking a huge chunk of resources or anything. But, like, still. Oh, I saw the strangest and most terrible creature flying toward Mount Gulg. Thank goodness that we're safe here under Lord Valthry's protection, and not out there with that frightful beast. Wait, has Mount Gulg always been flying, or...?
As a robotic cat buddy, I know a lot about computers. From my stored knowledge database I can easily deduce what the problem is. The answer is, I dunno.
Yeah. Yeah, ain't that exactly how computers work? Hey, the music here is using like the Crystarium leitmotif, actually. What happened? Oh, there you are, Sucro. I've just finished aiding this man. Now for the next one. More out in the derelicts and below, you say? So many of them. But Minfilia entrusted this power to me. I won't rest until I've helped everyone. I can bring the enthralled to you, or I'll go and see to the wounded. I don't know that I could reliably do this, so I'll say the second thing. I'm sure Alphino and Alize would appreciate the help. And should you find any other enthralled civilians, please see that they are brought to me. Okay, I guess that is the system that's in place. That was a choice where both of the things would have led to the same conclusions. Most likely.
You're going to be all right.
I think that's the last of them.
I mean, yeah, but I feel like it's especially obvious in that
We've done all we can
case.
for the wounded.
I helped.
As for the rest...
Everyone is confused by all of this.
Aren't you Alphino? The painter boy?
Julia Chai and Chai Nose are here. Remember them?
What in the world is going on? Did something happen to us?
We have to explain this somehow now. That's the most difficult part. Alphino, you're the diplomacy person.
Let me handle this.
Yeah, there you go. Go use your diplomacy. Nod. I believe in you, Alphino. You're good at explaining things and speeches and
Citizens
diplomacy.
of Yulmore, what I'm about to tell you will come as a shock. Indeed, you may be loath to believe it, but if you trust the evidence of your senses, it is my hope that you will listen and accept the truth, unpalatable though it may be. Vorthri is a sin eater. Everything he offered, everything he promised, was a lie.
That's all we get to see of the speech, I suppose. That's fair, I guess.
They're not taking it well, and who could blame them?
Are you saying we were Vorthri's puppets all this time?
Pretty much.
When you attacked us, you were not yourselves. That much is true. But your conduct prior to that moment was your own. Vorthri's unnatural charisma does not absolve you of all responsibility.
That's also true.
Of your own free will, you came to this city and gave yourselves over to its pleasures. And in the course of this, if you mistreated those less fortunate than you, then that too was of your own free will.
Yeah, I forgot that they added this part. I honestly might not have thought about this if Alphino didn't bring this up. But I'm glad that they mention it. And I don't know, maybe I would have thought about it. But I feel bad about the idea that I wouldn't have thought about it now. Like, I feel bad about how I might not have, I guess. But it's good that they bring it up. It's very important.
It is not for me to judge you, but for your victims. For history. For your conscience.
I mean, I wasn't thinking about this until Alphino mentioned it just now. I might have thought about it if they said, like, the opposite of it as well. I don't know. Maybe. Sometimes I just don't think of things, and I don't...
You have dreamed a twisted dream, but now you are awake.
I think not always thinking about things or thinking of things is probably not really a condemnation of someone. By which I mean I shouldn't, like... Not everything is always readily apparent to everybody. And there's nothing that you necessarily, like, should have to think of? I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Feel like I'm rambling at this point.
You may yet share this world of ours. Join with us and each other, that we might begin anew. We've lost so many already. We dare not lose any more.
I find that I often have some difficulty, like, thinking about media when I'm experiencing the media. Though I think in streaming games and stuff, that I think about them somewhat more because I do talk about what I'm doing and have discussions with viewers. Shoutouts to the viewers. Shoutouts to all of you in the audience for being cool. And having a lot of interesting thoughts about things.
I have said my piece. My thanks for giving me the chance. There is nothing more to be done here. Let us go after VFXIV.
Is there anything we can do to help? You risked your lives to bring us to our senses, and I, for one, hope to repay that debt. Begin anew, as you said.
Now this is a surprise for Alphino, I think. Immediately there are some...
has fled to Mount Gulg, and we mean to pursue him. Do any of you know the way?
Immediately there are some people who want to help. Honestly, the expression Alphino has right now says it all, I think. Or says a lot,
The only way
at
to
least.
Mount Gulg is over the Bright Cliff. Have you an airship?
We will contemplate flight only as a last resort. Were we to come under attack whilst airborne, we would have little hope of defending ourselves. If at all possible, we would prefer to travel by land. Is there a way?
Well, the ladder is the only way up and down the cliff, but it hasn't moved in a long time. In the old days, it was operated by the mining folk who lived at the top. After the flood, it saw less and less use, and when Lord VFXIV took control, it was abandoned altogether.
Yeah. Airships are... That's an accurate statement, I think.
So we somehow need to get the ladder working again.
It moves by means of a talos, if that's any help. But good luck repairing that.
We have repaired a Talos once before.
Talos? Did someone say Talos?
We did.
You know all about them, don't you, dearest? If anyone can get this lift moving, it's you.
Hey, remember how we heard about the people who, operated and, like, worked on the Talos and stuff over at the mines in Amarang and whatnot? The Mistel, specifically? Like, they mentioned that they were Mistel and all that?
Well, perhaps. But see here.
Oh, yes. If you want the golem restored, you may leave it to my husband.
Chynuz is one of the people who knows about Talos.
The heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, foremost makers of Talos, whose contracts include the renowned mining venture of Amarang.
That's what it was, the Daedalus Stoneworks. I forgot all the names and whatnot. The Chais are great.
Well, it's been years and years since I had anything to do with it. I can't just pick up a hammer and set to work.
You can't.
No, that's not what it's just...
Yeah. They do seem to genuinely love each other a lot. They're really good now that, like, Vothri's gone.
All right. I will take a look at the Talos. But beyond that, I make no promises. Those with strong backs, come with me. I'll need help dragging the damn thing out of the storehouse.
Well done, brother.
Alphino is still surprised. Yeah. Julia does a sad face and China's is like, well, don't want my wife making a sad face. Time to use my limit break or whatever. Level 3, do a lot of work on a Talos limit break. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I think my words are falling apart a little bit. As they do. Everyone is nodding. Crafter LB3, that's right.
Come, my friend. We have work to do.
This is another great example of, like, I think I mentioned it before, of, like, there seeming to be a running theme of, like, even when things seem really dire, there is hope. I think I mentioned something of that nature last time. There is always hope. There is always good. What if China's is a reflection of Godbird? There is like a low chance of that being anything close to true, but it would be funny though. And hey, here's the proper Yulmore is liberated music. I think that's correct. I think a reflection of Godbert would be Godbert. Inexplicably. Sid's reflection? That makes sense too. Wait, is this dog here? Oh, okay, that is a player character's dog. I thought that was just a naturally existing dog frolicking in the fountain, and I was about to, like, clap. But I'm gonna clap for the dog anyway. I could see that being the case for Godbert as well. But then I think if that were the case, then I think Julian, his wife, would also have to be. Because she is even more powerful than him in some ways. I don't think I can actually do much here, but this is like this was like the in-game hub, like, room. I don't think they're, yeah, it doesn't look like the vendors for the, for anything really exist at this moment. What's everyone have to say, though? I can't believe it. Lord Vothri was a Sin Eater this whole time. What that lad said, it made me think, you know? I did get up here through my cooking, but how much of that was skill and how much of it was luck at having shown up at the right time to be chosen? Of course you people are from the Crystarium. Couldn't just keep your mouth shut and leave us in peace, could you? What you don't understand is that we're all refugees here, and making myself worse off isn't gonna save this doomed world. Okay, so some people are still grumpy about it. Oh goodness me, it's as if I'm sober for the first time in years. Well, sober isn't quite the right word, but my mind certainly feels clearer. It is nice to hear, like, this isn't like you've restored the night or whatever, but it is the Yulmore music in a more cheerful way. My apologies, but I'm afraid I must turn you away at the moment. Okay, yeah. This music is embodying that there is still hope, and hope is being restored to the people. I think this person has different dialogue now, maybe? To tell you the truth, I originally hail from a poor fishing village nearby. I spent years learning to imitate the aristocracy, refining my mannerisms, cultivating my effusive demeanor, all that I might be permitted to enter Yulmore, and so I did. I'm afraid that I lost something of myself along the way, however. I didn't even realize that I was in the grip of some strange power until after I was released from it, as if waking from a dream. Now I'm relearning who I am, while still fulfilling my duties, of course. This is the canopy, the towering boughs of Yulmore, the upper floor in layman's terms. Here the wealthy citizens of the city eat, drink, and otherwise indulge to excess, though it is my hope that this too will change in time. Even like the guide NPC has different dialogue now. That's a nice touch. I never thought to check that. I probably didn't talk to most of these people. I heard the young man's speech from out here. To think that the free citizens would cooperate with the Sin Eaters of all things. What was it that I've been protecting all of this time? Something about you seems so very... No, it can't be. As if I could have possibly seen my future business partner and it... You're Rowena. Oh no. What a preposterous thing that would be. I do know from, like, seeing patch notes and the pictures that they post in them that there is an alt universe. There's a reflection of Geralt as well, I'm pretty sure. And both of them are involved with, like, the most recent Relic Weapon storylines, I would imagine. That's all I really know. I imagine that is why that NPC is standing there. I don't remember if she was there, like, before. The ladder is situated to the north and west of Right. Let us make our way there, Sucro. Oh, the relic the crafting relics. I was thinking the Mandervillian weapons involved them. I might have been mistaken then. I guess that would merely make sense. Presumably, Godbert is involved with those. Where am I to go? Ah. That makes sense. Is Kholusia's music still the same? Yes, yes it is. This seems like a reasonable time to be right back once again. Hello, I am here again. I need to figure out more sucro facts at some point. How many do we have? Properties. There's only 42 sucro facts. I need like 200 sucro facts. But how does one decide upon facts? There can never be enough sucro facts. Sucro doesn't know what a video game is. Probably. No, actually, she's played an Easter event in this game. She knows one video game. Sucro would be excited about that, though. I think eventually Sucro would have to, words. Taking a break didn't restore my capacity to speak. At some point, Sucro may have to exist outside of the context of Final Fantasy XIV, as mentioned earlier, with the serial numbers filed off, as it were. So I suppose Sucro facts could be anything. Sucro's favorite wildlife encounter, and her greatest kitchen disaster. I have no idea what Sucro's cooking proficiency is. I'm going to say that Sucro is probably like an average, or at least like pretty alright cook, or she doesn't really know that much about cooking. She's definitely not got bad at cooking anime character trope, because that is like a trope that I really am annoyed by whenever it shows up, honestly. So like her greatest kitchen disaster is probably just like dropping something she wanted to eat on the floor and being really sad about it, honestly. You ever have a day when like you're feeling really bad and like you know you have to have food, but then there's something slightly off or wrong about whatever food option you have, and it just like it's the last straw that just breaks you? You ever have that happen? I had that happen once. I wanted to make like a ham and cheese sandwich, and the cheese was different than the cheese I was expecting. And that just made me very upset that day, because I was having a very bad day already. Oh no. Yeah, if something's rotten, you probably can't cook it to make it work better. Geez. I don't have to deal with diabetes. I mean, I do have a lot of other food-related issues. Not to, like, derail by talking about food issues too much, but, like, having had sinus problems for my entire life that were only fixed relatively recently, I think I have a permanently damaged sense of smell and taste, for one. I am also a picky eater, in addition to this, and I also have like chronic gastrointestinal issues that make all food hurt me, essentially. Like, I could never identify if any foods were more of a problem than other foods. So I just hate food, honestly, in general. I mean, like, there are some tastes that are okay. I like chocolate, but like, I hate food because of what it means to me and the amount of trouble it causes and how necessary it is when I wish it wasn't. As for the other question about Sucro's, what was it, favorite wildlife encounter? Saw a cat walking by in her neighborhood once and got really excited about it. If that counts. Probably. That's also related to a personal experience. I was out for a walk once and I saw a cat run by and I felt blessed. Bottom rung, they call this place. How very apt. Apparently, it used to be the control center for the ladder in a bustling hub of transport. Its glory days are far behind it. I'm just now imagining Sucro having the experience of having an Azumanga Daioh experience with regard to cats. Any of the Azumanga Daioh cat experiences, honestly. The cat that just bites you. The cat that is the only cat that likes you. Except I think cats would like Sucro. No, that's not a cat. That's a woo. That's different. I can imagine Sucro being baffled by Chio-chan's father. I guess. Azumanga Daioh is pretty alright. I haven't read or watched it in a long time, but it was like the first manga / anime that I was interested in, really, I guess. A lot of derails happening at the moment with me talking about whatever. See my darling Chai so engrossed in his work, I think I'm falling in love again. First things first, a 50-point inspection. Wouldn't do to have them falling to pieces now. Why are you standing there gawping? There's lots to be done, so go and make yourself useful. You know, it does seem fitting when you put it that way. Many colorful bottles. Sucro, dost thou see yonder pair of Talos? I did, but I can't rotate the camera to look at them right now. For a blessing, they were found to be in good repair. Master Chai prepareth to activate them as we speak. Oh yeah, I did do that. That was fun. With our arcane knowledge, Ishtola and I will serve as his assistants. At the appointed hour, we shall imbue the golems with ether. Others, meanwhile, attend to the ladder itself, which hath too long lain neglected. Extensive maintenance will be needed ere it can move again, as well as myriad materials with which to perform it. If thou art willing, we would prevail upon thee to procure lumber. Leave it to me. I've technically got botanist levels, but I probably couldn't get anything from the trees in this region. My thanks, Sucro. Directly to the south thou wilt find a dry dock, Venmount Yards. Pray see if thou canst persuade the folk there to part with some lumber for our cause. Okay. We're not actually cutting down trees, we are procuring existing lumber, which makes a lot more sense, because cutting down trees you'd have to also process that. It would be a fair bit of effort, I would say. One last side note regarding the controller shenanigans. I guess the controller I prefer to use these days isn't terribly expensive, so I probably could afford to get a second one and see if that fixes anything. And if not, it would just be backup, which is not bad to have. Hello. Ho there, Sinner. Haven't seen you around before. Yeah. I don't know all of the details about woodworking and all that, but you can't just cut down a tree and use that and have it work. I mean, in this game, you could cut down a tree and craft it into lumber in a ridiculously short amount of time, but still. New to Gate Town, I take it. If you need lumber for a shack, you've come to the right place. We can do the building for you too, though that'll cost extra. You might not have noticed what happened in Yulmore. You want lumber to restore the ladder? Why in the world would anyone want to do that? If you don't have the coin, least you could do is come up with a believable excuse. But look, I'm not one to turn folk away. I'll give you your lumber if you do me a favor in return. I just finished taking stock of our supply and was about to do another round for good measure. I want you to do the counting instead, and we'll see if your total matches mine. I think we did this before, or something similar. Now, some of the lumber is lying about the yard, but most of it is kept in the storehouse. For these, you can just ask Grithil for the number. Here, I'll lend you some writing material so you can take notes. Take stock of the supply of lumber at the shipyard. What you learn can be reviewed in your key items. It's time for math, maybe. $11. Here's your math lesson. 11 is a number. It's one more than 10 and one less than 12. 11 is a prime number because you can only divide it by itself and 1. As far as whole numbers are concerned, at least. $11 is also, importantly, not the result of 1 plus 1. That would be 2, even though 11 is made of 2 ones. God, yeah, that's gonna be a thing that I have to do again, isn't it? Dr. Topper's Count the Barrels in 3 dimensions, but like in like actual 3 dimensions and not isometric 2D. Taking stock for Ervith, are you? Well, last I counted, we had 68 planks in the storehouse here. 9 of those were rotted through, though, so we tossed them out. Oi, Grithil, another load's just arrived. So 68 minus 9. That's 59. 13 planks all told, but one's damaged. It's only good for kindling now. So 59 plus 12 is 71. Plus 11 is 82. Right then, bring the good ones here, and be sure to let Ervith know as well. So, how many planks does that make now? Yeah, you're writing down those numbers anyway, right? I'm sure you can work it out. You jot down the details of the conversation. So 82 currently. Where's the rest of it?
$82 planks of wood.
Thank you, Callie Count. There it is. You count 24 planks in the stack, so 82 plus 24 would be 106. We can review the notes. 11, 24, yeah, so 68 minus 9 is 59, plus 12 is 71, plus 11 is 82, plus 24 is 106. That should be correct. I forgot Shadowbringers made you do math. That's funny. Done, are you? So how many planks did you count? 11, 24, 35, 71, 103, 106, 126, or 150. It's 106. Hi, that's exactly what I counted. Thanks for your help, friend. Taking stock fare puts me to sleep, but it has to be done. As promised, I'll give you your lumber. What do you need it for, anyway? We really are repairing the ladder. You were serious about the ladder? I'll be damned. If that's the case, please let us help with the work. We're shipwrights with no ships to build, only shacks. While it's a living, we all itch to do something greater. This fellow you say is in charge. You reckon he'd mind the likes of us barging in on his project? He'd welcome the help. Wonderful. I'll round up the lads and lasses and we'll head over to the ladder, along with all the lumber you need. We'll be along soon and we'll bring all the lumber you need. It's like a ship for rocks. I see. Yes, some real work at last. It's been too long. It's not quite the sort of work you're used to. Every time anything resembling shipbuilding comes up in Final Fantasy XIV, it's always non-standard shipbuilding. You never approach someone with like, we need a regular-ass boat. Please? You're like, we need to tie a bunch of like wood together to form a boss arena, or we need you to like pretend that an elevator is a boat for a second. Nobody ever needs a normal boat in this world. These worlds, plural. The Yulmorans have rallied quite impressively. Amidst great adversity, a little purpose never goes astray. Oh, Sucro, I heard you went to find lumber. From afar, the ladder looked like it was made entirely of metal, but there's actually a lot of wood if you look for it. The work proceeds apace, I'm pleased to say. When it is restored, the ladder will not only be our way forward, it will represent a momentous step towards lasting change for kholusia. I've rounded up as much material as I could for the work, just my little bit for the cause. That's true. That would interrupt boats. By the intensity with which he works, 'tis as if all that reluctance was a lie. Such a primitive, inefficient design. A much smaller Talos from our company could just as easily perform the same task. Hell, he'll have them moving again soon. I know he will. Yeah, that's true too. Like all the people sitting around until the world ends just immediately go and do like quite a lot of work. It's quite impressive, honestly. Ah, thou art returned. Wert thou able to procure the lumber? Yes, and also a lot of help. Well, well, to secure not only the material, but the eager cooperation of the shipwrights besides. Their expertise shall greatly avail our efforts. Master Chai's own efforts have not been without struggle, but he hath proven himself to be a determined soul. I doubt not, but that the work shall be complete ere long, and we may continue on our way once more. Though it hath been years in the making, at long last do the people stand united in defiance of the world's fate, their hopes spurring us ever onward towards journey's end. It's kind of funny, while I was in the middle of reading this text box, I thought, well, it's a lot easier to get the people of the world to stand united when there's so few of them left. And I guess that's a little depressing, whoops. But it is true also. Whatsoever may await us, when thou takest those final steps, I pray that it shall be with a smile upon thy face. Though actually, depending on which sort of story you're dealing with, in some stories, the fewer people there were left, the more desperate they would get, and the less they would cooperate, I suppose. So it's a good thing that we're all cooperating, is what I'm saying. Oh yeah, we have to have the dark humor in the light flooded world. That'll help. That's true. Maybe. Ah, but prematurely do I give myself to sentimental musings. Many more pressing concerns demand our attention, not the least of which is the matter of how we might reach the mountain detached from the land as it is. For the present, 'twould appear we have matters here well in hand. Perhaps thou should take thine ease for a time. Thou wilt need every ounce of thy strength for the trials ahead. Quest, take a nap. Anyone have anything else to say about how Sucro has been told to not do anything? Probably not. This is again another instance of people being like, hey, Sucro, please chill. It being Urianger specifically also makes a lot of sense because he is one of the ones aware of, or most aware of and most concerned about Sucro's current condition. Xandra is taking so many naps in the course of these Final Fantasy XIV streams. It's a good emote, and a good Link to the Past randomizer sprite. Which is, I think, what it was originally for. Hence the spinning around and falling over like Link dying. Which is what that sprite is used for in that sprite set, if I remember correctly.
Would you look at that? The citizens of Yulmore engaging in what can only be described as manual labor. Who would have thought it possible?
Ha! Emmett Selk is here to be sarcastic about everything. Hello. I heard you from all the way over there, which is probably a little bit impressive.
Do you know the most reliable way to deal with those who stubbornly refuse to see reason?
No?
You conquer them.
Oh.
Crush them under heel. Such was the trusted method of Allag, and one still favored by Garlemald.
Oh.
But conquest is the easy part. The true challenge begins once the dust has settled, quenching the glowing embers of animosity and maintaining a semblance of peace.
Garlemald is really bad at that one. I don't know about how Allag did, but it sounds like they had a lot of problems too. Hey Emmett, are you willing to consider that maybe your ideas are wrong? Of course you're not. Why would you ever consider that?
This requires the conqueror to treat the conquered with dignity, and the conquered to let bygones be bygones. A difficult feat to achieve.
The conquerors never do this. And the conquered, correctly, do not like that they are not treated with dignity. Have you considered not conquering people?
But you have achieved just that, to my considerable surprise.
Wait, are you framing this as us having conquered Yulmore? Because we didn't. I don't think that's... Well, look. Emmett. Okay, look. So, if a unit's alignment is close to the alignment of a town that they liberate, it's liberation. But it's different if the unit's alignment differs, like if a chaotic unit were to capture a lawful... Wait, no, that's Ogre Battle. That's different.
It's a compliment. Take it.
Emmett Selk is trying. Whether or not he's trying his best is unclear, but he's trying to some degree. Also, I couldn't complete my Ogre Battle joke because I literally forgot the word they used for when it wasn't liberation. I could only remember that you used the correct alignment to capture this city. Oh, it's capture, probably.
The vibrant energy that fills the air when like-minded souls gather. To think back on that time before time, fair brings a tear to the eye.
I think it's capture when you use the incorrect alignment to take a city. Alize is over there hollering about something. I guess I just noticed that.
What? You thought ancient beings like us incapable of crying? Well, rest assured that if your heart can be broken, then so can mine.
There's a lot of good Emmett Selk faces in this scene.
Back when the world was whole, we had family, friends, loves.
Also, Emmett, I thought we went over this. Your heart's one of the only ones that wasn't broken into 14 pieces. Right?
Men knew peace and contentment, and with our adamant souls, we could live for an age. There was no conflict born of want or disparity. Our differences paled into insignificance next to all we had in common.
Also, I think you are correct. I think that is what the Talos are doing.
And then there was Amarant. Never was a city more magnificent. From the humblest streets to the highest spires, she fairly gleamed. Not that you would remember any of this.
Remember? Or is this story going anywhere? Remember?
Never mind.
The
point is, the world of old was a far better place than what we have now. I believe you would like it, having witnessed the things you have. Remember, you are of the source. Unlike the half-men here, you stand only to gain.
Wow. That's a very rude thing to call people, Emmett Selk. Also, the calamities cause a lot of problems in the source too. So, no. That's just wrong, actually.
Should you survive the remaining calamities, you will become our equal. A complete existence in a complete world.
Should you survive the remaining calamities? Hey, we may or may not have experienced... One of us may or may not have experienced visions of how I wouldn't survive that. So, like, you know... Yeah, no, bad, actually.
But such talk is a pleasure for later. Back to work, hero.
First of all, I don't think in a room with like a small group counts as in public. Secondly, any phrase similar to "be great again" has very specific associations in my mind. For me, who has to exist in America. So, I'm guessing that's probably not what you're going for. But still. Not a fan of that. Oh,
there was one thing I had meant to ask.
Not a fan of that set of words. On account of completely understandable reasons, I would say. What are you gonna ask, Emmett?
How well do you know the Exarch? Has he ever deigned to show you what hides beneath the cowl?
Nah. Nope.
What? Never? Even to you? How very interesting.
Look, the Exarch just really likes a dramatic reveal. He's a very theatrical person, you should understand.
I shall enjoy working out what it means. Until next time.
Emmett's famous wave. There he goes.
Oh, I knew you could do it, dearest. I never doubted you for a moment.
Everybody cheer for the robots, yay! Clapping for the robots.
Alive.
Oh, hey, Ardbert.
I don't know if you remember, but when we first met in this world, I was all but spent.
Yeah, you weren't having a great time.
I never thought to wonder why until now. I think it all just got
Yay
to be
for
too
robots.
much.
As a robot myself, I am going to take the applause personal. Hee heart emoji.
Yay, everyone clap for Calico! Yay! I like Calico. I think I designed Calico well. I mentioned before how, like, Calico was my first take at, I'm going to make a funny little mascot, right? Like, first try, like, literally. Many people say first try in jest after 3, 10, 50, but no. This was actually got it perfect on the first try somehow. Sometimes it just happens in life.
The guilt of causing the flood. Knowing everyone hated me. But the worst thing was the solitude.
I don't pat myself on the back often, but I will pat myself on the back for designing Calico, I think.
Time wears you down, aye. But solitude eats away at you. It was this close to finishing me off. But as bad as it got, and as empty as I felt, I can't even begin to imagine what it must be like for Emmett Selk.
He does have a point.
All of which is a long way of saying, don't make a choice that leaves you alone. Nothing is worth that. Especially not eternity.
He has a point about, yeah. It is definitely a mood. The mood of being so worn down that you almost give up or whatever. But also, it's interesting that he says that about Emmett Selk. Because Emmett Selk has been sort of alone and whatnot. Emmett Selk has been experiencing similar things for a very, very long time, is what Ardbert is saying. Are the Talos made of triangles? Please keep in mind that this does not mean you have to hand it to Emmett Selk in any way.
Glad tidings, my friend. The ladder lives again.
You do not, under any circumstance, gotta hand it to him, as they say.
The three of us have been invited to do the honors. Are you up for it? Of course, if you're worried that the whole thing might come crashing down, We can always find someone else.
Alize? Since when did you make puns all the time? About elevators? Nod. Determined.
That's the spirit. Come on then.
Alize is silently a little bit sad that nobody acknowledged her puns at all, except for the italics.
We rode the ladder too, my comrades and I. Once upon a time. Watched the horizon grow, and the town shrink below us. Awed and terrified in equal measure, we ascended without a word, the silence broken only by the rhythm of the gears.
Oh, that's really good. I forgot about that.
No one but me remembers that day.
It looks like Sucro just gesturing to, like, lift it up, but it's also, hey, Ardbert, you too. That's really good. Also, light party.
Remembers our journey and our end. Retread the path. Seek, and you may yet find.
I didn't absorb, like, part of the text because I was speaking about that. Oops. So I think I missed a few lines of narration. Hey, why is the music up here so intense? Oh yeah, because we're determined to be cool. That's right, that's why. And here we finally are at top rung. The others should arrive ere long. Alpino, Sucro, come up here, there's something I need you to see. What could this be about? I was actually just wandering over here to see what was over here. I was expecting you to be all the way at the top of the stairs. Can I keep going up? I sure can, and there's a vista here. Hey, wait, isn't this the music that plays in, like, the story instances with the fighting that happened? Yeah, that's a long way down. Apologies to anyone who's uncomfortable with heights. I won't linger on that shot for much. I think I've explained it before, but I'm actually not sure if I'm uncomfortable with heights or not. I have a very specific sort of discomfort with heights in video games on narrow walkways with no railing when you can fall and die. For example, part of Anor Londo in Dark Souls 1, or part of an area in Dark Souls 3, where you're in the rafters of an area similarly, both meet these requirements. Something about From Software is that they know exactly how to activate my very, very specific version of a fear of heights. And I don't know if I actually have a fear of heights that applies in any real-world context. But I do think that's interesting. I do wonder why I am that way. That appears to be a village. So it does. Possibly more than one, in fact. Also, a funny robot is there saying hello! There's a village, Sucro, over to the northeast. So there is, yet after 2 decades without the latter in operation, I would not be surprised if such an isolated settlement had long since been abandoned. Nor I, but that was before I spied someone leave it and proceed to head in our direction, all the while trying to remain unseen. Whoever this mysterious person is, they should still be out there. Go on and take a look, Sucro. It's time for... Search your surroundings and find for the mysterious person. You may move the cameras while zooming in and out. Yeah! Everyone's favorite Final Fantasy XIV mechanic. Imagine if there was an active time event in a boss fight that was this. That would be very funny, I think. Hello there, mysterious person. You have been located. You have located the mysterious person. However, it seems like he has likewise spotted you and hurriedly turns back to the village. You saw something? Was there something else that I could have examined in that scene? Did you see the shoe bill? It's the shoe bill, isn't it? Damn, I missed it. It's probably the shoe bill. There's someone, right? And they were spying on us. Personally, I don't feel comfortable not knowing who they are. What do you say we investigate? God, that would be very funny. I'm personally still hoping that the next ranged physical DPS uses the PvP idea of you have a cast bar that you can move slowly during, because I think that is fun enough to build an entire job around. I've said that like 2 or 3 times before probably, but I'm always thinking about it. I'm curious too, I must admit, and I dare say we have a bit of time ere the others ascend. It's settled then. Let's head to the village and see if it's indeed inhabited. Nod, nod. There is a chance when they reveal the next classes that they add to the game that whenever those are released, Sucro will no longer be a tank. Because it is possible, theoretically, that I'd be so thoroughly enamored with the concept or gameplay of a new caster or physical ranged, which I'm guessing is what we're gonna get, is those 2 things specifically. It's possible that I would enjoy them so much that I would stop being a paladin. I don't think anyone would have a problem with this, except for the queue, which would then take much longer, especially if they added 2 new DPS classes and you tried to queue as a DPS. People would probably start commending tanks and healers just for not playing as the new DPS and making the game function. Like, beyond how they're always commending healers and tanks. Hey, I don't know if this... I don't think this is the village I was supposed to investigate, but I'm over here now. Yeah, it certainly isn't. Don't mind this location, it doesn't exist yet. This is not important. Pretend that you did not see it. It is important, but pretend that you didn't see it, because we're not supposed to know about it yet. I just instinctively drove toward the Aetheryte, and attuned to the Aetheryte. Something just made a weird noise somewhere, I think. It is kind of funny for this music to be playing non-stop, by the way. Is it going to leave once I get into the village? Yes, okay, that makes more sense. Sucro has some pretty intense road trips then. I have located sausages. Their poly count is minimal. As they dry in the everlasting light, they contain fewer and fewer polygons over time. This is a little known effect of drying food. The polygon count decreases. Food has been hung out to dry in the sun, and quite recently by your reckoning. The crates and barrels are laden with unknown contents. Those could become known contents very quickly if you wanted. Could have sworn I heard a noise. You hear faint sounds from the inside of the building, however the door refuses to budge. I think we could maybe know these contents a little bit, because some of the crates are open. This appears to be some sort of ore, perhaps? Mining item? Or it could be some sort of other food stuff. Pizza compost. That's a concerning phrase that you've proposed, I think. But it also makes me think of that voice in Mona Pizza saying, "It's a pizza compost! Ah, ah, ah!" Oh no, it's illegal bananas? Is that why they're hiding? Bananas are going around secretly. When are they gonna make an HD remake of that game? When are we gonna get Saga 2 HD 2D? Featuring illegal bananas. Asterisk. They would probably just be opium now, because that's what the bananas were supposed to be standing in for due to censorship. Hey, where is this third examination location? Can I go in a house? Somewhere? I don't see anywhere else to check if I can't go inside any of these buildings. Romancing Saga 2 is a very different game from Saga 2. The names make this confusing, but it's true. And the Game Boy Saga games were all remade for 3DS. That is also true. They were never localized. And in my opinion, they did completely ruin... Oh, I could enter this one. They did completely ruin at least 2 songs on the soundtracks. I needed to complete that sentence because it sounded a lot more dramatic than it was. Beans, perhaps. But yeah, like the final boss theme of Saga 3 and also one of the themes of Saga 2 called Burning Blood. I think the remakes of those 2 specific songs are really bad. That's like the primary thing I think about when I think about those remakes. I tried them a little bit once. I didn't get very far. I don't know if Saga 2 is a game that, like, I played a lot as a kid, but I never really managed to play it again when I was older. Because it's a little bit obtuse, I guess, and awkward. Like the systems and mechanics of it. Anyway. The cups are half empty or half full depending on how you see such things. Behind the counter, a kettle bubbles steadily over the stove. Speaking of kitchen disasters, hope they don't let this sit here too long. They should have turned the stove off. Uh-oh. Where's my option to turn the stove off to get +1 lawful good point in the alignment system that this game totally has? It does not have the alignment system. Disclaimer. I don't think a stove is a slow cooker. I think a slow cooker is a separate thing. But I have no idea, actually. I don't know kitchen words. Okay. One of these days, maybe I should learn how to cook something other than, like, meal kits that you put in a specified cooking device. And, like, frozen dinners and other microwavable items. Maybe I should learn. I'm kind of afraid of cooking, honestly. Because I already dislike food, as established and mentioned earlier. And also I'm afraid of messing it up and, like, setting everything on fire. What news, Sucro? Were you able to find anything of note? I was not able to find anything of note. People are definitely still living here. I couldn't find our mysterious person. Maybe this place really is abandoned. I guess you can choose to be incorrect. People are definitely still living here, though. Indeed. While there's no one to be seen, 'tis plain that this village is anything but abandoned. If the villagers are trying to conceal themselves, they are doing a rather poor job of it, but if they don't wish to be seen, what are we to do? Hello and welcome back. I think we should go up to the door where they clearly are and say, hey. Oh. I say, aren't you the ones who saved my life? Wait. Who are you again? Oh yeah, you're Tristel, the artist from Yulmore. You remembered. Ever since we parted ways, I've worried for you, bound for the city as you were. Never did I imagine that we would meet again in here of all places. How did you get up here? Ah, yeah, that does make sense. Seeing this as like a loss of momentum. But that's sort of an important thing that stories do. It's important to have this sort of thing, to pace it well. Never did I imagine that we would meet again in here of all places. We could say the very same thing to you, my friend. I'm glad to see you hale and whole, but tell me, what is this village? This is Amity, a settlement made up of those who survived being exiled from Yulmore. Gasp. As I wandered the wilds, I chanced to cross paths with an inhabitant of these parts. He took me through a secret tunnel which led to the top of the bright cliff. I've been here ever since. Life is hard, but we know a semblance of peace. Well, we did at any rate, until Mount Gulg broke away from the earth. Then just as suddenly the ladder started moving again. Yeah, I can understand that too. I can get very focused on a task at the expense of, like, myself, I guess. Like, I should definitely take a break, but I don't want to. That sort of thing. And you feared whoever was coming up would threaten your lives. Nod. Aye, but I see now there's no cause for concern. Will you tell me what has brought you here? I think I see this as somewhat different. Like this is the game's story taking time aside. So that's a little different for me than like... That could work for some, but I don't think that would work for me because it's not so much that like I need to be doing a task, it's that I need to complete the task before changing to a different task. So that line of reasoning doesn't quite work for me, personally. But yeah, like, in terms of engaging with this game's story, I think I see that as, well, for the purposes of this discussion, as a whole task. So the story taking a breather, as it were, still feels like I am progressing through the story, I guess? I mean, I don't know. Or maybe it's just because I know where this is going, and this isn't the first time I played Shadowbringers, so maybe it's different. I don't quite remember how I felt back then. But there are definitely times in games when the action slows down, and I wish it didn't. I'm sure that's happened at some point. I can't remember a specific example. So Vothri is a Sin Eater, and he's fled to Mount Gulg. 'Tis a strange tale, but I have no reason to doubt your words. I owe you my life. If there's anything I can do to help, you need but say the word. Your help would be most welcome, Tristal. To begin with, we request your people's permission to reconnoiter the area. If we are to confront Vothri, we must find a way to reach Mount Gulg. Of course, you hardly need our permission to be here. I will tell the others about you and yours. I think Realm Reborn probably has a lot of... Realm Reborn has the most pacing issues out of the parts of the game I've played so far. Probably. I mean, I've definitely talked about pacing issues in this game itself already, so I can't say that playing this game is... I can't really say what I was saying in exactly the sense I was saying it. I'm not sure. Words are difficult sometimes. Now, we don't have much to offer in the way of hospitality, but our village is at your disposal. Please use it as you see fit in your quest. Nod. Knowing about the secret tunnel sounds very helpful. Honestly. I'm pleased to see that the villagers are no longer wary of us. I shall take the opportunity to ask about Mount Gulg. More so than the revelation that Vothri is a Sin Eater, I'm surprised that the free citizens of Yulmore came together to work on the latter. Is it possible for people to change so quickly? They were like affected by a magical spell of some kind that had a significant impact on some things about them. But also, Alphino made like a really good speech check, so there's that too. If you're thinking of staying here, know that life in Amity is hard and often dangerous. You will find no luxuries as you would in Yulmore, but you will feel alive. Hey Walnut, cool hair. Navy blue fading into a pale green color, or a pale greenish yellow? Cool hair. Yet another hapless soul that Alphino saved from mortal danger, I see. Some things never change. At any rate, it seems that Brother has a mind to linger. Meanwhile, I have a mind for us to explore. Sucroy and I are going to scout out the area. We'll be back in a while. Oh, very well then. Just take care out there. Take care out there. If you sense even the slightest danger, pray turn back at once. Alize kind of volunteered us for scouting duty there, but would have done that anyway, so I guess it's fine. Hey look, more buildings. The path diverges. Let's split up so we can cover more ground. I'll go east if you would be so kind as to head west. We can aim to meet at the foot of the mountain, taking note of what we see along the way. In a short while, then. I think it's fair for Alphino to be concerned. Like, in general. I mean, the Warrior of Light isn't likely to be in a lot of danger, I guess. But still. Forgiven jealousy. Speaking of danger. Multiple sin eaters, understandable. I mean, I guess I'm always in danger. But also, like, not really in terms of how I'm able to survive things and defeat enemies. And also how I am, like, very close to maximum level of the expansion after the one that I'm currently playing the story of. Hey, look, it's a pile of something. I forgot about this enemy design. That's cool. I think the pile they are when they are dead is the same as the pile they are when they are not attacking you. Or it's a very similar pile, at least.
You're a sight for sore eyes. I don't know about you, but I bumped into quite a few sin eaters out there.
I saw 3 of them.
You too, then. It seems the closer we get to Mount Gulg, the more of them there are. Looks a lot bigger from here, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If I were Vorthri, the first thing I'd do is surround myself with as many sin eaters as I could lay my hands on. And judging by the number we've already faced, his lordship is of the same mind.
Does seem to be the case.
This is going to be a tough climb. But first things first. We need to determine if climbing is even an option. The more I look, the less likely it seems.
Okay, so here's what we do. We all level Dragoon to the point where we know, like, jump or high jump or whatever. And then we simply jump to the island. Or we have the Exarch call Estinian over here. No, wait, Estinian's like doing stuff, but like still. And like, Estinian can help somehow, I'm sure. He could jump up there. Let's get Estinian to solo Vothri.
Y'shtola is right to be worried. But flying may be our only choice after all.
Dragoon is fun, from what I remember, though I haven't really played it much since Heavensward. And by that I mean I haven't played it at all since Heavensward. Like the original release of Heavensward. So it's probably somewhat different now. What's that about?
There you are. Master Alphino was afeard you had met with some misfortune.
Oh, hey, Crystal Exarch.
And you too, Exarch. What brings you here?
I thought you had difficulty being away from the Crystal Tower.
I wish to observe the final struggle with my own eyes. I arrived at Bottom Rung too late to accompany you, but I was in time to join Urianger and the others.
Ah, that sounds like a lot of buttons.
Come, let us see how this unfolds.
Testing anti-air defenses, I see. Yeah, that's a lot of Sin Eaters, I would say. It looks like it went poorly.
Well, it seems flying is off the table.
If we have learned that much, then the Machina have served their purpose.
Ah, so that's what they were for. Wasteful, but effective.
I don't know why we needed 3 of them. I guess so that they were seen. If we sent like one small drone, it's possible it would have been not noticed, actually.
It would seem our foe will not be reached by land or air. We must needs withdraw to consider another course.
Well, everyone knows that the only other option when it's not land or air is sea. So therefore, we need to construct a battleship and launch Sucro out of a cannon, because battleships have a very long range, you see.
Master Alphino waiteth for us at Top Rung. Thither should we make our way.
I will use my invulnerability cooldown mid-flight in order to get through all of the Sin Eaters and also land without taking damage. The old Nintendo Indirect, that's right. Also, hello. I've heard Samurai described as having as being one of those easy to learn, difficult to master type of situations, or low skill floor, high skill ceiling, if you prefer. I tried it some. There is video evidence of Sucro as a samurai. Also, you can see that I have it at level 16. I thought it was alright, but then I think that was about when I decided abruptly to start trying healer again. And then I was scholar for a while. And then Sage, I think. For a second, I had thoroughly forgotten how time worked and thought, did I start playing as Sucro before Shadowbringers was released? But no, absolutely not. Because I played through Shadowbringers as my old character. There's no way that could have happened unless time was like a weird twisty pretzel unless time became a pretzel when I wasn't looking. I'm told you went ahead to scout out the volcano. I don't suppose some grappling hooks will suffice. Probably not. All that grinding and shaking. I was afraid the lift floor would fall out from underneath me. But don't worry, I'm sure the trembling will go away soon. Oh, Reen. Oh no. God. I can't believe Ultimicia's Kremling time travel is the cause of all of this. The only thing I associate with replacing the letter C with the letter K is Kremlings of Donkey Kong, even if Ultimecia also does that. So I can only associate Ultimecia with Kremlings. Soon after you left, who should arrive in Amity but Urianger and the Exarch? I'm glad they were able to find you. Forgive us our delay. The Exarch arrived and we took some time to apprise him of our mission. Thus we are all gathered, though Reen, I'm afeard, did not much enjoy the ascent. Concerned for my health, are you? Indeed, we are a little far from the Crystarium, but rest assured this old man can muster up another wind for what is to come. Oh, don't mind us. We're just taking in the sights. Ah, such an exhilarating ride and such a magnificent view. Nothing in Yulmore compares to this. I didn't expect to see the Chais here, though I suppose it's well within their rights. At any rate, it's time to tackle our next little obstacle, finding a way to reach Mount Gulg. For this, we'll need to put all our heads together. Level 90. Stick them with the pointy end 9. Sucro is at maximum power. Well, not exactly, but like mostly maximum power. As you can see, I have like almost the entire Troyan armor set, apparently. That's funny. Hey, that plus Radiant isn't like the worst look I've ever seen. Whoa, tail armor? Yo, what? I didn't notice that. That kind of rules, actually. Yo, tail armor? That's rad. Wow. Yo. I am going to have to leave to apply the correct glamour plate immediately, but this isn't like the worst look I've ever seen, actually, which is funny. I think the Troyan gear could use a few less 1 million belts, but still. Okay, Radiance is not dyeable. If there's other stuff with tail armor, though, I'll have to look out for it. Because that's actually really cool. The Radiant sword isn't bad either, though it looks kind of like a... It's got the sort of pattern that you might see on like a couch. This is a couch sword a little bit to me. Is there a dyeable version of Radiant? Probably not, or there might be by now, actually. I don't know. Oh, and I have an earring, too. Sucro's earring looks like some kind of reflection of an office toy. Augmented Radiant is... I know it's meant to be like dragon skills or something, but it looks funny on the sword. This triangle earring is like the first version of that Newton's cradle or whatever it's called. I don't know if this Radiant gear is like Sucro's sort of aesthetic, but, you know. I do really like the tail armor, actually. I was caught off guard by that because I didn't check. Someone's on a vacation. I didn't check that before. Okay, so. There we go. 578 ain't bad. It's the same as my Reaper set, apparently. You can see right here the eye level of all my level 90. Scholar is at 610 because I just bought everything. Reaper, I apparently also found most of the Troyan maiming gear through retainers. Summoner's a bit higher, Dancer is the lowest. Dancer is a little bit under-geared. That won't matter for a long time, though. Oh yeah. I guess I could, like... I think this was a set I made, like, as a potential Endwalker option at one point. Now I can actually equip everything that's in my glamour plates, which is wacky. And this is also something that works really well with the heirloom jacket, I think. I think this is a good look. I feel like this could be an Endwalker look, maybe. The Crystarium, Gauntlets, and Greaves, along with the heirloom jacket. But back to the Shadowbringers look. Actually, there's gotta be a market board here, right? Is there a market board in the Crystarium, actually? Yeah, there is, okay. I just want to see how expensive the highest eye level purchasable paladin gear is. My brain forgot how to look at a menu for a moment there. I do have an amount of gil that is blocked by me, but it is over 1 million. So, like, I don't know. Diadocos Jacket of Fending. Rounds up to, like, I don't know, 300,000, let's say. That's the previous one. Okay, so I can't afford anywhere close to the entire set, for sure. But I could buy some of it if I wanted to. I definitely don't need it right now, but I could if I wanted to. And it will go down over time. What does this sword look like? I don't think I ever looked at this sword. What the? Huh. Kind of a weird sword, honestly. Is that that's a rose in the center of a hilt that's like absolutely too much of the sword? It's sort of like a shield is built into the sword in a weird way. Not all of the Renacita stuff is in stock at the moment, it would appear. What does the shield for this look like? The shield looks more like a shield. Kind of. So that's 610, and this is 640. And what I've got is 542, 590, 595. Mostly. 575 over here. And yeah, that makes sense. Unless... Okay, there's none here either. Unless you're after the fashion. It's not a bad looking set of plate mail or anything. But yeah. This jacket is kind of cool. The problem with this jacket is that it's actually very similar in design to Asahi's jacket. And that guy sucks and is dead. I mean, you can dye it. But it's still weirdly similar to Asahi's jacket. Like, Asahi's jacket has like the same sort of red accents and like gold accents and like the metal plates on the shoulders and whatnot. I've considered using that jacket, but when I made the connection to Asahi, I was like, I don't know, actually. Like, I like Asahi as a villain, but I don't think I want to steal his look, as it were. A gigantic undertaking? Why would the quest ever be called that? Good thing I attuned to this aetherite. I guess it doesn't matter too much. once again, I implore you to pretend that I am not at a place that's not part of the story yet. A lumberjack outfit for a warrior glamour seems fitting. I've been wondering lately, or been thinking lately, that like, even though I do really like this outfit that I've got for oh yeah, that reminds me actually. I need to make sure the portrait lines up. I did save that, okay. Even though I do really like this outfit I've got for Shadowbringers, I've been thinking a lot lately, like, it seems kind of weird for Sucro to have armor. Like, this particular armor doesn't look like it's super heavy armor, but still. So I'm not entirely sure what sort of outfit I'll go with for Endwalker yet. Like, that lightly armored one, I can't look at my glamour plates even. With the heirloom jacket that I was mentioning, seems like a possibility, but I don't know yet. There's still a lot of different armor to look at. If I started using quick ventures again and got some lucky results and got some Endwalker armor early that I like the look of, that could also be an option.
In short, there's no path, and the sky is thick with Vorthry's winged devils.
I mean, yeah, I've been changing the glamour every expansion, and for a few other occasions, but I just mean, like, having spent some time with Sucro wearing armor, I'm not certain that it seems correct for Sucro to be wearing armor. She might be a more lightly armored she might have a more lightly armored sort of style, or like just sort of adventure-y rather than armored knight, I guess, if that makes sense.
We might consider Amaro, but without extensive training, we cannot hope to contend with the Eaters. Yulmore's airship fleet, meanwhile, consists solely of transport vessels ill-suited for battle. And without the expertise of one such as Sid, we are in no position to attempt to refit.
Everyone is thinking.
Oh, it's so frustrating! That wretched mountain should jolly well come back down to us!
Now, dearest, we mustn't disturb these good people at their work. We've ridden the ladder and seen the sights. It's past time we took our leave.
The lady may well have the right of it.
Palika set? I don't know. I think I might have looked at it before. I think I have looked at all of the...
Mount will not soon come down to Earth, nor can we compel it to do so. But if the mountain will not come to the land, mayhap the land may be made to come to the mountain.
Okay, we need to gather 999 dirt blocks and build a staircase. I know that Palika has a really cool gunblade that's an axe instead of like a sword, which is really cool. But I don't know if I like that sort of aesthetic for Sucro, from what I remember of the set. I am very picky with regard to fashion. Extremely picky. Is this an ancient real world philosophy quote?
In the form of a Talos. A Talos large enough to reach out and take the volcano in its grasp.
Wait, Y'shtola is the one who first proposes gigantic robot grabs flying island?
To build such a golem would be an onerous undertaking indeed, yet the principle seemeth sound in itself.
Ah, I see.
Boulder Dash! No one has ever made one even half that size. Leaving aside the small matter of logistics, which, by the way, would be no small matter, the design would be unimaginably complex. Though, I suppose, if its only function is to cling to the ruddy mountain, perhaps it needn't be. Solid base, firmly rooted to the ground, sacrifice mobility to simplify the construction, reducing materials required. wait, what am I thinking? We would still need a veritable army of people to do the work. Left to the crew that helped down below, it would take decades, if not a nice round century.
So we need more hands. And what sort of things would these hands be required to do?
Well, let's see. First, we need people to procure the stone for the chassis. The rock found near the mountain would suit our purposes well enough. It'd be a simple task to quarry the stuff, but given the stupendous quantity required, we'd need all the help we can get.
Hell yeah. We know people who do mining.
The miners of Armoring. I will go and petition their aid.
Yeah, exactly.
While you do that, I'll make for Mordsuk. I'm sure I'll be able to drum up some support.
Then I shall return to kholusia. From fishers to carpenters, Yulmore is home to all manner of talented folk. I dare say their skills will avail us.
I like how Y'shtola is the one to think, what if giant robot? And then everyone is like, yes, giant robot. Except for Chinos, who's like, what do you mean giant okay, fine. Actually, giant robot could work. Hell yeah.
Is there anything else you need?
Well, yes, actually. Magic. Lots of the stuff, as much as possible. To awaken a talus of this size would require an entire congregation of mages.
Yeah. Mages,
Many among the Knights Blessed are gifted in the arcane arts. I will recruit them to our cause.
The Fey folk, too, possess surpassing aptitude in magics. Yet they are not wont to cooperate in the endeavors of men. Leastwise, not without making all manner of mischief.
Hey, Fail, we need your help.
That being the case, I would instead call upon the people of the Crystarium. With thy permission, Exarch.
Couldn't I be like, hey, Fail, we're about to do the most mischief of all time ever possible? And Fail would be like, fuck yes. Mate, wouldn't that help? I think that would help.
We are at your disposal, as are our Amaro and Chocobos.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me you can call on not only the people of Yulmore and the Crystarium, but the Knights Blessed and the Mord, and even those miners?
I love the, like, quick, extremely fast pan over to China's being extremely baffled about this. And yeah, that's true. With Vothri going away, there's no one to stop us from recruiting everybody.
But that's just about everyone in Ballynorvrand.
Yeah.
Who are you people? And how did you come to have so many friends?
We're helping. We are the people who help. I mean, the Scions of the Seventh Honor, whatever. The saviors of the world. Adventurers of no import. Or the artist Alphino and his assistants. Oh shit, yeah. That's the exact time she would say, I'm a cat. I haven't thought of how did I not think about that? I need to like retire from streaming. I didn't say the funny line. Who are we though? The third option is pretty funny. The first option is probably what's going to happen. But I don't know if Sucro would say that. I think this is funny though. The artist Alphino and his assistants. Alphino.
Oh, dearest, have you forgotten already?
That's very silly.
Alphino told us that when we first met.
Alphino made the funniest reaction to that whole.
Actually, that may not have been. Never mind.
I think everyone else was like immediately playing along with it too, because they seemed all like They were all like posing and whatnot. Alpha is just like, wait, what? Hey, wait, hold on. Incredible. I think Sucro is
so, as you can
enough
see,
of a silly
you will
person.
not want for bodies. I trust you will have your design ready in good time for their arrival.
I think Sucro is a goofy person enough to say something like that occasionally. Ah, I see. We really could also ask Feo-Ul to help, though, I bet.
Norvrent is counting on you, heir to Daedalus Stoneworks.
We'll be back as soon as we can, and we'll bring the whole world with us.
Hey, Feo-Ul, you know it's a really funny prank that you could play on Vothri? Have you heard of a laser cannon? Do you think you could, like, make a magical Fae equivalent of that and fire it at the mountain as a funny joke? Nod. I'm not processing the dialogue as much because I'm thinking about a laser cannon.
I take it we will be assisting Master Chai, though I am quite
That's
sure
perfect.
he has everything
Thank
under
you.
control.
A Midsummer Night's Beam is an incredible thing that you've said. Also, yeah, that's fair. Teaching the Fae about guns is dangerous, for sure. I love A Midsummer Night's Beam, though. Shall we see how we might be of service? When he asked for my hand, my husband promised he would one day build a Talos that could take us to the very heavens, and now he'll do it. Have the design ready, she says. In good time, she says. Does she even understand what's involved? Before I can even attempt to design anything, I need intimate knowledge of the land, knowledge of locals, and the knowledge of locals. Last I heard, no one lives here. Good news, actually. What, a village of Yulmore and exiles? But those people have every reason to loathe a free citizen like me. They couldn't possibly be willing to cooperate. Oh, this'll never work, never. I never should have fixed that ruddy lift. Never should have ridden it up here. Never should have. Ever should have. Oh no. Oh dear, Darling appears to have lost the plot. But he has it in him, Sucro. He's the cleverest man I know. He just wants for confidence sometimes. If you were to give him some words of encouragement, I'm sure he can give you your Talos. A bit of advice I learned from his mother. He responds poorly to obvious praise. We'll need to find another way to stoke the fires of his motivation, awaken his sense of daring. Choose words that will best encourage China's. In order to succeed, you must lift his spirits sufficiently during the conversation. I remembered this part. It's time for the speech check minigame. Duty commenced. This is very silly. China's is plagued with self-doubt. I can't do it, no one can. A Talos of that size, no one's even dreamed of it. Alphino once struggled to collect firewood, or Dulia's counting on you as well, or you're a genius, you could do this. That won't work. Alphino once struggled to collect firewood. He did, but he's such a capable lad, brimming with confidence. I suppose even the most capable among us have struggles to overcome. China still harbors some misgivings. But regardless of my own feelings, I can't do a damn thing without help from those villagers, and they're not bally likely to give it. Tristel's among them. You said so yourself. Lest you've forgotten, we essentially sent him to his death. Even if the others don't bear a personal grudge, he would never forgive us. You don't know until you apologize, he'll come with you. Don't worry, he'll forgive you for sure. Things won't improve by themselves. You have to take the first step. What about this one? I know. Unless we take the first step, there can never be reconciliation. This is a chance for everyone to come together. Even if they hurled stones at me, perhaps it's worth trying to apologize. You could use those stones to build the Talos. It's a win-win. Question mark? I think that's kind of a win-lose, actually. Maybe there's not a win in that. Never mind. But what then? In the end, it's not even a question of forgiveness. Building such an enormous Talos is impossible, and no amount of contrition will change that. And even if by some miracle the people of Amity were willing to let bygones be bygones, they think the plan is absurd. I think it's absurd. Less absurd than the change that's come to Yulmore, or we liberated a castle with strategy that many would call absurd, or everything you touch turns to gold. No one would doubt your plan. It's one of these first two. I built my walls with the stones you throw. Yeah. But that also sounds like something a villain would say, I think. Maybe. Less absurd than the change that's come to Yulmore. Well, I can't argue with that logic. Enormous as the task is, it's simply a matter of finding a solution to a practical problem. From that perspective, it's not entirely unrealistic. Chinos is feeling somewhat optimistic. But realistic or no, there's no guarantee of success. There are risks to consider should the venture fail. It is a nice purple. I imagine for a moment that we fail to reach Volthree and only succeed in provoking him. In his fury, he may well unleash his hordes of eaters and will meet a horrible end. Then we'll go together, or I'll protect you, I'll protect everyone, or we could build Talos for battle. I remember failing this conversation at least once. Which is why I'm taking so much time to make choices. None of these is the obvious, like, encouragement one. This seems like asking for him to do more. I don't know. I'll protect everyone? Gasp! I see what you did there. That's how you win over the masses, with that irrepressible aura of dependability. Appeal to his sense of daring is what I was told, yeah. But very well, you've made your conviction clear, and I'm assured in spite of myself. I won't let my fears get the better of me. It's unseemly, if nothing else. Burning with motivation. Duty complete. Hell yeah. I love that they do the victory jingle, and they frame that as a duty. Yes, yes, by the gods, I can do this. I just need to have a little faith in myself. Victory pose. Right, let's head to Amity and speak with the villagers, with Tristal. My love, things are liable to become more dangerous. I want you to wait for me back in Yulmore. No, wherever you go, I'm going too. Besides, you're not the only one who has to apologize. But there's no telling what might happen what may happen out there. Or out here. I don't know if I can keep you safe. Perhaps this is a bad idea after all. I don't think I have what it takes. Exarch? Master Chai, that you are beset with doubt is proof that you can envision the task ahead. And that which man can envision he can make reality. Thus did some old friends of mine once say. Even should it be a feat fit for the divine, if something has been done before, then it most assuredly can be done again by our own hands. That's a little idealistic, don't you think? Ha 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 ha. Perhaps, Master Chai, perhaps. But what is man if not an idealistic creature? It is not an easy thing to achieve one's dreams. My friends can attest to that. Countless times did they meet with frustration in the course of their endeavors. None would have found fault with them had they given up, yet they never did. One step after the next, they forged on toward their goals. And for their determination, they accomplished numerous feats that many believed lay beyond the reach of mankind. Like them, you are a man of science. Amidst your doubts, surely there's a spark of desire, the desire to make the impossible possible. Nod. Smile. Come, darling, like the old days, I would be the first to see your Talos. And you shall be, my dear. I would have none other at my side when my greatest masterpiece awakens. Right then, to Amity. Nod. Hell yeah. I am glad my words struck a chord, shall we? I feel like the Exarch was thinking about saying something there. And now Sucro is thinking about how the Exarch still hasn't revealed a lot of stuff to us because of what Emmett just said. You have every right to be angry with us, but please listen to what I have to say. I am tasked with delivering these people to Mount Gulg by means of a Talos of heretofore unseen proportions. However, I cannot do this without the cooperation of those with intimate knowledge of the land, that is, you and your fellow villagers. Cooperation? After you ignored my desperate pleas and cast me out, you have the gall to come here and ask for my cooperation? You've every right to be upset. Valthry's not the one to blame for your suffering, we are. We were free citizens without a care in the world, indifferent to the hardship of others. We didn't know what would become of you, and frankly, we didn't care. But we know now that what we did to you, to full many, was wrong, terribly wrong. No words will suffice to make amends, but I want you to know that we are deeply sorry. I'm not sure how I feel. Yeah, I do appreciate that, for sure. Should I forgive you? Hate you? Perhaps it's not even my place to judge. After all, I sought a place in your city. I wanted to be you once. But one thing is clear to me. All of that is in the past, and we mustn't let past wrongs stand in the way of a brighter future. And so, I will cooperate with you. Please see our friends to Mount Gulg. You have my word. I'll set to work on the design at once. Wouldn't do to have nothing to show the others when they return with help. Make no mistake, this venture is unprecedented in the history of Talos building, nay, the history of all mankind, but rest assured this genius of Daedalus Stoneworks will deliver. Smile. Nod. Ah, Wicked White! Is there a problem? Well, you see, I've been promised people to procure the stone as well as imbue magic. When I was put on the spot earlier, I thought that was all we required. But I forgot about one rather important item needed to bring a Talos to life. The heart? That's right, the heart. I'm pleased to see you have some familiarity with Talos. Just a little bit. So while I work on the design, I'd be much obliged if you could see to procuring the ore with which to fashion a heart. A heart suitable of bringing to life a Talos that shall embrace the very firmament. Now, how do we do that? Ideally, a Talos heart should be made from ore found in the selfsame region as the stone for the chassis. Let's see what Tristal can tell us. I'm glad Tristal was willing to lend us an ear. It's but a small step, but I pray this will pave the way for reconciliation. A quest for the Talos' heart. This presents an unexpected opportunity. What do you mean by that? If you seek material for the Talos' heart, I know people who may be able to assist. They are the Thulls, a dwarven family that have long mined this land. No one knows its bounty as well as they. If you explain your situation, I'm sure they would be willing to cooperate. Indeed, 'twas one of them that showed me the secret tunnel to the top of the cliff. You will find the Tulls, at their village to the northwest, a place called Tamra. When you arrive, seek an audience with Chief Shamat, and do not forget to greet him with a hearty lally-ho. Permit me to join you, Sucro. I would keep my joints limber, and mayhap I can provide some manner of assistance. I'll leave the heart to the two of you, then. The variety of ore doesn't matter so long as it's rich with ether. I'll aim to have my design complete by your return. Nod.
Lolly-ho.
That's correct. Now we can go up here. I will pay 100 gil to save 30 seconds. By then I should be able to have stronger gear as well. I think I'll be okay. Because like most of my gear is from, what, 6.3? Like that's when, I think, no, 6.2 I think is when Troya was added. I think. Lally-ho! Following the road here will take you towards Kamra and those sulfur-licking gogs. Honestly, I'm not sure why we even bothered to make this path. Lally-ho! Welcome to Tamra, home of the Thulls. Behave yourself in town or we'll strap you down and leave you for the knockers. Have a nice day. Well, that sounds unpleasant. I forgot what those were. Oh, a Morrow key. Lally-ho! Well, that one guard is. Maybe not all of them. So this is Tamra. Crystal. Oh, right, they're the equivalent of. Come on, memory. Dang it, I forgot the name of the thing that has the same model. No, not dwarves being the equivalent of Lalafels. The knockers are the equivalent of the enemy that they look like. You know. Goblins, that's it, thank you. So this is Tamra. Seldom do we see the dwarven folk in the Crystarium. To now be in the presence of so many, I shall enjoy not having to crane my neck for a change. Crystal Exarch self-deprecating short joke. I suppose. Hello? Lally-ho! What did you just call Lally-ho? I'm sorry, we're not super familiar. What sorry excuse for a greeting was that? Where's your heart, lass? Your stones! Come, let's try it again. Lally-ho! Lally-ho! Or enthusiasm. Enthusiasm or nervousness. Lally-ho! I'll do my best. Now the Exarch also has to do this. There he goes. Not bad, but there's room for improvement. Any road, now that we've observed common courtesy, who are you and what are you doing here? At the recommendation of the denizens of Amity, we've come to seek the aid of the Tull family. May we speak with Chief Zamat? Why, yes you may. I am Zamat, and I bid you welcome to Tamra. If it's the folk of Amity that what sent you here, you must have quite a tale to tell. Come, let's hear it. Nod. Yep. I remember that stuff. I think we'd probably be acquiring that around this part of the game, maybe. Well, well, and there I thought those below had no fight left in them. Having said that, it's not like we know how to deal with that floating volcano and all them sin eaters neither. If you're serious about restoring peace to these parts, though, we'll gladly lend you a hand. The dwarves are great. However, the kind of ore you seek's precious to us too. If I let you have it, only for you to bungle things up and squander it like no amount of ale, no amount of ale will wash away my chagrin. First, I need to make sure you're worthy, by means of a trial. Aye, a trial most tricksy, passed down through the line of Thol. Questioning head tilt on part of the Crystal Exarch. And what is this trial? Heh, heh, heh. Come with me and I'll tell you all. Questioning head tilts, synchronized. The dwarves choose violence to the point where, for completing their crafting quests, you can get a tank. Yeah, these treasure coffers are in fact the dwarven ones. So this is part of the dwarven armor. Lally-ho, I'm teaching this beardling here all about the wonders of ore. If you don't understand the value of what you're digging up, well then you're no better than a knocker. Oh right, this is all new gear that has barely been ever... Nothing has happened with this gear. Hey look, a mysterious person is here. I tried to type greeting instead of greet. Ah. Coffee biscuit. Hey, isn't the coffee biscuit was the infamous, like, gill farm item for crafters until they fixed it, I believe. Oh yeah, also, that is true. There are houses that are only accessible to Lalafels. And also, if you are a Lalafell with a helmet. I forgot about the part with the helmets. I think there was like a leave that you could do, that you could repeat like 1,000,000 times for coffee biscuits that had a ridiculous like amount of gil for the reward or something. And so if you really wanted to make like $1 billion, you would make 1,000 billion million coffee biscuits and repeat that leave quest infinitely or something. I don't remember the details, but it doesn't work anymore. They fixed it. But yeah, apparently there are houses here that only Lalafels can enter, and if you are a Lalafell with a helmet, people react to you differently. Howdy-ho, welcome to Talmra, friend. If you have any questions to ask, then I'm your dwarf. What do you do here? I was a miner once, but my days of swinging a pick came to an end when my back got too old and twisted. Now I'm just enjoying my golden years. I sit here drinking good dwarven ale and pass the time boasting about whose beard is best. Mine may be old, but it ain't lost none of its bounce. What kind of place is this? This village is home to the Toll family. I guess I'm going with Toll for this, and then Zammot for the leader. Ah, right, yes. We mostly make a living from what we dig out of the mines. You'll also see a few hunters and farmers around the place, not to mention our automata. Those are the metal helpers, what we build to assist with our daily tasks. Oh, one word of advice if you're headed east. Take care on them gogs. You can't trust dwarves with wild, wiry beards like that lot. Just the sight of them shifty buggers is enough to make my whiskers curl. Spit. Look at these lovely plump ladies. They'll be laying eggs soon, and my automaton here will spring into action to scoop them up. The eggs, that is, not the rails. This music, though, playing constantly, is very silly. Tally-ho! Oh, you've never seen this dwarf remove his... oh, you'll never see this dwarf remove his helm in front of other folk. Nay, no matter how suffocating it is, or itchy, or smelly. My helmet is currently invisible. Okay, just checking. I don't think... They probably don't care whether or not I have a helmet on. What could this trial be? Did I talk to Riot? You got to look after your tools. Is that pickaxe ready to split the hardest stone? Is that hammer gonna break apart on the gulg's noggin? Yeah, okay. Heh. Listen well. As you know, we're a minin' folk, and in the minin' life, danger's a constant companion. So when we come of age, each of us must prove our readiness to take to the mines. This we do by undertaking a trial, which tests the three traits the three traits all good miners can't do without: discernment, diligence, and dexterity. We call it 3D Mine Runner. Now look on my helm, mark its features well. You'll be given a slingshot, which you must use to shoot dwarves as wear helms what are different. Okay, so it's like a green helm with golden horns and a gold bar down the middle, and there's like 2 feathers on it. I'm guessing I don't need that much discernment. I've already made the necessary arrangements. When you're ready to take the trial, report to the observer nearby. Best of luck to you. 3D Mine Runner is quite a name to give something. Tally-ho! You must be the challenger the chief mentioned. I'll show you to the rooftop at once. As I'm sure you've been told, 3D Mine Runner. You use a slingshot to shoot them as wear the wrong helm. Let's begin with a spot of practice, eh? Search for the dwarf wearing the wrong type of helm. You may move the camera, etc., etc. It's the blow dart controls, but with funny dwarf. Okay. Ah, I see. Nice shooting. Keep it up in the actual trial, eh? So it's very visually distinct. At least for me. I'm sure that this could cause problems for some, if it's mostly color-based. Aye, that's the way. Next up, it's the trial for true. Let me know when you're ready, eh? I mean, the helmet's pretty different shaped as well, but you'd have to zoom in a lot, maybe. Ready for the trial? Right this way, then. This time, there will be them as wear the right helm. You shoot them, you fail, so look carefully before you let the stone fly. Maybe there's not much time pressure, though. Maybe it's fine. Oops, I missed. Well done. Fine show of discernment and dexterity. I missed, though. Okay, you only have to shoot one, I guess. I guess it's not actually a problem. Well done, well done. The trial never lies. You've got what it takes to be a miner. Run along back to the jeep now and get on with putting an end to all this strangeness of late. Oh, no need to worry about them as you struck. They wouldn't have felt it through their armor. That's fair. That was some impressive shooting, lass. Consider me satisfied. I missed, though. Aye, 'tis plain you didn't come this far with luck alone, so I'll place my faith in you and help you find the ore you seek. I remembered this being more complicated, but maybe not. Welcome back, Sucro. Though such a trial must be as a relaxing diversion compared to your usual endeavors, it was still an impressive display. I missed, though. This is like if Sucro was playing Call of Duty and, like, missed 3 headshots and then got a body shot and everyone thought it was great. Also, she probably got killed by, like, 3 other snipers simultaneously shooting her in the face. in this theoretical scenario. Or maybe that's just how Call of Duty worked for me. I could not snipe to save my life, which is probably why I got killed all the time when trying it. Did you know that kholusia is rich in sulfur? Well, it is. We've been mining the stuff since ancient times. And every so often, the self-same veins yield what's called earthseed, a rare ore steeped in magic. Time was, we used to refine earthseed for this and that, but the technique's been lost. The stuff's still out there to be had, though, provided you know where to look. And no place is surer than the Duergar's tool. Duergar? Problem is, the site's occupied by our age-old rivals, the Gulgs. Greedy sods claim the place is theirs and refuse to let any other bugger near. There never was a more odious lot than them Gulgs. I could go on forever about those hornless horsens. Jeez. But then we'd be here forever, and that won't get us nowhere. What it boils down to is this. If you want the Earthseed, you've got to deal with the Gulgs. Reckon you're up for the challenge? Up to the challenge? Nod. We've dealt with far worse. I'm sure we can find a way to obtain what we need. Nod. That's the spirit. Now to help you find your way, I'll have one of ours go with you. I'll do it. I'll go with them. Gasp. You, Korra? Nod. I couldn't help overhearing. I knew the Eaters had flocked to Mount Gulg, but I didn't know why. To think the last Light Warden's hiding up there. The fate of kholusia, no, the world hangs in the balance. If I can be of some help, then I want to do my part. Sigh. Your zeal is commendable, lad, but it isn't so simple. This here's Korra. Young as he is, he's one of the village's finest miners. The lad's got an uncanny sense of where to dig, and his aim with a pickaxe is as true as any dwarf's. But put him in the thick of battle and he couldn't hit the side of a minecart if he was sitting in it. If all he needed to do was dig, he'd be your dwarf, but he's liable to become a Sin Eater's breakfast before he can even manage a swing. It's true, I'm hopeless in a fight, but I still want to try. Please, please let me go with you. As I take care of you, you take care of the ore, or as long as you're aware of the dangers. I will defend you. Oh, thank you so much. I'll try my best not to be a burden. If you want to take Korra, far be it from me to stop you. Keep him safe, though, will you? Nod. We will most assuredly encounter Sin Eaters along the way. Though, with you in our company, that will be more a spectacle than a concern. That's a pretty interesting way to put it. Seriously though, take care of Korra. Lad's weaker than a pint of piss water. Wow, okay. Dwarven insults, huh? See to your preparations, my friend. We will depart as soon as you are ready. The Duergar's tool lies in a cave to the east. I'm ready when you are. We'll keep to the road and head east. I'm in your hands. It's kind of funny that this is like the Leave quest music. It seems we have a fair distance to cover. Be on your guard for Sin Eaters. Ah, Sin Eaters! Speak of the devils. Sucro, the one on the left is yours. So the Exarch is doing some sort of thaumaturgy over there. See that Korra comes to no harm. Amazing, you two are really strong. It may interest you to know that Sucro is a great hero in the land whence she hails. Some would say the greatest. Come, let us keep moving. Really? Oh, you must have some stories to tell, Sucro. Yeah, that she does. Tales to impress and inspire you in turn. By all means, have her regale you with a few once our work is done. Can't wait. Exarch is really trying to praise me here. Ah, more of them! And yeah, my DPS does seem significantly higher than... Stay behind us, Korra. The Exarchs, for whatever reason. I'm doing this rotation completely incorrectly. But they're behind us too! Uh-oh. Okay, the Exarch has cover. I thought I was going to have to... Sucro, focus on the enemy. I will protect our charge. He might be out of practice a bit. I don't know much about fighting, but you two make a great team. Applause. Sucro is a team unto herself. I merely follow her lead. Exarch, you really... Well, it looks like you've been doing this for years to me. Is that so? I shall take that as a compliment. The Exarch is really... did I say the wrong thing? Is really praising Sucro here. Like, not at all. Your words are most heartening. Indeed, I feel like a young man again. You talk as if you're old. How long have you two known each other anyway? Well... Ah, there's even more of them! Hey, I don't think we've seen one that looks like this before. This is too close to Amity for comfort. Let's finish them quickly and move on. Oh, we've seen... Concentrate on the ones coming for Korod. I will see to the rest. We've seen one named Forgiven Hypocrisy before. I think there's usually eye level sync for these, right? It's also possible that Sucro is just super cool. Like the Exarch appears to be telling everybody. Also, it's very funny that the Exarch is saying all of that and now getting attacked by Forgiven Flattery. Is that on purpose? Is that a little thing that they did on purpose there? Maybe? He is flattering Sucro a lot for some reason. Hurry, this way! I wonder if this is like Leave Quest music as like a joke about how it's an escort quest. How much further to the cave? Not far, it's just past this rise. Ah, I believe I see it. Yeah, it does seem pretty visible. Oh. Ah, again? It appears we are surrounded. Oh, so we are. That's fine. That's what I'm supposed to be as a tank. Fortunately, I have a little trick for such occasions. Sucro, draw them in. You got it. That's also what I do. Tis done. Let us press on. Right. I guess that was it. Yeah. Ah! Nope, there's still more of them. There's so many of these. Just as we're about to get there! One last push then, shall we, Sucro? Nod. Hey, wait, what's this music? I don't remember this song. I will shield Korod. Give the Eaters everything you have. Oh, this is battle music from the Crystal Tower raids. Now I remember it because of the melody is there. That's really fun. I completely forgot about this whole, like, Exarch fights with you part. Labyrinth of the Ancients main theme. Got it. I will ward off the attack. Stand with Korra, Sucro. I could have done that, I guess. Not good. Quickly spread out. Hey, this is a part of a song that appears somewhere. Vaguest sentence possible. Uh-oh. Oh, you're intercepting the tether. Oh no! Korra to me! Did you use rescue? Forgiven enmity. It appears the commotion drew this one out. Sucro, time to bring all to bear. Forgiven enmity. I don't know why I just stopped attacking there. That's fine. Ugh, not now. Ah, jeez. I think not. Your tale will not end here. Benediction, hell yeah. I pressed slightly the wrong button. I guess that's true. Vothri could run out of Sin Eaters. Korit says, don't die, if you do, I'll be next. I suppose that's true. Yeah, there's probably like too many of them for that to be a viable idea. I mean, Sucro is very cool, don't get me wrong. Sucro can fight a lot of Sin Eaters, but some of them have cutscene nonsense that require someone with Benediction to be nearby, I guess. It was a near thing in the end, but what matters is that we pulled through. Well fought, my friend. We're alive! We're alive! Let's hurry inside before any more Sin Eaters come. Right, follow me, please. I will take you to the Dwergar's Tool, where the purest sulfur in the land may be found. Also, I think I did already establish this, but just to be completely clear, apparently I've decided that it doesn't matter that I'm losing a bunch of experience by being level 90. Like, I could theoretically switch to Sage or something, because that's 84. But no, I'll just keep playing as a Paladin. I will lose the MSQ experience from here to 6.4. And I'll just have to accept that. Which I will, because I prefer to play as a Paladin. Actually, that reminds me. I haven't done the Paladin level 90 thing yet. Hey. First of all, Confetior. Blade of Faith. Blade of Truth. Blade of Valor. There you go. That's the Paladin level 90 thing. The first time I tried Paladin in the PvP lobby and did that, and saw Sucro drop a giant sword.
An extremely League of Legends voice for Demacia.
Hey, she said Demacia correctly. The first time I saw Sucro drop the giant sword, I was like, wait, clearly Paladin needs to be canon because that's Super Mario RPG as heck. I don't know why I said heck there when I've said the word fuck like 17 times today. But still. I do think I intend to swear less, but Yulmore is deserving of being sworn at. Controller? Controller. Maybe the controller needs cleaned, I don't know. Welcome to the world's least pleasant smelling ether current in the sulfur zone. A concentration of sulfur air. That's probably terrible. Yeah. Oh god. That sounds very funny, honestly. Like, that sounds like peak comedy in terms of game design. Where are they now? If the terrain and cough stench are any indication, we are at the tool. Ah, there. The Gogs with their ugly, unkempt beards. I see. The dwarf that was wearing the wrong helmet in the shooting thing was clearly this kind of helmet. I see. They realize we're here, they'll come after us. Best to take them down first. Be not so hasty, Korra. The animosity between your two clans notwithstanding, I would not resort to violence unless necessary. I will use an enchantment to render you invisible. It will not fool sin eaters, but it will suffice to hide you from the eyes of men. While you are thus concealed, do you think you could find us the Earthseed? Aye, I'll dig up the choicest stuff there is. We would be much obliged. Without further ado, then. Ah, I can see straight through me. Right, a digging we will go. That sounds fun. Let us not be idle either. Though Korra cannot be seen, he may still be heard. I would aid him by removing some few Gogs from the field. To that end... Is it Dream Powder again? Dream Powder. It is Dream Powder again. As you may recall, we used it for the rescue mission at Laxon Loft. We used it in Yulmore too, or Thancred had some too. We used it in Yulmore too. Gasp. Truly, it seems our alchemists got a little carried away with the latest batch. But if it has been useful in our endeavors, then I have no cause to complain. Now then, I shall make you invisible as well, that you might steal close to the dwarves and give them a dose of dream powder. Even should it fail to put them to sleep outright, it should render them drowsy enough to seek their beds. Nod. Say the word and I will cast the enchantment. It's time for funny pranks! Ready to begin? Very good. Should the enchantment fade before you finish tending to all the dwarves, return to me and I will cast it anew. Pranked time. So these sulfur enemies have the same model as an enemy that can join in any fate in Shadowbringers for some reason. I forget what they're called. Developed at the crystalline mean. We've seen this key item description before. I can barely keep my eyes open. Time to call it a day. But it's always a day. Haha. Forlorn Maiden. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. I'll work and no ale makes something to something, and I'm spent. Salt elementals is probably, yeah. Or sulfur elementals in this case. So drowsy, not safe to work when drowsy, better get some rest. I'm glad that these dwarves respect the need to rest and take care of themselves. Controller! Am I just gonna need to buy a new controller? Who knows? Computers are mystery. Maybe the USB port is messed up for some reason. All the dwarves have taken their leave. Good work, my friend. We've done all that we can. Let us await Koret's return. I've had that happen before, where specific USB ports become unusable for no reason. I'm back! This is the purest stuff there is. Think it's enough, or shall I go and dig up some more? I dare say it will suffice for our purposes. You have our gratitude, Koret. Let us carry this back to... What? Gasp. Are you alright? Worry not, I shall be fine. Long as I have been away from the Crystarium, a little weakness is to be expected. I may have also overexerted myself in the moment, to have this rare opportunity yet be unable to enjoy it to the full. Who goes there? Oh. Ah, that's Glag, Chief of the Gogs! You're one of the Tulls! I see. Word was our miners were coming back drowsy one after the next. I immediately suspected foul play. And what should I find here but those scum skulking about? It's a spineless act befitting your limp beards. What? I won't stand for that insult. Oh, I've tried it with... I first noticed the problem when I wasn't streaming, I think. Or I at least tested it. I think it happens when I am also not streaming. For the record, this computer is also very new and like high end, I guess, though pre-built. So I don't think it's overloaded. Our beards are soft and luscious and smell like a freshly tapped ale. Gog beards are dry and crusty and smell like a knocker's arse. Impudent whelp, better a hobgoblin's nose hairs than the feeble floppy things you dolls have hanging from your faces. This is ridiculous. Grr. Like oil and water, this is not like to end of its own accord. Sucro, do you perchance have some dream powder left? We shouldn't interrupt their conversation, but it was really good, interesting. Enough to put an end to this. Then let us put it to use and be on our way, though something tells me we've not seen the last of their bickering. Just chucks it. What the swivin'? Snorer. Forgive me, Koret, but we need you to be calm as well. I'm sorry, it's just when it comes to the Gogs, I can't help but see red. You needn't apologize, my friend. You are here on our account, and we have naught but gratitude for you. Now that we have what we came for, however, it's time to take our leave. The Talos awaits its heart. Though the beards are attached to the outfit in terms of when the player wears the outfit, it is unclear whether or not that is the way it works for the NPCs, is what I would say. At least for some of them, it could be their actual beard. I'm glad I could be of help. If you need any more Earthseed, just let me know. Hey, espresso. I don't know if Sucro would drink coffee. Well, my friend, as much as I have enjoyed our time together, I think it best we split up that we might accomplish our tasks more swiftly. Yeah, I do think I know of the dwarf that you mean. Or maybe there's at least two I could think of, I don't know. I shall see the Earthseed swiftly into the hands of Chai Nuz. While I am thus employed, would you be so good as to deliver Korot back to Tamra? Leave it to me. My thanks, Sucro. Brief though it was, 'twas an honor to go adventuring with you. I shall see you back in Amity. Korot bow. Leave the Earthseed to me, my friend, and see Korot safely back to Tamra. While you are there, a words of thanks to Chief Zamet would not go astray. Uh-oh, there's side quests. So it's been like 5 hours. Well, recording time, 4 hours, 50 minutes, 32 seconds. I didn't really expect to get to the dungeon, etc. today. Spoilers, Mount Gulg is a dungeon. I wonder how much more time it would take. Probably several more hours, if I had to guess. But what's this about? 4 quests left until the dungeon, but there's 2 side quests, and one of them might be a chain that I intend to do all of. I don't remember when that one appears. It might also not be one of the Ether Current ones. You heard the latest rumor out of Kamra? The strangest find in recent memory, though actual details as to what find actually is have yet to emerge. If you do happen to come into any juicy tidbits, I'd be keen to hear them. The suspense is killing me here. I don't remember if the chain that I'm thinking of is an Ether Current one or not, but I'll probably find out very quickly. I think it is. Well, scuff my helm if it ain't the traveler we've been hearing about, and the elders had more than a few things to say. I'd best be giving you a proper welcome then, eh? Lally-ho! Yeah, I do remember. Lally-ho! Now that's what I like to see, a lally-ho straight from the heart. I only wish my own boy would put a more effort into his lollies and his hoes. Phrasing? He's always busy fiddling with his damn automata. No time for swapping words with folk of flesh and blood. Every dwarf knows that a lolly-ho gets a lolly-ho, or you're asking to become an outcast. A mother does worry, she does. So, here's another point. All dwarves have beards, regardless of gender. Or at least they wear beards, regardless of gender. Either of those is possible, as a way to explain it. And that's only the half of it. I know it's just a stage all lads go through, but the little bugger has to argue with every word I say. I just had the most clever idea. He'll not listen to me or the other villagers, but maybe, just maybe, curiosity for a stranger will win out over that sour attitude of his. Worth a try, don't you think? Please, befriend my son, Ronnet. Just get him used to giving a proper greeting, that's all I ask. I tell you, he really is a marvel with automata. If you end up getting along, he might even show you a few of his stranger contraptions. It is cool. So this... I guess I don't have to do the entire quest chain on stream, but I'm pretty sure this is the chain that gives you the lolly-ho emote, which is important. I say important, and I mean to me specifically. Oh, I swear I was just holding it. What are you staring at, eh? Clear off! I don't know if I want to do that entire chain on camera or not. I could just do that on my own time later, possibly. That might also work. Run it! Look, we've got a visitor. Why don't you say hello? Who are you then? What, you got something to say to me? You can say rally ho and hi ho, which are... At least one of those has been used in the past in older localizations of older games. Lally ho! Oh, you know our greeting. Lally. Oh, Ronnet, my lad, you can do better than that. Head up, eyes front. No need to be shy. I'm not being shy, I'm stoic. Yes, dear, if you say so. Now, Ronnet, is everything else all right? You seem to be looking for something. Oh, no, it's just, I mean, I sort of lost my hammer. You what? Of all the irresponsible, careless, foolish... Questioning head tilt. Ronnet's hammer's been in the family for generations. It's a priceless heirloom that once belonged to Watts, the blacksmith of legend himself. Watts mentioned. Speaking of dwarves from older Final Fantasy games. By the way, the helmets resemble those. Oh, what are you standing around for, boy? Find that hammer. We will do what we can to help. Questioning head tilt? Right, why don't you have a chat with some villagers for me and ask if they've seen Ronnet's hammer? Just remember your dwarven manners and all will be well. Yep. Dwarves are the first Lalafels, after all, so that makes sense. Up high, I could do this all day, is what that one said. This music with these silly side quests. You want words with me then? Give a dwarven greeting. Lally-ho! Oh, that's a fine lally-ho you've got there, lass. I like you. Ronnet? Ah, that sulky sprout's lost old Watt's hammer, has he? Well, lucky for him, I believe yon gentle dwarf picked it up. Time I was getting back to work then. Good day to you, stranger. You're talking to me? Lally-ho! What's this, a perfect lally-ho? You're no ordinary traveler, I see. The hammer I picked up, I reckoned I would hand it over to the elder for safekeeping. You're saying it belongs to young Ronnet? Well, he can be a touch shouty, that boy. Do you think you could take it back to him for me? That's my part done, then. What do you mean that's your part done, then? Is this all an elaborate setup? I think it is, actually. That sounds familiar. I've gone incorrectly around the town. I've moved incorrectly. I've failed to take the correct path. I'm trying to say words. There you are. I probably could have kept going in the direction I was going. Well, now, what's that you've got there? Huh? Why are you still here? Although technically Ronnet's hammer, this priceless family heirloom first belonged to Watts, the legendary dwarven blacksmith. Wait, this is my hammer! Well, 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 would you look at that? You see, Ronnet, give the right and proper greeting and folk will be glad to share a bit of kindness. Could be that you got a thing or two to learn from Sucro here. The toll booth. Yeah. Are you lecturing me again? Well, maybe you're not such a bad sort. I'll just put the hammer in a safe place somewhere. I mean to be a famous smithy myself someday, so I'd best not lose it again. Nod. I'll leave you to it then. I know my boy's not the easiest to get along with, Sucro, but he sure could use a friend like you. I don't need a friend, I don't need anyone. We're not going to be friends, understand? But you can stay around a little longer, if you want. So now what? Okay, so this is still marked as blue because it does give you that emote. I don't know if we have to do this right now. Maybe we'll do this later. Maybe I won't do that on camera. I think it's a fun quest line. But like, I could also actually try to continue the story. Oh, that's way elsewhere. What the? Yeah, I was also thinking that. Oh, that noise was that flying enemy. I heard it earlier. I feel like I should collect all the ether currents so that the story quest gives me the final one and enables flight, because that always works the best. There it is. Okay, so I missed one over there somewhere. Also fair, I guess. I feel like I missed that one the first time I played Shadowbringers too. Like, it's right next to the airship or something. I just never turned around and looked next to it or something like that, probably. Or it's somewhere in the river down there. Hey look, it's Ranjit's familiar. That's convenient. Or like, it's the Ranjit familiar adjacent hunting mark of Huracan. Ah, okay, you don't like me. I was startled by this for some reason. Ranjit's dad's familiar? I actually didn't expect it to attack me. I wonder if I could... That's either an A rank or S rank mark, and I doubt I could... Wait a second. Hey, I don't think this is an Ether Current quest. I think this is... I recognize this location. This is near. This is the near zone. That's not Ether Currents. At least I think so. So I'll leave that for later. Oh, they don't let you do that, huh? Understandable. Also, for those, I've been insisting on referring to the near raids as the near zone for no reason. I guess because it's adjacent to the word share. I guess it's actually pretty close. But yeah, I actually remember that. I did do the first part of Denir Zone. Very many... Whenever it first released, I played that on stream as my old character, as a machinist. It was near the airship, by the way. Sort of. So... Okay, so I'm guessing then that this other quest one is elsewhere. Shadowbringers raids of all sorts are the most difficult ones, you say? I see. I do remember a lot of confusion, death, and struggling when I played the first Nier raid. Also, a word of warning to you, the viewer, I don't like Nier. I'm going to be less enthusiastic about those raids than a lot of people might be. And a lot of that is, to put it simply, some aspects of Nier and the work of that creator are somewhat triggering sometimes. Anyway. Lalio, glad you're back then and in one piece. How did you fare with the Earthseed then? I got them all they needed. The Exarch's on his way to Amity with it now. Basically, Nier's too horny and I hate it. Even if it tries to have good points or like interesting stories or whatever. No, I can't. Sorry. But I'm going to do the raids anyway. Possibly against my better judgment, I don't know. Good to hear that young Korit was of help. As it happens, a few others came forward while you were gone saying what they wanted to do their bit as well. Given that you're building a Talos, we reckon you'd be needing some mining tools. So we went and modified our spare pickaxes for use by bigger folk. Here, take these with you. Should be plenty to go around. From what our scouts tell me, there's a crowd gathered at the top rung already. Go see that everyone has a pickaxe to swing, eh? I think everyone here is entirely understanding of my issue with Nier stuff, by the way, and I don't need to continue talking about it, but it's the sort of thing where I inherently feel like I have to defend myself even though I don't. Because the main thing that I know about Nier is that everybody loves Nier except for me. Which is sometimes also what it feels like with my issues in general, is that there's something that everyone else loves except for me, which is not true. But I don't want to ramble about that too much. That's probably oversharing or whatever again. Oh, Eden's gonna be fine. It's just Nier. And it's not like the story relevance or lack thereof. People are... Oh, it's you. No few free citizens wanted to help, but years of leisure meant... Or leisure? Leisure? I think it's both. Meant that most were in no condition to contribute. Instead, they sent their fervent hopes for our success. Alphino came and rounded all of us up. It's funny, I used to be afraid of Yulmorans, and yet here we all are. Did you doubt that we'd be back for more? We've got motivation to spare. Hey, Magnus. Magnus and Thaf and Jerk. There I was thinking you lot had come up with the stupidest plan known to man when I find out you've managed to drag old Chai Nuz into it. Once the job's done, I'll have to go and give the lazy sod a good heckling. Sucro, good to see you again. How have you been keeping? A giant Talos? Can such a thing be done? Oh, be still my beating heart. Hey, Ron. Worms, get your worms. They're the best. You'll taste the side of the bright cliff. Live and juicy and cured and crunchy. There's something for everyone. Hey, you. Alize came looking for willing workers, so here I am. We've got like Vieira from or Vis from the Raktika Greatwood. Various people from various other places. Crystarium soldiers, more Vis. Yulmorans. Everyone is here. As if restoring the ladder weren't enough of a task, you're trying to build a giant Talos. I love it. Ah, Sucro, you're come at a good time. Look, Sucro, people from all over have come to help us quarry stone. And this isn't even all of them. As we speak, the volunteers Thancred and Reen, both recruited, are being escorted to the worksite, and by both Crystarium and Yulmoran soldiers, no less. So as you can see, we have plenty of hands. There's just one problem. We don't have enough tools to put in them. We've been desperately trying to round up more, but we haven't had much luck so far. Oh, I don't know how much difficulty I'll have gameplay and mechanics-wise with Eden. I just mean that I won't have any unrelated to gameplay problems with Eden conceptually that would make it annoying or a problem for me to actually play that part of the game. If they're super difficult, well, we'll see when we get there. But Nier I just inherently dislike, and it could cause problems for me depending on a lot of things. We'll find out. That's still kind of getting ahead of ourselves, but not as much as it was last time I mentioned it. Whenever that was. I just happen to have a bunch of pickaxes. Pickaxes from the dwarves. Trust you to have exactly what we need exactly when we need it. Well, what are you waiting for? Go and hand them out to everyone so they can get to work. Long time no see, traveler. Are you waiting to be issued a pickaxe too? Durable pickaxes crafted by the Tulls, adapted for use by bigger folk. Actually, I'm here to help give out pickaxes. Oh, you clearly weren't, and now neither are we. Rest assured we will put these to good use and work very, very hard. Hell yeah. Of course, one cannot work on an empty stomach, which is why I brought some tasty worms to share. As much as we would all enjoy a treat, perhaps the worms are best saved for afterwards? This is confusing. Greetings, Sucro. You may not remember me, but I'm one of the carers from the inn at Journey's Head. After night returned to Amareng, we noticed a change in our patients. The transformation had halted in every one of them. I can't express what it did to the mood of the place. We were still celebrating days later when who should come along but Alize. She said that she sought the aid of those who believed in the Warrior of Darkness. We all answered her call right there and then. Of course, some few carers had to remain behind, but as many of us came as could be spared. Hell yeah. Nod. I too have great respect for the Warrior of Darkness. When we meet, I'll be sure to treat them to a nice plump worm. They still don't know I'm the Warrior of Darkness, I guess. Magnus. We've come, Sucro. In case you're wondering, Guthjon is here too. Couldn't wait to start breaking rocks though, so he's gone on ahead. He could have at least left us a spare set of tools. Good news. Wonderful. Now we can be about it too. Heck yeah. Quarrying isn't exactly my stock in trade, but this time I feel as though my wife will be with me, guiding my hand. So let's make it happen. Let's build a world where everyone can live without fear, where everyone has a place they can go home to. Heck yeah, nod. Right then, let's be on our way. Huh? What are you still doing here, Thaf? I thought you brought your own tools. I did, and I was just about to head off when I saw Jarek. Oh gods, if this plan works and the giant Talos comes to life. Just imagine the size of the trolley it could push, imagine it! Are you still raving on about that? How many times do I have to tell you? That's not what the Talos is for! Where the hell's would the tracks even go? There's bound to be somewhere, you just need a little imagination. Seeing as the stoneworks is involved, maybe we could have a trolley added to the design. Enough, we're going to work, and if I hear any more about trolleys from you, I'll have you pushing one yourself. I am also imagining the giant trolley. Nod. Imagine the Talos loading Mount Gulg into the giant trolley and then pushing it into the ocean. And that's our attempt at a solution. What if that was our cool plan instead? We're ready to do our bit, Sucro. We just need tools to do it with. Pickaxes, loads of them. Now we may all work to our heart's content. Nod. Various cheering. Well, I don't have many talents. I do have a strong back, and what strength I have, I'll gladly use for the sake of peace. We got the ladder moving again, didn't we? If we join hands, there's no Talos we can't build. Nod. I still haven't repaid you and Alphino for saving me, and I'm not sure I ever could. But that ain't gonna stop me trying. I'm with you to the end. Nod. Or, thumbs up, actually. There's the nod. Come on, you lot, look lively. Everything appears to be in order here. In all my time in this world, I do not recall seeing so many optimistic faces. My thanks, Sucro. With that, everyone is now equipped to work. I think I'll go and join the soldiers standing guard over the volunteers. It'd be a shame if they fell prey to sin eaters after all the trouble we've gone to. Right, let us see this plan as a resounding success for the sake of all in Norvrand. And here's some espresso. This is sort of like telling Sucro to go take a nap, except it's more like cheat out of a nap with caffeine, because we still need to do more action. That none shall ever again. Well, my friend, it appears we are the only ones left here. If you've no other pressing tasks, would you care to accompany me to Amity? There, Y'shtola is overseeing those who will imbue the Talos with magics. Come, let us join them at once. So, okay, that's... Ah! That's where it is. That's where the last Ether Current quest is, other than the story one. Gotta do that now. Oh. I briefly parsed what I saw as I drove into town as Y'shtola sitting on the box, but that's not the case. Y'shtola would never do that. Not while anyone was within 1,000,000 miles. Oh, there you are. Oh, Sucro, my dear, I regret to say that all this moving about has begun to take its toll, yet my darling husband soldiers on like the redoubtable soul he is. I am entirely unqualified to help him with the Talos, of course, but I do what I can to make him more comfortable. A cup of water here, a massage there. Heck yeah, you're doing your part. You're helping out. What's this about? You didn't happen to see a lone girl over at top rung, did you? It was her turn to keep an eye on the ladder, but she's well past due to return. Questioning head tilt. Oh yeah, Zumi is a good name for a Mistel. No, I wonder what could have... The two of us were once bonded citizens, you see, and we were not treated well. But even after fleeing here to Amity, it seems our experience in Yulmore has left my friend distrustful of most other folk. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that she simply ran and hid when she saw you coming up the cliff. It wouldn't be the first time. I know it's a lot to ask, but do you think you could find her and calm her down? A soothing word from a stranger might go a long way towards rebuilding her confidence. I feel like Zumi Shai should have been the name of the Mistel who ran away and hid because of scary stranger appearing. Maybe that would have been too exactly correct. Oh, over there. Or maybe that also would have been making light of trauma response a little bit too much. Because, like, not trusting other people because of what happened to you in Yulmore is, like, 1000% understandable. Zumi Shai could also be the name of the sort of My Little Pony character that you would find only in a blind bag as a small figurine that's a recolor of another pony. Oh yeah, it sure does do that. By the way, the best blind bag pony of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic is Firecracker Burst, because it's just Twilight Sparkle with a different color scheme and her cutie mark is fire. I just think it's funny that there's like a pony who's really good at fire and probably like explosions and stuff. This has been the completely unexpected My Little Pony tangent. Ah, no, please, just let me go. Oh. Wait. I was supposed to... Okay, I guess I'm not supposed to soothe yet. A race car that's hiding under the blankets. Is that why Zumi Shai as a pony is the inventor of the race car bed? This is the best My Little Pony OC that we've just invented. Please, I did nothing wrong! Terrified girl seems convinced that you were here to apprehend her. Do as Zumi Shai bid you and try a few soothing words. It's okay. I'm not here to do any harm. I saw you come up the ladder. You're a bounty hunter from Yulmore, aren't you? Okay, I look like I could be a bounty hunter, I get it. I'm not a bounty hunter. Oh, I just thought since I used to work as a servant to a husband and wife in Yulmore, the Lord would make all manner of suggestive comments, but I did my best to ignore or rebuff his advances. And then one day the lady accused me of tempting her husband. She pulled me aside and had me beaten near to death. Wow. Are those two, like, still in Yulmore? Because I would like to throw them into the ocean. I know I'm suggesting throwing a lot of things into the ocean in the last, like, 10 minutes, but it's a helpful catch-all solution for a few things. That's why I ran from you. I was so certain she'd sent someone to drag me back. Forgive me, I didn't mean to cause you or Zumi any trouble. I'll head straight back and let her know I'm alright. It is easier than throwing them into the sun. Unless we build a giant Talos for throwing jerks into the sun with. Thinking emoji. Zumi Shai is my new favorite Mistel name, by the way, now that it's been pointed out. Ah, you're back. Thank you for going out of your way to find my friend. It's a small step, but I'm glad she was able to talk to you. Here, a little something from the both of us to reward your kindness. Here, I will teach you the knowledge of the wind. Be gentle with those you meet here, traveler. We've all been through a lot, some more than others, and we survived by looking out for each other. Hey, I know what that's like. Hey, Runar. Sucro, it does me well to see you again. When Master Matoya told us of the undertaking, we struggled to comprehend the enormity of it. Nonetheless, we have complete faith in you and yours. All that is within our power, the Knights Blessed will do. And as you can see by the presence of their people, Fano is of the same mind. If the stone is laid out in this manner, then the imbuing should begin, yes, here. It's always kind of fun when you see a player character who you're not sure if they're just like another person that's in the scene. Like this one here. Like, I kept running past her because she's standing still and thinking she was just supposed to be her. All proceeds smoothly here, and everyone is being moved into position. The moment of truth is nigh. Well, there she goes. Pleased am I to say that I was able to call upon a sizable contingent from the Crystarium Guard, Captain Lena herself among them. Not only do they stand watch over civilians, when the time cometh, they too shall pour their magics into the Talos. Alright. I hope that random person wasn't scared away by me looking at them for a second. I'm sorry to them if so. Ah, good of you to join us. I'm pleased to say we have gathered ample help for the imbuing. With Master Chai in the process of finalizing his design, I have taken the liberty of dispatching all hands to their positions. Gasp. You hurtle along as though I have my house in order, but quite frankly, this is the most disorganized mess of a project I've ever overseen. I haven't spent nearly as much time as I would like on my calculations. So thou hast proclaimed loudly and frequently, Master Chai. Yet from my perspective, a layman's though it may be, haste notwithstanding, thou hast gone to great lengths abiding by proven methodology to ensure the integrity of thy design. Aye, well, that's just the bare minimum that's expected of us at the Stoneworks. Though our glory days are behind us, I've not forgotten our time-honored traditions. Ah, but I should mention that the Exarch delivered the ore I asked for, Earthseed I believe he called it. In that quantity, I believe we can fashion a suitable heart for the Talos. And then everything will be in readiness, or so I would like to say. Is there a problem? In a Talos of, well, any reasonable size, a single heart will serve to circulate aether throughout the chassis, but given the unprecedented proportions of that which we seek to build, I doubt that will be the case. By installing smaller peripheral hearts at intervals, I believe that we can maintain a stable ether flow, thereby solving the problem. However, we don't have enough ore for this purpose. Not for it, but to procure more, I suppose. Gasp. Runar, mayhap now is a good time to bring them out. Nod. Oh, I forgot about this part. I think I know what's happening. A moment, friends. There is something I would show you. I say, are these not heartstones? They are, the most prized possession of we of the Knights Blessed, and these belong to our kindred who have left us. Immersed in water imbued with fervent prayer, these stones harbor no small amount of magic. Yeah, it is. And we may imbue them with yet more prior to their installation on Talos. What think you? Being from a different region, these cannot be used for the main heart. The peripheral ones, on the other hand, I believe they will serve. Excellent. When Master Matoya spoke to us of the role we are to play, the Heartstones immediately came to mind. Of course, before bringing them with me, I made certain to consult my fellows first. After all, the stones bear the precious lives of those who have gone to the Sunless Sea. Yeah, this is the inverse of that. But we have now beheld the sunless sea with our very own eyes, and by the gentle lights that glimmer on high, we know that there is peace beyond. Yeah, even those who couldn't make it here are helping in their own way. That's exactly right. It's a good way to put it. Thus are we also at peace. If our heartstones may serve to restore night to all the world, gladly do we give them. I'm having emotions at this. So, Master Chai, if you could instruct us how to distribute the heartstones. Thumbs up. And Sucro, for good luck, may I ask that you imbue one as well? Gasp? Okay, yeah, it's everybody but the Fae. I think okay, this might be spoilers, but I think I remember the Fae showing up anyway. So, you know. We should be honored, Sucro. Go on and do your imbuing. I'll see to it that the stones are put to good use. Yet again, that which was bequeathed by the departed paveth the way for the living. Urianger specifically noting that. That's kind of a lot. Just throw in a random side text box. Like, just Urianger casually saying this here. Man, Urianger, this happens a lot, doesn't it? Full many have placed their hopes in our plan, both those who are here and those who could not be. We must not fail them. They would be a flaw to be reckoned with. That's also a very good pun. What's with the Fae puns today? There's only been 2, but they've both been very good. Rest assured it is not difficult. Simply raise your hand and focus as you would when attuning to an aetherite. Imbue the jade-colored stone here, if you would be so kind. Oh, it's green. Okay. Familiar heartstone. Oh! This is the one we specifically found, too. Isn't it? And it's also the only green one. This is the one we specifically went and found for them. The familiar-looking heartstone appears to glow faintly. Man, they're surprising me with all these sudden emotions here. That will do. Thank you, Sucro. If this heartstone appears familiar, it's because it belonged to Tadia. It bears the collective hope of the Knights Blessed, the hope that none shall ever again be sacrificed to Sin-Eaters. Right, I've identified the spots on the Talos where the stones are needed. See that they're amply imbued, then install them as I've indicated on this diagram. Understood. We will set about the task at once. It's fascinating how Chai Nuz is always talking about how this seems so impossible. And yet he's doing a completely unreasonable amount of work in, like, an extremely short amount of time. When the Talos awakens and the way to Mount Gulg is secured, we shall sally forth. It promises to be a trying climb, so take what rest you can in the meantime. We will see you soon. Nod. A moment, Urianger. You said that you would have measures ready in the event that our friend fails to contain the light. Do you? Be assured that I do. All which I require lieth in this land. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I trust you, Urianger, or... So what's the plan exactly? I trust you, Urianger. And I swear to thee that thy trust is not misplaced. As ardently as I pray for the preservation of this world, so too do I pray for thy safety. So rest easy, my friend, and take such ease as thou mayest, the better to be ready for the trials to come. Yeah, I don't think Urianger would reveal the plan. But also, like, shrug, I guess. Yeah, that's about right, Y'shtola. So I'll be right back. I guess this will be a fairly lengthy stream, but I've decided I will continue. Hello. I was away for longer than I expected to be. Because I tripped over a corgi. And I had to apologize to the corgi and pet the corgi. And the other corgi became concerned, so I had to pet that corgi as well. And I was startled and had to reassure the corgis and also regain composure, I guess. Corgis are very difficult to see in the dark. Especially since we have like tri-colored corgis with a lot of black fur, which is difficult to see in the dark. I don't know how good my dark vision is, but not good enough to see a corgi after not expecting one. I'm told the rock for the chassis is more or less ready, all quarried and shaped and laid out. That just leaves the imbuers to do their work. I'll continue checking my calculations up until the very last moment, but it's only a matter of time now. We managed to rally nigh everyone in Norbrent for this endeavor. That's a remarkable feat in itself, but will it be enough? There's no point in worrying about such things now. I'll get back to my calculations. You, meanwhile, should go and rest as your friend suggested. My wife and the Exarch should be in the tavern. Why don't you join them? Oh, and Sucro? Thank you. Why are you still here? Go and get some rest while you still can. The Exarch? He went outside a moment ago, my dear. I would have thought you'd have seen him. He kept me company for a short while, but then he came over rather pale. He's clearly been straining himself, the poor thing. Anyway, he excused himself, saying that he needed a breath of fresh air. Weak as he looked, I did offer to go with him, but he assured me that he would be fine. I do hope he's alright. The Exarch does not appear to be nearby. Hey. So you're just out in the open now, are you? And labeled at that. ... The Exarch does not appear to be anywhere in the vicinity. There is only the shoebill, gazing unflinchingly southward. Nope. Sucro, please. You cannot disable the motion of the shoebill. Maybe this will be the video thumbnail. Southward, eh? I guess that's the one time the shoebill is extremely obvious, probably. Okay, not exactly. I was thinking follow the... Oh. I was correct, but... Hey, Exarch? Hello?
The future is where my destiny awaits.
What does that mean?
Forgive me, I was lost in a dream.
What does that
I needed
mean?
some fresh air and thought to rest for a moment. It would seem I am more fatigued than I realized. Too much time away from the tower, I fear. It drains me, leaves my body frail and weak.
There's always some sort of portent happening in the Exarch streams,
Though,
I'm sure.
in truth, it is debatable whether I can still call this my body.
What does that mean? That seems concerning.
When first I turned my mind towards the salvation of the world, I came to the conclusion that it would take many long years, many more than remain to me. And so I made myself one with the Crystal Tower, that I might live indefinitely.
So you just casually did that?
I am but an extension of it now. Hence my weakness the farther I travel, and the longer I am away.
How do you just do that?
It has been quite a journey. But thanks to you, the end is in sight. My wish will finally be fulfilled. How goes the construction effort?
Explaining.
Then this may be the last moment we have to ourselves for a while. Come, sit with me.
Alright. Are you gonna explain anything? That'd be cool, I think.
Tell me, when all of this is over, what will you do?
I'll settle matters with the Empire, or what I always do, seek out mightier foes, or rest a while, or... ... I hadn't thought about it. ...
Well, you needn't hurry to decide. I was merely curious to know what sort of future lay in store for a hero with her life ahead of her.
I've been choosing ... a lot as Sucro, I've noticed. I say that every time I do that now.
I have
for some
every
reason.
confidence that you will do well. For you have the strength to forge your own path.
But I think it just surprises me every time that I keep feeling that that's the correct choice.
You will leave countless lives better than you found them, and the souls you touch will never forget your kindness. Then, in trying times, when you question your worth and your choices, they will raise their voices to remind you of the difference you have made.
This has happened to me in real life. So, thank you, everyone. Also, Sucro's default Mikote sitting pose here looks very uncomfortable to me.
And thus will your deeds come to affirm your path. Remember this.
Thank you, Exarch. What will you do when this is over, or I would know more of you? Let's make it follow the conversation. What will you do?
When this is over, indeed.
You don't have to be mysterious about everything.
There are things we can ill afford to lose.
Okay, fair.
Things, I said. Though in truth, I spoke of a person. One who is unaware of the full extent of my plans. Though she deserves to know, I have good reason to keep my counsel.
I feel like there's a good chance you're talking about me right now. This is also a good contender for a video thumbnail. There's too many of them. I could do this and then put the shoe bill in the background, fade it out. Or hide a shoe bill somewhere. I should have been hiding shoe bills in all the thumbnails, damn it. Shoot.
I have come to terms with this in my mind, yet my heart yearns to lay everything bare. For she is my inspiration, and I would give much and more for the chance to speak with her as friends, with no thought of concealment.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Exarch, if you were to use a singular they in this whole set of sentences, it would do a lot more to make this seem less like you're probably referring to Sucro.
Should she indulge me with her tales, I would regale her with my own. About my efforts in Northrend, perhaps. Though, ultimately, that tale is more yours than it is mine. Then, I would ask her about her next adventure. And if she should wish me to be a part of it, oh, how happy it would make me.
It could also be that I know more than I am supposed to at this point in the story.
Together we would travel the lands and cross the seas and take to the skies upon the eternal wind. My heart swells simply to imagine it.
Hey, Eternal Wind is the name of the Final Fantasy III theme song associated with the Crystal Tower questline. He might be trying to like be very obvious in a way that's technically getting around his don't want to tell everything. Yeah, doesn't want to say it directly but wants you to know, that sort of thing. Sucro's like one of her eyes narrowed slightly, but while she continued to smile.
All of this is contingent upon our victory in the coming battle.
Hey.
The people of this world have entrusted their hopes to us. We cannot fail them.
Damn, this is also a good thumbnail, probably. Well, I don't think this would fit in the resolution of the thumbnails as they are arranged. Still a good screenshot, though. All these fancy screenshots.
Nor those who roused me from my slumber. Thank you for your company, my friend. Let us return to Amity.
Still mysterious, but seems to be on the side of good or something. Anyway, time for this music to resume again. Look, this song is good. And I think I brought up the Mega Man Battle Network Panic Music Infinite Loop before on a previous stream, probably just like last time. But the amount of time that this spends playing and overriding other music is giving me that vibe now. Fair enough. The Exarch is back, thank heavens, and it seems the sea breeze did him a world of good. I do hope you managed to get a spot of rest as well. There you are. Ah, what a relief. When Dulia told me the Exarch had disappeared and that you had been a long time finding him, I'd fear the worst had happened right before the moment of truth. That is an interesting parallel. Where's everyone else? Worry not, my friend. I'm much revived for the fresh air, and for your fine company, of course. Now then, let us turn our thoughts back to the task at hand. Someone swooping in on a bomb balloon or whatever, like immediately as the jingle began. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace in the Source. These two have been staring angrily at each other for the past 3 hours. Well, Xenos in air quotes has been staring indifferently at Varus, not in air quotes, staring angrily. Your Radiance, I have taken the liberty of quashing the vile rumors that your heir is possessed by a devil. You just did that? With the nation in the grip of war, we may rely on patriotic zeal to prevent them from resurfacing. 3 days. Yeah. But like still, I feel like it'd be difficult to eliminate a rumor even with violence. And what of Emmett Selk? He has taken himself to the first to usher that world to its end. Or so I believe. He did not disclose the details of his mission, having ever preferred to work alone. Even to those who have known him since the beginning, his actions can prove unpredictable. I am no stranger to his ways. He joys in playing me for a fool. A fool. Full many times have I been convinced that I was acting of my own volition, only to discover all was as he willed it. My dear grandfather. On the subject of our esteemed colleague, his last report, though brief, did contain one item of interest. You have doubtless wondered why the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have not taken the field of late. Oh, they finally noticed. It's because they are no longer in the source. Or it is because. The hero of the Scions has journeyed to the First, as have her comrades, albeit incompletely. Their bodies yet remain here in the source. This presents an opportunity. If we can defeat the Alliance prior to the Scions' return, we may eliminate their order at a stroke. And with the Scions gone, none shall remain to thwart our plans. It will be but a matter of striking down the hero upon her homecoming. Which, lest you forget, is essential to the realization of our objective. Of both of our objectives. Ascian mask just because. Through Hydaelyn's meddling, her champions threaten to wrest the reins of fate from our grasp. The world is at risk of being dragged down the false path. One which will never see man reclaim his true form. Yeah, it's still calling him Xenos. 'Tis unthinkable that he should supplant us, incomplete as he is. Such a devolution is abhorrent, and it must be stopped before it is too late. It is kind of funny. I don't know if it's a joke. The hour has come, your Radiance. Order your armies to march once more. Crush all who stand in your way. This is your heart's desire, is it not? To seize a victory that is yours and yours alone for the future of Garlemald. Oh dear, you do not wear the mummer's motley well. I was never one to take an interest in tedious conflicts. Guess who? Found them. Katana-bearing Centurion, everyone's favorite character, I guess. The whereabouts of my one true friend, however, they interest me greatly. I but hope the beasts of this First are providing her proper sport. I would know every detail, Lord Xenos. Or would you rather I called you Elidibus?
Katana-bearing Centurion for Smash Brothers 506.
You could probably make katana-bearing Centurion as a Mii sword fighter, I guess, if you really wanted to. So, the game has been very clear about this for a while, but now it can't be more clear that this is Elidibus and that's Xenos over there. Similar to how Dunban over there is Dunban. I don't know why. I can only think of person over there and then think of Dunban, that's all. Anyway, most unexpected. Unexpected, most unexpected. That immortality should be within the reach of one with a borrowed echo. You have outdone yourself, Xenos Ye Galvus. Ball bearings? For what? I have no particular attachment to that name, but I am rather fond of that body. Without it, I cannot enjoy my hunt to the fullest. Your secrets or my flesh, I care not what you give me first, the choice is yours. Oh, katana bearings, I see. In a weird way, Xenos is helping by interrupting and or stalling the Empire right now. But you don't have to hand it to him, again. Extinguishing the last light. Right, so while the two of you were away, I received word that everything is in place, meaning we can proceed with awakening the Talos. Once we imbue the magic, it will stir itself and immediately carry out its designated function, namely, taking Mount Gulg in its grasp. The enemy of my enemy is a convenience. Yeah, kinda. Xukro, we may be certain that Valtteri will not look on in idleness as we beat a path to his front door. Once our plans are set in motion, there will be no turning back. So see to your preparations as meticulously as you may, and I will give the order to proceed as soon as you are ready. Engage! No, actually, hold on. I need to talk to everyone again. I did everything I could. It will work. It will. I hope it will. Everything will be fine, I assure you. No Talos my husband has poured himself into has ever failed, and that is not about to change now. Who's ready to see a giant robot? Give the word and I will relay the order to awaken the Talos. Engage! Xukro, did you just do the Star Trek engage gesture? I think that's what Picard does or whatever. I don't know Star Trek. Very well, let us begin. But that seems like the sort of gesture you would do.
I am always ready to see a giant robot. Please design me a cool super robot form for my birthday.
Oh dear. I don't know when Callie's birthday is. I forget. It'll still be a while, I think. Callie was this year.
Word from the Exarch. All is set on his side, and we may proceed when ready.
If you suggest that I design a cool super robot form for Callie, like a giant cool super robot form for Callie, I'm probably just going to like paste her on top of one of Mega Man X Sigma's ridiculous final boss battle bodies as a joke and say that that's good enough. I think Calico is completely fine as she is though. And I think Calico agrees with this statement. That's my opinion.
Well, we have sufficient stone for our needs.
Likewise, preparations for the imbuing have been made according to thine exacting instructions.
It seems very strange that you could just...
I agree with this statement. I was just having a laugh, lol, joke and or a prank.
Thank you, Callie. An astromech droid. I'm afraid I don't know what that is. Also, it still seems surprising... perhaps. Maybe. It seems surprising to me that we are able to so quickly make this plan work. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Callie would do that. Because an X-Wing is the exact sort of, like, place where if it fits, you can sit. As we know from how R2-D2 is plugged into an X-Wing. Nod.
Then you need only say the word.
Let us begin. See that everyone is in position. We shall catch Vorthri, mountain and all.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Calico is just able to connect with something.
Here it comes!
Without being designed for that, somehow. What is this music? I forget what this music is used for elsewhere. It's gotta be somewhere. Maybe? Maybe not, actually. It's a little difficult to tell exactly what's happening, to be honest. Ah, kholusia motif. Oh yeah, you're right. So what do you think about this, Ardbert? It sounds like it could have been a song from elsewhere in the game for some reason. Okay, it's a giant golem, I guess. Not like a robot. It's a little bit.
Yes, yes! You've not lost your touch, you clever old bugger!
This does seem to be causing some concern. With all the exploding.
Do you see what they're doing? If its hands are damaged, it won't be able to cling to the mountain. Oh, I knew this was a terrible idea.
Chinos, you just said it was great.
Vorthri marshals the Eaters to his defense. This was only to be expected. We must try and draw as many of them down to the ground as possible. It may not be enough, but we have no other choice.
This would be a great time for Feoul, though.
Is that?
Yeah, see, I remembered they showed up somewhere around here. Okay, I did remember this correctly.
Such a heartless thing our sapling is. Cold and cruel and heartless! Summon us in times of need, we expressly said, yet what should we find but the final battle joined without so much as a whisper of our name? Yes, we may also have said that we Fey folk have no interest in the struggles of men.
Okay, that's
but
true.
If our adorable sapling had come crying to us for help, we would of course have flown to her aid. Of course we would. What are we to do with her?
The Fair Force. Okay, now we're up to 3 Fey puns that are good.
We are so very, very sad. You will play with us. Cheer us up again!
The Fae are scary. Hell yeah. Mountain grabbed. Time for a spinning pile driver into the ocean. Not quite, but you know, still. Thank you, Feoul, or I think they're mad at me. Thank you, Feoul.
This I did not expect, but I will gladly accept the help.
I think that the tiny Feoul should have popped up right next to you and started like yelling at you, but also being like, "You're welcome." But
I will
also
send word to Yostela and the others.
Please
join them at the foot of Mount Gulg and be ready to make the ascent.
Aw. Sucro would just say thank you, though, is the thing. Nod. Okay, she might say, I think they're mad at me. I'm not sure. It'd be really funny if there was a part in Endwalker where you have the option for asking Feoul for help. Even though you're like on the moon or whatever. It would be even funnier if it worked. Wow, this is a... This stream has many hours in it, but I'm still continuing. Because we're like right there. That said, there's probably still like another hour. That would also be good. Hey look, it's a mysterious wanderer. It will not be long before the Sin Eaters mark our presence. We must expect fierce resistance. Vothri cannot hide from us now. Shall we? It's time. There you are, Sucro. Everyone is here. Good. Wait, what is this emote? Ah, I see. The Talos has taken hold of the mountain. As planned, we will use its body as a bridge to reach Vothri's sanctuary. The Sin Eaters will make us work for every yalm, of course. I don't know if there is a way to get to unique story areas or not, other than playing New Game Plus, which is a lot of effort. But we will carve a path through their ranks and meet with their master regardless. Nod. It's Sucro. Yay! For the first, last one, there's a rotten egg, or let's be careful, alright? For the first! Determined. Determined. Nod. Whatever that emote was. Nod. Nod. Hand to heart, I guess, is probably the closest. Mount Gulg, now accessible. Both literally and mechanically. Above us lies Vothri's new paradise. A paradise swarming with Sin Eaters in which his own people have no place. It ends here and it ends now. Hell yeah. That's a good reflex to have, I think. 'Tis a trivial concern, but I cannot help feeling self-conscious knowing that some of the Knights Blessed are watching. In the guise of Master Matoya, I took great pains to cultivate an image of restraint, yet I don't suppose they will be able to make out all that much from such a distance, meaning I may wreak havoc to my heart's content. I do believe I'm going to enjoy this. You're concerning me a little bit. I actually did start doing the questioning head tilt, as I call it, often. That which now graspeth the mountain is no mere man of stone. 'Tis the hopes of all who have dwelled in this world, both in the past and in the present. 'Tis the prayers of all who yearn for peace, be they near or be they far. When our hunt for the Light Wardens began, I couldn't imagine ever being done with the task. Yet here we are, ready to lay the last one low. We'll get you there, Sucro, mark my words. Until Thancred freed me, I knew nothing of Norvrant. But in the course of our journey, I've come to love this land and those who call it home, and I will give my all to protect them. How many eaters await us up there, do you suppose? 100? 1,000? Not that it matters, of course. Whatever the odds, we will overcome them. Minfilia wanted this world saved, and save it we shall. Alright, who the heck do we take with us for this?
Our fates are not yet
my strength is yours.
Let's give it our all.
No Thancred, though.
Victory will be ours.
Here we go.
Who the heck do we take? I guess Urianger is the better healer. But who do we take with the DPS? Or do we take Alphino? I don't know. It doesn't really matter that much. Okay.
Here we go.
Sure, why not? And then... Well, Y'shtola did want to blow shit up, so I guess these three. That's fine. These might be the three I took into the last dungeon, but that's fine. Mount Gulg, and also this guy. Yeah, that's fair.
So it is you.
It's me! I'm a cat!
You will not defile my new paradise!
Now I'll destroy it instead. That's a little different.
I'll show you. This is going to leave a mark.
This music is so triumphant. Oh shit! I forgot that the giant golem just flattens some of them occasionally. That's pretty good. I never really thought about the names too much. This music sure does make it feel like it's like a triumphant finale, doesn't it? Oh, I wasn't fighting the correct one. Whoops. That's fine. Something I don't know if I've actually mentioned on a stream is that when I wasn't streaming as often, I used to keep saying that I wouldn't reach, like, Shadowbringers at all for another insert extremely long string of numbers here, years. And now I'm here. So that's weird. What you doing, Talos? It surprises me that I've made it to this point. Still. Yeah, basically that. Because there was such a long period of time where I struggled so much to stream. And now somehow I'm streaming fairly often. Still not with perfect consistency due to various factors, but more than before. Proud might be the right word. Oh, I'm glad. But we still have a long way to go. Such as to the moon, for example. The moon is somewhere in this game. Sucro will go to the moon at some point. And then she'll be like, I'm on the moon. I'm a cat. As she does. I suppose.
Away with you!
She's said that she's a cat progressively less as the story has continued, though, I think. Endwalker Journal? Oh, we still have a lot of, like, stuff to do in the Shadowbringers part of the game anyways, so... Hey, it's a lion like the one Vothri had before. Oh, Y'shtola said, consider me impressed, Master Tri, at some point. And Urianger said, such precision of movement. Reen says, this isn't like before, this time I'll fight too. Forgiven cruelty. Oh wow, this music, huh? Neat. I pressed some wrong buttons there.
I'll show you.
Ah, I see.
I will not hold back.
I didn't even notice the other things appearing at the edge.
I shall protect thee.
Oh, I see. I guess that is cruel. I like that it has like the fate boss. Oh, I didn't notice you were doing the center one. I like how it has the major fate boss sort of thing going on for the theme. That seems understandable. No more running away. Forgiven conformity and forgiven extortion. Are all of these things that Vothri has done, like all of the sins that we are seeing? Like, Yulmor was in a way all about conformity. There was definitely extortion. There was cruelty. There was hypocrisy.
I'll show you.
There was jealousy, I'm sure. Jealousy was these are all sins related to Yulmor, I think. Which I guess makes sense, because that is like the Sin Eater capital or something, basically, or it was. Cube!
Scurrying about my domain like insects! I will not suffer it!
Apathy was also definitely a Yulmor problem. The demon while being apathy is kind of funny. The permuted path. Thanks for leaving treasure coffers around Vothri. Well, that's quite a view. Let's not look at that too long. The man's vanity knows no bounds. You wouldn't actually take that many... You wouldn't actually take that many creatures to the wall because the wall is very soon after a boss fight. You'd take like 1 pack to the wall. Forgiven prejudice, also a Yulmore problem. One day I'll end up having to try and tank this, like, with a group of other people, maybe. That would probably be scary. I keep targeting the one. I think the party is actually splitting their damage, so I don't think they're focusing on an enemy. I was going on before about how this is kind of teaching you to focus on the same enemy as the party, but I don't think they're focusing on just one. We've officially stepped up into the cube zone.
Come no closer, filthy creatures!
Oh hey, look, it's more apathy. I forgot about... I haven't actually seen that much Strangers of Paradise, so saying I forgot isn't quite right. I do not know much about how much they like cubes. I've heard of it. I've heard tell of this. Hey, what if large cube? Forgiven whimsy. Its form notwithstanding, I believe that is a sin eater, says Urianger.
Together we shall overcome this.
I'm not sure what to do about this. Yeah, that's true too. I guess Yulmore has a little bit of whimsy. Maybe my theory doesn't work as well with this one. 5. Oh, I see. The arena is also arranged like the Rubik's Cube is. Plus. Trust the party members' placement and avoid the faces? The faces seem to work so far. Oops, did that a bit too early. Oh. Eh? Well, this will be fine, I think. I'm watching... Okay, it's not quite fine. I'll just go over here. My rotation is not working, or I'm not doing my rotation terribly well because I'm focused on every other confusing nonsense thing that's happening. I think using all of the mitigation that you have and also your invulnerability is just sort of what you're expected to do anyway, in order to make things as easy as possible for the rest of the team. I have been playing for a while, but I'm feeling like pretty much the same. It's the boss fight that I don't remember, with a lot of focus on paying attention to the area and me not having the rotation as muscle memory. It's going fine though. There's not a problem here. Not really. By my reckoning, it was an elemental maid eater. What does that mean, Urianger? Well that looks...
I am righteousness!
No. You're...
And righteousness will prevail!
No, you suck actually. I'm not great at comebacks sometimes.
Can't you do anything by yourself?
Oh, they all gained Vothri's blessing. Yeah. Oh, and I didn't mean saying that I think you're just supposed to use all of your mitigations and stuff as, like, criticism in any way. That's just sort of my understanding of the best way to make use of my abilities that I have. Oh, that's I guess fair. I used to have the video game mentality of saving items for when I really needed them. And I have since, like, solved that problem so thoroughly that I instead use my items as soon as I can sometimes. Like, as soon as there's any situation where I might kind of need them. I do not save any resources, unless it is a situation about doing so. I will use whatever I can use, as long as that's within reason. That's me, though. I suppose so. I assume that this place is like made out of marble or magic mostly. Or like magic marble. It basically has the same aesthetic of as the Sin Eaters do, but like as a building, though. So hey, who knows? Maybe the entire palace here is a Sin Eater. Maybe the entire palace is an extension of Vothri. War Scythe of the Forgiven. Forgiven architecture. I've seen some architecture that seems difficult to forgive. I've seen some architecture that you could argue is probably sinful. Yeah, they did retrofit in Reaper weapons and stuff for all of Shadowbringers, I believe. that would be a lot of work that is not necessary, really, is the thing. It would be a lot of work for them to go and make, say, Realm Reborn primal weapons for Reaper or whatever. That
if you will not be discouraged,
there'd be no real reason to do. Forgiven Revelry. What? I forgot about this. Why is this here? This as in this particular type of model skeleton, I guess.
I'll show you.
Oh yeah, there are some like Stormblood sites, I guess. Is this like one of the dungeons with the most mini bosses in it of any dungeon? That's convenient. Mapping the realm, Mount Gulg. It's that one Sin Eater that... Consort of Sin, forgiven obscenity. Yeesh. It's light, it's blinding. I think it'd be really funny if it was that specific kind of obscenity that they actually meant, and not, like, the one that is more likely. Why do all your moves have musical theme names?
Damn you! I don't care what it takes!
Valkyrie's blessing grants your foe a ring of radiance. Oh, I see. That seems really difficult to deal with. That also. She's the Ari singer, you think? Is there any evidence of that idea? Didn't she exist before that part? Or is that someone else? Oh, is that... I've wasted my fight or flight. God, the rings are really specific distances. I don't like that. I'll just stand where the allies are standing then. Am I just thinking of, was there just like a generic Sin Eater that looked similar to this? My rotation's all messed up. There was definitely Sin Eaters, I think it's just the generic humanoid lady Sin Eaters is the ones I'm remembering being in Valkyrie's throne room or whatever. The Ring of Radiance accelerates magical energy. What? Oh, I see. I got hit by that anyway? This fight's wacky. What the heck?
Protect thee.
Forgiven latency. Okay, it's just outside of the radius for that one. So that one's like learnable. Your auto attack is just like kicking me. You know, I should have expected that given your theming. The theming of your name and whatnot. The only reason my rotation got messed up there is because I used fighter flight at a time when the boss left. So nothing lined up anywhere. The only way that one could be blamed on me, oh, that also makes sense, is that if I had known this fight and known that would have happened, but I didn't really. I don't think that makes it better, no. That might make it worse somehow. Anyway, the boss is dead, so it's fine. I guess that's fair. The, like, closed eyes determination does lend credence to the theory that that's the Auri singer. Or I guess the Drawn is what they're called here, I think. Paladin's Forgiven Arms. Check out these Forgiven Arms flexes. Flexes very confusedly. What do those look like? Kind of cool, I guess. I think this model is used elsewhere. I forget where. Forgiven like day skip. At some point, I might consider trying the other tanks again. I did like Gunbreaker. I was kind of liking Dark Knight. Warrior, there's like a couple animations that I don't like, but I might like the gameplay enough to overlook it. Plus, you sort of have to look for the animations to notice them. I don't know. What was I doing? I think I was probably making sure my portrait works. I can't do that right now. It's the moment of truth. Vothri awaits. No eaters remain to stand in our way. I feel it above, a powerful light. All has gone to plan thus far, to the extent there is a plan. An eater that only makes the others fiercer, lovely. At the top of the stairs is Forgiven accessibility issue. That's a sin I will not forgive. I won't forgive like most of these, probably. Considering they're all trying to kill me, I don't think they deserve forgiveness.
The end is near, my friends. We have found Vorthra's hiding place.
Oh, interesting. I don't really know the standings of the tank DPS rankings much. Paladin's probably the lowest one, though.
Will you not be satisfied until you have brought disaster down upon your own heads?
Wow, Vothri. Your voice filter, you made that really obnoxious with the echo there. Yeah, the Forgiven, I guess sarcastic is probably a way to interpret that. Paladin and Dark Knight are comparable? Does that mean Paladin is like close to the highest DPS of tanks? That's wacky. I don't know if sarcastic is exactly the right term for all of that. If I was more confident in my use of this program, I would dot dot dot. Oh, that's very silly. If I was more competent in the use of this voice program, I would throw together a filter that sounded similar to this as a joke.
By your wickedness, you stand to gain naught ceaseless comfort. Had you only entrusted fate to me, there would have been peace for all.
Oh, Paladin and Dark Knight are lower than Warrior and Gun. I thought Dark Knight was like the most DPS, but that must have been last patch, I guess.
You could have lived bliss in my eternal paradise, free from the burdens of conscience and purpose.
Hello, and welcome.
Peace assumes many forms, and I do not doubt that you considered yours well worth the cost. I was even prepared to believe that the end might justify the means. Ignorant as I was, I had hoped that you might mend your ways and join hands with us. That we might strive together for the happiness of all.
I have played Shadowbringers before, up to about the end of 5.1. But at this point I started putting no spoilers in the titles to make it, like, I don't want people to talk about stuff that we're not at yet. I have not personally played 5.2 and on, more or less. Thank you for following.
Your actions cannot be reconciled with your words. Peace for all, you say? Yet when you were threatened, your first act was to sacrifice your own people in order to save yourself.
New in the sense that I have the Sprout, but I had played this game a lot before, over the years, I suppose. Yeah, Vothri sucks.
If your paradise can be rebuilt so long as you alone survive, it exists not for the people. It exists solely for your twisted pleasure.
Hear me, Vothri. The people won't submit to your will, for we each have our own. I made a promise to a noble soul, a woman who saw fit to entrust me with her legacy, and I mean to keep it. Everyone who stands with us has something precious, something that they cherish and would die to protect. They know their own hearts. They know what they want for this world. And by lending their strength to our cause, they have spoken. No matter how hard you may try to bend the world to your will, we will never yield!
Silence! Not another word! You presume to lecture me. Insolent worms. You will learn your place.
I guess they do just make sin eaters out of nowhere.
If my true powers awakened, I will expunge you like the filth you are. Your demise will serve as a reminder to all that I am the zenith of mankind and sin eater both, chosen to rule over creation by right of transcendence. My very existence is virtuous. I am perfect, immaculate.
He seems disinclined to grant us an audience.
Yep, sure does seem that way.
Find Vothri. We will hold the Eaters here.
Ah, this is the reason. This is the excuse for...
Let's finish this!
This is a trial, now gather 7 other players. Here I go! Imagine if they ever add duty support for trials and they change that cutscene to just be like, all of the Sin Eaters just leave or something, or they don't show up and Vothri's like, well, well, alright then. But anyway. Yeah, there isn't duty support for any trials yet, to my knowledge. But we do have a mysterious wanderer to help us. Vothri is very kind to have built a waiting room for his boss fight. Asterisk. There is nothing kind about anything Vothri has ever done. Once again, I must emphasize, you do not, under any circumstance, gotta hand it to him. And on that note, I will be right back again. Hello, I am here again. I'm ready to wait in line. Are you? Make sure all the settings are normal. Yes, they are. Okay. So it's been years since I did this fight, and I definitely have never fought this fight as a tank. There's a lot of the game I haven't done as a tank. But, you know, somehow ended up a tank main in the course of this playthrough. Don't know how that happened, but it did. But it sure is very ominous in this room, huh? Oh no, hexagons. Normal movement from Sucro. Is the weather everlasting light? Yeah, I mean, of course it is. But it could have been like very everlasting light or something like that. At this point, we can't even see below. Not really, anyway. Just a sea of clouds and light. Average wait time, less than 5 minutes. Sort of. You know, that seems reasonable as an assumption. The science of light ether and clouds. Forgiven messing with the water cycle. I think it'd be funny if some of the Sin Eaters got, like, absurdly specific. That would be a concerning one. Forgiven answering a phone call in the theater, yeah. Time to do silly dances until Vothri lets me kill him. Ta-da! See, the umbrella is for shade from the everlasting light. It works. There's clearly no rain, but nonetheless. Honestly, an umbrella feels like a good way to taunt Vothri.
Forgiven drinking the last soda and not filling the fridge with replacements, even though we agreed on that being the rule for at least 5 years.
Now that's absurdly specific. Hey Vothri, see this umbrella? Look at how easy it is for me to shun your radiance. This is really all I need to defeat you. All of that light you like so much, all I have to do is stand under some shade. Forgiven wearing a hat indoors is the sort of sin eater that you might find at like a sin eater like middle school or high school type of location. Sin eaters that are all forgiven like ridiculous school rulebook clauses or whatever. The umbrella emotes are very good. Sucro is so happy to do a dance. I suppose I could leave and go do something else while I waited. Well. This does ruin the atmosphere a little bit. Oh. This is the music we have here right now? Will you be heading to the Crown of the Immaculate? Did we just all agree to call it that? I guess so. Let's observe the local wildlife. Here we have not Catopopus. Oh. Oops. Right. I should not open any links because it'll open in the captioner window and mess that up. I saw that briefly. It appeared to be Dr. Eggman Robotnik destroying a Lalafell with an umbrella or something of that sort. I saw like 1 second of it. This being the music here right now is very silly. Oh, that's fine. You didn't know it would do that. I forgot to consider that. I'm just gonna go to my apartment. Let's go somewhere that's chill for a second. What's up, Sharkinists? This is the ideal way to wait in line. Taking a nap. Some sort of forgiven snooze. Maybe. I wonder if the neighbors redecorated their lawn yet. That was a funny prank on me specifically. Nope, it's still empty. The striking dummy I always used. Is that this thing that just happens? Or did someone have to go and do that? Probably someone had to go and do that, right? Someone just had to remove all the decorations? Forgiven removing your friendly neighborhood striking dummy. Yeah, exactly. I wonder if the interior is similarly barren. Ah, it is locked. It is not accessible, in fact. You'd think that queuing up as 2 tanks would reduce the wait time. But it appears that that is not the case. Ah, I found a level 90 striking dummy. It is late. That's also fair. There it is. I just had to start fighting something.
Are you so determined to die? One last chance, villains! Bow down and acknowledge your king! Your god!
Nah. Oh no, my portrait.
Come,
Oh yeah, that's a good way to think of it. If the more powerful Sin Eaters are forgiven of lesser sins, then and he's innocent.
This will be a blood.
That does make sense. Oh, I forgot to use my tank stance. I'm silly. Oops. I messed that up too. I guess I'm off tank now. That's fine.
I will crush you! Fine if you refuse to die! I will strip you of the illusion of will! Then you will suffer! Yes! That will be your punishment!
Oh wait, I am main tank now. Okay.
I will crush you! Suffer, suffer, suffer! Suffer and know your folly! Damn you! Why do you not fall? Why?
Is that good, as some may say?
What is this?
Yeah. Down for the count.
I see now. This is the
And then this happens, I guess.
Very well. I shall embrace.
I don't know why this happens, but it does. I'm sure there's some explanation for this. Maybe. Oops.
Feel my wrath.
You know, maybe. The idea of having such a transformation as a way to avoid spoilers is funny. Ah, I see. Forgiven auto-tune lyrics. Time to just start adding forgiven to everything arbitrarily. Ow. I haven't been doing like group-wide mitigation stuff either. I really should be doing that.
Your reckoning comes.
Oh, I thought they were going to... Okay, I misunderstood. I was trying to pull all of them, as one might reasonably predict would be necessary. So I suppose that's fine. This is the sword that Vothri had in his throne room. It's just this one, I think. Now I can do this. And do this for cinematic fanciness. Oh, here's the interesting AoE shapes part.
Know your place.
Okay, now I'm remembering to do group mitigation shenanigans. Here's more of the interesting shapes. And there we go.
But I am all powerful.
It would seem, Vothri, that you are not all powerful. And there's everyone else. Hooray. And nobody's left to commend. Where's my victory pose? There we are. Yeah, that wasn't bad. Thank you, Mysterious Wanderer. What's everyone got to say about this? Anything? One cannot help but pity Vothri. Anyone else? Dialogue? No? Just Alpha, no? Okay. Oop. Yeah. I have a similar... Oh, okay. I have a similar type of skill as well. With intervention. Which I forgot about until you said that. A dramatic transformation, the result of the Sin Eater within emerging to claim dominance, I assume. It's very funny that you said that's your guess immediately as Y'shtola says that's why. There lieth the last of the light. We've secured an escape route. Do what you must. Well, it looks like we've missed it all yet again. With your powers, you could have done so much good. Is that Vothri? Yeah, he sort of transformed. Phase 2, you know how it is. I see. I see, it's finally over then. Now night will return to all of Novrent, bringing salvation to both of our two worlds. Upon speaking with Rhine, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Everything is going to be completely and totally fine. It's fine! Don't worry about it. It's fine, don't worry. It's fine. It's fine. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Should you leave the area, you may return here by speaking with the sentry posted at the entrance to Mount Gulg. Well, are you ready for several cutscenes? It'll only be a few of them. It's just a helpful tip.
Why am I cast down? But it is you who are the villains. Father told me that I am hope. I am righteousness. That I am a god. That is why I was born, as man and sin eater both. I kept the people safe. They respected me, worshipped me. How can this be? I should be the one looking down at you.
Even in this form, even in this state, he attempts to throw his classic Vothri tantrum. That's a look of pity, if nothing, if I've ever seen one. I was going to say if nothing else, but I don't think that was quite the right set of words.
Help me. Damn you. I am your god.
Nope. That's a lot of light. I mean, I think that's more than other Light Wardens have had. No, maybe not. Get equipped with, yeah. Well, this almost went terribly last time, so I'm sure it'll go completely fine this time. It seems to be fine so far.
Look! The sky!
See, it's just the echo, it's fine. A vision of the past.
Fools! Were it not for my decisive action, the whole city would have been overrun, razed to the ground. Yet they dare to complain about casualties? Spare me. I'll wager they were put up to it by those wretches who seek to usurp me. They're stirring up the citizenry. But if they think I will yield to the likes of them, they are gravely mistaken.
To be subjected to such deplorable treatment, such ingratitude. You have my sympathies, sir.
I wonder who this could be.
You do so much good for this city, and you could do so much more were you not surrounded by fools.
Wonder who that could be. Could be anyone. Just kidding, it can be like one guy. Okay, but he's wearing something else.
Who are you? You're not supposed to be in here.
My apologies for the intrusion, but I come bearing a proposal. One that will ensure the longevity of your reign.
I think it's funny that they stop with the question marks as soon as they show, like, the Ascian robes, even though we've never seen Emmett Selk in the Ascian robes before.
But give me the word, sir, and I will bring hither a light warden. By giving its power to the babe within your lady wife's womb, we shall create a transcendent being, a king to rule over all. And as sire to the king, your authority will never again be in question.
So Emmett Selk did this.
Amazing. Before my Vothri, they behave as docile pets. With this gift, my line should be guaranteed power for perpetuity. We shall rule the whole world.
By all means, sir.
Yeah.
United under Yulmor's banner, men will cease fighting and abandon their ambitions. Thus, they will grow fat and complacent, and in their sloth, seal your supremacy.
I guess it's not at all surprising that Emmett Selk was responsible for this, given his hobby of building empires. Oh, by the way, this is happening now.
Are you alright?
So that's bad.
Say something!
I'm... Cat... I think?
12 for Fend. She cannot contain the light. She's beginning to turn.
I don't know if I'm a cat anymore, says Sucro in this moment of despair. If I heard Sucro say that, I would be very concerned, actually, to be fair.
Urianger, if you've aught up your sleeve, now is the time.
I think it was established that the first is basically Emmett Selk's personal project. I think that's at least hinted at. Urianger, were you doing a bluff? Forgiven being a cat.
It's changing back.
So, yeah, now this is happening also.
The combined power
not having a good time
of every
here.
Light Warden is too terrible a burden for any one soul to bear.
But the Exarch is here.
And so I shall relieve you of it.
Evil smile? Question mark? What are you up to, Exarch?
Exarch!
Smirk.
What are you doing?
Shadowbringers theme. This was Urianger's plan, maybe.
I will channel this profusion of power to the Crystal Tower and use it to travel to other worlds. As I have dreamed of doing ever since I first learned of their existence. Who would choose to remain here in this dying realm when they might go elsewhere and begin anew? Not I. And thus did I use you.
No, I don't believe you. It doesn't make sense.
Damn you! We won't let you do with her as you please.
Do not interfere! Please, I beseech you all, let him go!
The voice acting here is extremely good. For sure.
You knew of this, Urianger. 'Tis all a fiction. Such vaguely defined acts of teleportation stand no chance of success.
I also, yeah, I think you're right. I don't think we've heard Urianger speak that way. And also, like, Y'shtola is immediately like, wow, Crystal Exarch, you're really bad at acting and trying to be evil.
The
Which is
Exarch will
funny.
never live to see another world, as he knows only too well.
Then, what does he mean to do?
He means to take the light with him into the rift, where he will die.
I like how the Exarch tries to, like... I think when I first played this, I genuinely thought for a moment that the Exarch was evil, actually. So I think his acting worked on me the first time I played this game. But yeah, if you listen to it, you can hear that he's really trying to force himself to say these things.
From the beginning, he intended to sacrifice himself to save our friend and Norvrent.
At journey's end, an opportunistic thief makes off with the hero's prize.
I forgot about this song.
A paltry way to end a chapter, I concede. Yet your tale will continue, and my role in it will scarcely be remembered.
I don't remember if I knew the spoiler. I might have even suspected the spoiler on my own, or I might have seen it elsewhere. Or I might have been surprised, but I'll elaborate more in a moment. I think I actually kind of forgot that the spoiler was revealed here.
Worry not. Whatever should become of me, I will be happy and free, safe in the knowledge that I have played my part.
Surprise! There it is. Remain silent or call him by his name. Kurahatia! I remember you this time. I didn't the first time. But I do this time.
Thank you for fighting for this world, for believing. Fare you well, my friend, my inspiration.
You absolutely could figure this out. Like, I feel like I might have suspected this entirely because you have the option to bring up Gurahatia at the start of Shadowbringers. Oh yeah, this happens too. Fucking... No, you. If only this button worked, god dang it. Okay. It... Yeah, anyway. It gets worse.
Only those who possess the royal eye of the Allagan Imperial line are capable of controlling the Crystal Tower. Such individuals do not exist in the First.
There was enough information to have figured this out if you remembered all of the lore for certain. But I think, yeah, that is the best way to describe it. A slingshot of emotion, for sure. Or at least that sort of thing. And yeah, that too. Just fucking shoot him, like, but evil.
Therefore, in all likelihood, the Exarch arrived here with the tower. This much I had surmised, yet I could not discern his grand scheme.
And just in case you thought that maybe Emmett Selk wasn't completely evil, also,
to think that
there's
he
a
went
lot
through
happening
all
here.
This trouble for the sake of a single hero. It's almost admirable in its absurdity. Alas, it is not your grand scheme that will succeed, but ours.
The fact that this Garaha's like whole plan, I feel like the gunshot just punctuates how abruptly Garaha's incredibly convoluted and time-consuming plan was immediately brought to a halt. Just with a gunshot. If it was a big fancy spell, it would not have felt as abrupt. And it's supposed to, I think.
You bastard!
Yeah, exactly.
Stay put. Your friend is still alive, but whether he remains so depends on you.
That also makes a lot of sense.
What a disappointment you turned out to be. I placed my faith in you, let myself believe that you could contain the light. But look at you now, halfway to becoming a monster. You are unworthy of my patronage.
What does that mean? What do you intend to do? Or it was you who created Vothri, wasn't it? I mean, I could point this out. Yeah. I guess I'll point this out. It was you who created Vothri, wasn't it?
I am an Ascian. My heart's sole desire is to usher in the great rejoining. 100 years ago, I entrusted my comrade Logriff with the task of increasing light's sway over this world. This we sought to do by manipulating heroes. When that failed to achieve the desired result, I created Vothri.
I feel like I'm having trouble absorbing all of this dialogue because I'm thinking about everything else at the same time. I'm gonna have to like go back and read this again.
Thanks to your meddling, that too has ended in failure.
What was your true purpose in approaching us?
Pranks.
By your 12, boy, have I not told you before that everything I said was the truth?
By your 12 is also just like an incredible... I was gonna say incredibly small detail, which is not correct. It's just, it is kind of a small detail, but it's just, it's perfect, is what it is. And yeah, have this guy being upset, sickening, is I assume what you mean, and not like the sick radical tubular kind of sick. But yeah.
You were specimens by which I might gauge man's potential as it stands. I genuinely had an interest in you, genuinely considered taking you on as allies. Provided she could contain and control the light.
Sucro looks like she is in so much pain right now. And I don't like seeing it.
If not, then she, and by extension you, would be of no use to me. 'Twas as simple as that.
So, we've been found wanting. How disheartening. But even had we fulfilled your conditions, there was no guarantee that we would cooperate. What then?
Then I simply kill you all. At the very least, it would restore the world to the way it was before you went about trouncing Light Wardens willy-nilly. Suffice it to say, it would be most inconvenient to have all that light taken away, and I would be lying if I were to claim his actions didn't have me worried.
That's bad.
You still retain your form and your senses, but you have all but become a Sin Eater. Whether you will it or no, your mere existence will serve to engulf the world in light. Those in your company will likewise turn into Sin Eaters, and in time you will succumb to your base instincts and hunt innocents to feast on their sweet, sweet ether.
Yeah, I think you were both correct.
Those few with the will left to fight may rise up against you. But before your absolute might, they will quickly know despair. There is no hope. We are finished. Mankind is finished. Ah, the irony. What Vorthri achieved through bliss, you achieved through despair. But I have overstayed my welcome. I shall look forward to seeing you bring the world to its knees, hero.
Exarch!
You just cast return on somebody else, the ultimate prank.
I have naught to show for all the time and effort I invested in you. He is a small token for my troubles.
Or perhaps
I did not expect that I could learn aught from man, but I may yet learn something from all the knowledge he had hoarded for his precious hero.
By the way, I can float. I never did this before, but I'm doing it now. I mean, of course he can float. We've seen them float before.
I pity you, I do. Your friends are now your foes. If you do not kill them, they will kill you.
I also forgot that he did that to Guraha.
When it all becomes too much to bear, seek me out at my abode in the dark depths of the Tempest. There, you may complete your descent into madness with some dignity, far from prying eyes.
I guess that's true. I didn't think of it that way. Well,
Till then, I bid you farewell. Eater.
that seems bad. I think this is a bad thing that's happened. But hey, at least it probably couldn't get any worse, right? 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 Okay, I know that it gets worse. Sorry. Hey Ardbert. What's up?
Ah. Finally.
Shaking my head. Was it just a dream, or what happened? What happened? Sucro looks incredibly worried right now.
After you collapsed, Emmet's self vanished. Then Reen did what she could to stay the raging of the light within your body. Thanks to her, you're still you, but she's only delayed the inevitable.
Yeah, definitely not just a dream. By the way, they've been hiding... Oh, the window's closed even. But if the light returned over...
Like what you see, but you still need to see it.
Okay, I'm giving it away a little bit, I guess. But the window's closed. The light returned over kholusia just as soon as it had disappeared. But we're here now, so what does that mean? It means the light's back. Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot. For sure.
It's like this all over. The whole of Norvrant
and
is
it's not
shrouded in light
just
again.
here, it's everywhere.
And it's because of you, and the power you absorb from the Wardens.
God, even just this shot here. It's like she can't even process what she's looking at.
No one knows but your friends. When they carried you down from the mountain, they told everyone waiting below that they didn't understand why the light had returned. And now they're out there trying to allay the people's fears, while searching for a way to save you.
God, that face she's making. Sucro. Sucro's not having a good time right now.
If you're well enough to be up, you're well enough to get some fresh air. Better that than stewing in here. Go on. Go.
If you say so, Ardbert. Achievement unlocked, Warden of Light! Is that good? No. No, it's not. It's bad, actually, but I can fly in kholusia now. So, yay. Oh, miss, you're awake. You were injured during the foray on Mount Gulg, yes? I was here at my station, as always, when they carried you in on a makeshift stretcher looking disturbingly bereft of vigor. And to compound my worry, the sky is... well, I'm sure you've seen. It has everyone rather concerned, to say the least. Seeing you up and about is the first good news we've had in a while. Assuming you feel strong enough, would you mayhap consider a stroll around the city to reassure our anxious citizens? Bragi was one of the ones who helped convey you to your chambers, and he's visited several times since to inquire after your condition. But no, we're not going to be continuing right now. I just had to accept that quest so I could go back here. Wow, even the in-room music is... okay, never mind, the in-room music is fine. See, everything's fine, it's the regular in-room music, it's normal. It's nothing weird is happening. Everything's fine. Ignore this over here in the corner. Don't worry about it. Oh, Sucro. There's better places to sleep than standing up. Something you want to mention about the Exarch reveal? Good, I can scroll up in that.
Everything is okay and nothing is bad, and Scro isn't slowly becoming the embodiment of absolute radiance. It's fine, she just needs a sleep.
I forgot that the way Callie says Sucro is bad. I'm gonna, like, go back and read all of the dialogue again. It's still all in the log. It's fine. There is one direct tell about who he is. Oh, he's doing the male Mikote, one of the idol poses? That's funny. I was trying to look at his emotes and see if I recognized any of them, but yeah. But yeah, that's gonna be this. Yeah, this is why the Crystal Tower is no longer optional as well. It's pretty important to Shadowbringers, it turns out. But yeah, this is... I muted the microphone halfway through the sentence for some reason because I thought I was done speaking, but I'm not. This is... or has been, Shadowbringers for today. I forgot that it wasn't required at the release of Shadowbringers, but yeah, it is now. This has been Shadowbringers. I will see you all at least Friday for more Shadowbringers, if not earlier for something else. Sucro is going to take a nap. I am also going to sleep at some point. I'm going to reread all the dialogue and attempt to process this better. So, as usual, if you're interested in any social media or donation links, they are at borealrobin.card with2rs.co. And if you would like, if you'd like to help, consider following or subscribing here, and that would also be very nice. I would appreciate that very much. And, yep. That's... yeah. That was Shadowbringers. Well, have a good rest of the night, or day, everybody, and I will see you later. Farewell. Good night.